This story is much more complex than it might seem at first glance, and it began with just one premise, that unless you choose one path, in any story, there is only one possibility, one path. But not for this hero. A terrifying, immortal king, he became the nightmare of the entire continent, and a squad of heroes endowed with the power of light was sent to deal with him. Darkness and light clashed in their eternal struggle. The army of people was led into battle by a righteous knight. A far-fetched and cliched story, as old as time itself. But the real demiurge sat in his quiet, dark closet, the arbiter of fate, the ruler of soda and fried chicken. Epic heroes, universal villains, and even a simple guy, a resident of a metropolis, all of them could be called ego. There was a persistent knock on the door, and through a narrow crack, he encountered a specialist from the Bureau of Abilities who was tracking the movements of the awakened. Han Sung-hyun seemed to be hiding in his hole, afraid to even poke his nose outside, toward the people and bright light. He was looking away, not at the guest on the threshold. When his name was called, the gloomy young man, with a look of weariness on his eyes, briefly confirmed that it was indeed him. Having confirmed his identity, the specialist asked the boy to let the Bureau of Special Abilities know if he woke up, and then left. This short meeting lasted barely more than 5 minutes, which meant that Han Sung-hyun did not plan to open the door to anyone for the next 6 months. For 2 years now, he had been living the life of a complete recluse, avoiding unnecessary social connections and going outside only when absolutely necessary. This lifestyle could easily be considered pathetic, and the guy himself could be called a loser and a weakling. The guy himself considered himself a victim of a distorted world. Not the first, and not the last. Every day some kind of incidents happened with the awakened. They set fire to buildings and fled to other worlds. Suddenly, all over the world, people began to awaken, gaining special skills and abilities. As soon as they woke up, within 24 hours, they were transported to another world, as if it were the beginning of a fairy tale. However, it was only possible to return back by fulfilling certain conditions of the new world. And not everyone managed to return from their story alive. This became a source of insanity. People feel that they are doomed. Before their awakening, they committed terrible crimes. 2 years ago, one such scoundrel deprived Han Sung-hyun of his legs and his family. At first, he struggled to get back on his feet and trained hard. But unfortunately, the damage was such that there was no prospect of recovery. The incident instilled in him a fear of the street. The young man believed that it was safer to live at home and not go anywhere. Having become crippled, he could not even run away and save himself if another madman started a massacre. Sometimes he thought about whether, if he had determination, something would change, whether he would be able to get out somewhere. But even if you live your entire life in a cramped, dark hole, cruel fate will still find its hero. This is what happened to Han Sung-hyun. In an instant, he saw the coveted blue window, indicating that the Akashic system was connected. A new, unique skill had been discovered, the system informed him, and the boy was immediately at a loss. It was one thing to hear about it from other people, but quite another to encounter the anomaly himself. His skill was called Avatar, and a blue portal cylinder appeared in front of the hero. As always, fate found a hero at the most inopportune moment. There were rumors that some woke up on a plane, and others simply sitting on a white throne. The system was ruthless. It gave the hero a day to make a voluntary decision, then simply moved him to another world. Han Sung-hyun immediately rushed to get ready for the long journey. Because even if you prepare for this event your whole life, you still don't know when you'll be called upon. In the middle, returning back took about a year, as reported by those who were lucky enough to return. But time in the other dimension flowed 10 times slower. This meant he was about to embark on a serious 10-year journey into another dimension. So he needed to take as much useful stuff with him as his budget allowed. There were only 3 minutes left before the deadline. Usually, Han Sung-hyun was afraid to even stick his nose outside. But here, something out of the ordinary was about to happen, so he was still hesitant. He was a weak cripple without skills and had no idea how to survive in an alien dimension. Then the guy had an idea. After all, the system was telling him something like that. He did have the skill. So, in desperation, he loudly commanded the system to activate the Avatar skill. At that very moment, the future hero saw his full, 3-dimensional reflection in front of him. It was a complete copy of him, with a crutch under his arm, wearing a helmet and the same clothes, as if he had just had a twin brother. What was even more disconcerting was that his vision was double, as if Han Sung-hyun was seeing the same thing as his avatar. To achieve a similar effect, try placing two mirrors opposite each other. When he tried to move the avatar or control it, the guy felt dizzy and almost vomited from the feeling of disorientation. The system beeped again, reminding us that there was only a minute left before the transfer. Han Sung-hyun despaired. He couldn't imagine how he could use such a strange skill, especially since his avatar was just as useless. If only someone could go in his place, he thought hopefully, and looked at his twin brother again. Without thinking twice, the boy pushed his brother into the travel portal, and suddenly the system reported that the identity had been confirmed and the travel would begin. The portal lit up with a bright light, and the hero stepped back in amazement. He was completely stunned that it was possible to cheat the system so easily with the skill. Soon his twin brother appeared in a world called Atherica, in the middle of a forest edge, in the wild thickets. However, at that moment, Han Sung-hyun decided that it was he who had moved to another world, and not his double, because he found himself in another world and was looking at everything from the first person. The system told him that he could return at any time by spending karma points, but he could only accumulate them through adventures. There was a slight desynchronization of the visual streams, and the guy finally realized that he was still at home, but simply continued to see and feel everything from the avatar's perspective. On the one hand, he felt relieved. On the other hand, being a mind in several bodies was driving him crazy, so he begged and asked to turn it off. Apparently, this wish worked, and the guy really stopped seeing the other world. He barely managed to run to the White Throne before he got rid of his breakfast. There was one undeniable plus in everything. He remained home, safe and sound. Han Sung-hyun, breathing a sigh of relief, summoned the avatar again. As before, a vague holographic image first appeared before him, which then took on a material form. The avatar was his copy, so it did not turn its face, and it was a bit strange to see yourself the way other people see you. The system happily congratulated him on his achievement, as he was able to return to Earth without using the karma store. As a bonus, the hero received a portal for moving between worlds, so that once a day he could move to where he was before. When he saw how many karma points he was given, he let out a cry of amazement. That's how he became the first awakened person to go down the road of adventure and return faster than everyone else. In total, almost 2 million karma points. A pretty solid sum, but what could you buy with it, the guy wondered. Usually, returning to Earth cost 1 million points, and it took 10 years to accumulate them. To get them, you had to gain influence in the new world. Good deeds or bad, it didn't matter. Lies, deception, dignity, or cunning. Everything could be used. Accumulated karma could also be used to improve abilities or simply to return home. But now, Han Sung-hyun was at a loss and didn't know what to do next. Since there was no need to return anymore, he decided to spend points to increase his status, although he did not really understand what this meant. In this subsection, for 10,000 points, you could increase your regeneration, which immediately excited the guy. Without thinking, he immediately experienced the effect of improvement, and immediately felt how his old wounds were healing. His legs were itching unbearably. It was as if someone had lifted a ton of weight from his shoulders, a weight he'd been carrying for so long, and suddenly, it was gone. It was because of this injury that Han Sung-hyun couldn't go outside and was embarrassed by his disability. The system reported that the regenerative capacity had exceeded the normal level, and the boy jumped to his feet. That's how easy it was for him to gain the super regeneration skill. The next upgrade cost 300,000 points, but even that was enough to completely heal and restore the strength in his legs. Inspired by such success, the guy began to think about where else to use these glasses. Then he decided to improve his main avatar skill. He was very interested in what opportunities this would give. When he called upon his twin brother again, he was already proud of his own appearance. His body was stronger, his face fresher and more cheerful. He looked simply excellent. Moreover, after leveling up his skill, his consciousness also split. And no matter what cyberpunk and science fiction fans say now, they will have to come to terms with the seamlessness of this magical ability, because this entire interesting story is built on it. Now the avatar could move freely, controlled by a copy of his consciousness. Han Sung-hyun also improved his weapon handling skills and gained another ability. The center of the mind allowed him to choose what information would come to him from the copies of the ego. This meant not only getting rid of the terrible disorientation, but also that he could not experience the pain that the avatars experienced. The new prospects filled him with joyful excitement. Just imagine that you can travel to other worlds while staying at home with a cup of warm cocoa wrapped in a blanket on the sofa. Just like in the game, he could control the avatar and see the world through its eyes, which was even cooler than any augmented reality. However, this was not the only change. The skill allowed the creation of 2 copies. Since new avatars could appear during the development process, it was necessary to immediately figure out the naming system. It was impossible to call them all avatars. Heinz Ketchup caught his eye, and the solution immediately came to Han Sung-hyun. The first avatar was named Hans the First. He shared his mind center abilities, super regeneration, but also possessed his own mana attraction skill. To avoid straining his imagination, the guy decided to name the second clone Heinz the Second. He had the same general abilities, but his personal skills included survivability. Khan himself didn't know where his alter ego got his personal skills from, but the guy was clearly bragging to each other. Now the long-awaited first quest could be completed, and Hans the First went back to the edge of the forest, while Heinz the Second began cleaning up. Fortunately, they still had a subordinate hierarchy, and the completely identical clones did not rebel against him, but meekly followed his orders. Now, when Han Sung-hyun looked at the bright sun for the first time in a long time, through the eyes of Heinz II, he was not at all worried. The center of the mind worked normally, and the hero moved his gaze into the body of Hans I. He just appeared again at the same edge of the forest, but this time it was night outside, despite the fact that only a few minutes had passed since his absence. At first, it seemed to him that the forest was quiet and peaceful. The rustling of the leaves lulled him to sleep. But then, a real panther appeared on the path, and sleep vanished as if by magic. The hungry beast flashed its yellow eyes and jumped on Hans I. But he managed to snatch a short sword and thrust it into the wildcat's mouth. The panther pressed him with its mass, but the hero felt neither pain nor fear, because he blocked these feelings. Hans grabbed the blade with a reverse grip and filled it with mana using his personal skill. One blow and the hungry beast fell. According to the cruel law of the jungle, it's either you or the other. And yet Hans I was breathing heavily. Apparently, he lacked skills because he wasted all his stamina in this fight. It was dangerous to remain in the open area because in the thick of the forest, there could be other animals. Luckily, the lights of a village were visible nearby, perched on a steep rocky hill and looking protected. In the village, he was warmly welcomed by Elder Malcolm, a balding but strong-looking old man with a long gray beard. He praised the boy for his courage in walking at night along mountain forest paths, and the boy modestly noted that he had received many wounds from the panther's claws. Hans asked for a place to stay for the night. If possible, he would like to rent a room in a tavern. To his great joy, the headman immediately agreed, and Hans breathed a sigh of relief. Malcolm immediately noticed that this young man was dressed very strangely. He had obviously come from far away, since Hans did not have a special legend. He simply said that he had lost his way a little. The old man did not object and offered to drink some intoxicating kvass in the only tavern in the village. After a hearty dinner, Hans lounged in his private room. The bed was quite wide and comfortable, the mattress stuffed with fresh hay, and the linen sheets smelled of starch and freshness. The locals also seemed kind, and after so long it was especially pleasant to chat with someone. It had been a good day, thought Hans I, and fell asleep. Just as his breathing had evened out, someone entered the room. At the same time, Han Sung-hyun was enjoying a soda and fried chicken after a shower. For him, it had been less than an hour, and he had just started his adventure journey without leaving home, so he was in a great mood. I even felt a bit awkward in front of Heinz II, thanks to whose efforts the house became clean and cozy. Instead of resting, Heinz had to train to be able to use his vitality. But Han Sung-hyun had no plans to send him on his way yet. While the clones worked tirelessly, it was necessary to learn more about this world and its surroundings. Feeling like an excellent leader, the guy got to work. Suddenly, he felt a strange, ominous feeling, as if a part of his body had just been taken away. The avatar is dead, the system reported. All his skills will be reset. Han Sung-hyun was overcome with fear at such a quick and, most importantly, sudden death, because it could very well have been him, just like receiving a notice of his own death. There were no ideas why Hans I died in that seemingly peaceful village. Now he suspected the overly hospitable headman, who might have slipped poison into his drink. The boy realized how foolish and careless he had been in accepting help from strangers in an alien world. However, he soon discovered he could connect to his avatar again. In the darkness, he heard the hollow sound of footsteps as thick boots touched the imposing stone floor, creating a distinctive thud that echoed down the corridor. Elder Malcolm was indignant that the stranger had proven so useless, even though he had shown so much promise. After all, he was able to get to their village alone through a forest full of monsters. But apparently, it was all just luck, the village elder said. Shedding his own flesh and blood, the avatar of Hans I sat on the dungeon floor like a stolen anatomy textbook from a classroom. Now his race became undead, he also received a special skill, Decayed Heart. The rest of the skills of mana attraction and regeneration were retained in the properties. Thanks to the Mind Center, the original and its avatar were unharmed, the system reported. It was difficult to understand what had happened and where it was now. Hans, the first reborn, almost gave up his soul to God a second time when he saw dense rows of creepy dead people next to him, as if he suddenly found himself in a zombie movie. Judging by the fact that there were women and children among the dead, he quickly realized that the scoundrels had killed all the villagers and other random travelers. When the dungeon doors swung open again, Hans quickly returned to his original position. He recognized this guy as the one he'd been drinking with in the tavern the day before. It seemed they were all connected to this black magic. The scoundrel reluctantly descended into the dungeon and yawned lazily. Then his attention was drawn to a new skeleton, which was sitting against the wall in the same position in which it had been left. At first, Hans was afraid that he had been noticed. The necromancer's apprentice was staring at him too intently. But he only indignantly ordered the skeleton to stand back in place and pointed his finger in the direction. If Hans I had had a heart, he would have certainly had a heart attack. And he was amazed to feel the force that kept him moving, as if pushing him forward. Hans stood up and began to walk along the line of silent dead. He felt that he could resist the order, but decided not to do so for now. And the necromancer's apprentice kept muttering under his breath that the meticulous and nasty old man was forcing him to check all sorts of little things. As soon as Hans took his place, the novice hurried to leave the place. The force that guided him was similar in its properties to the attraction of mana. And then the skeleton thought that he could take control of the rest of the undead as well. Thus, a week passed in Auterica, while on Earth, only a few hours. Hans, the first reborn, conducted experiments with the subjugation and control of the undead, since he was sitting in a dungeon where no one rarely entered and no particular problems arose. Having given a mental command, he watched with some pleasure as the skeleton rose to its feet, obeying his will, like a doll. However, the control left much to be desired, because the skeleton immediately began to wobble and fall. He was still very far from his cherished goal of subjugating all the undead. He could only control one skeleton. Then Hans heard someone gnawing on bones, and looking down, he saw a fat rat that had come to feast on the nutritious bone marrow. Hans immediately caught the scoundrel who had been bothering him at night for a week. Then a brilliant idea came into his empty skull. What if he took control of not a full-fledged skeleton, but a small and nimble one? Gathering mana on the tip of his finger, Hans asked the rat for forgiveness, promising that his sacrifice would not be in vain. After that, he poured power into it again, and now he could control the rat's actions. Thus began Operation Night Watch, where the key figure was a tiny zombie named Alfred. The system had no restrictions on remote access, no signal lag whatsoever, so Han Sung-hyun could clearly see through Hans I's mind that he was seeing the zombie Alfred. He was just then observing the constantly grumbling servant. The junior novice opened another warehouse with a key and went inside, intrigued by what he might find inside. Hans directed Alfred there. However, even with his emotions restrained, Hans clearly felt that it was not safe to go inside. An extremely ominous force emanated from this room. Then Alfred followed the acolyte outside when he finished his work. Outside, the elder was waiting for him and praised him for his good work, and the novice began to whine that he was tired of waiting for maturity. Because of the fragment of the immortal king, every time the novice entered, he felt like his soul was being sucked out of him. His partner promised that it would all end soon, especially since the teacher disappeared there every day. They had to check the entire perimeter of the village, and even inside, there were so many posts that not even a mouse could get through, the novice boasted. Ironically, a mouse just happened to run by and overheard everything, and now it became clear what kind of sinister thing was kept in another part of the dungeon. Then Hans began to think where else he could sniff out useful information, and decided to go to the elder. Then suddenly his connection with little Alfred was abruptly cut off. A black spike, made entirely of ink-thick darkness, pierced the dead rat's belly. "Just a simple mouse," said Elder Malcolm, pleased with his accuracy. At first, Hans the First thought that he had been exposed. The old man realized that the rat was undead, but he did not sense any black magic near it, only a dark force. He suggested that this phenomenon was likely caused by the influence of dark mana, since even a dead rat had become undead. Malcolm wasn't a scientist at heart, otherwise he would have definitely investigated this mystery. The elder abandoned the rat, deciding that there was only one place in their village that was overflowing with dark mana. He approached the novices and asked them who was in charge of the warehouse today, remembering Jeffrey, which made them shudder. And in the depths of the cold dungeon, Hans the First Reborn asked Alfred to watch over him from the heavens and promised to avenge him. A few moments later, Jeffrey burst into the skeleton warehouse and kicked down the doors, apparently having been scolded for allowing rats to infest the warehouse. The angry novice decided to take out his anger on the silent dead, and immediately ordered the one who was standing crookedly to get back into line. As the zombie swayed awkwardly, the servant hit it in the jaw with all his might, but perhaps did more damage to himself. The green-skinned corpse lost its balance and fell, and Jeffrey began to play with it, taking out all its anger, like a child on a toy. There was a special story connected with this corpse. Apparently, during his life, he threatened Jeffrey for touching his family. The scoundrel clearly enjoyed his miserable situation, and the fact that the poor fellow, having lost his family, was now just a helpless puppet. However, the dead did not feel pain, and were indifferent to any kind of mockery. So Jeffrey gave up this business. He missed the times when they only hunted for every inhabitant of the village. The scoundrel found it especially ironic that the poor guy's wife was also there. So they were reunited in their terrible afterlife. Only their children were not nearby, unlike other families. Suddenly, all his arrogance and mockery evaporated as the dead man grabbed him from behind. He bit him on the neck, as if he had suddenly regained his senses and decided to take revenge on his offender, which made him turn paler than chalk. In horror, Jeffrey ordered the dead man to stop several times, but he inexorably approached him. Then the scoundrel decided to use magic and began to read the spell. But strong, bony, mummy-like hands, smelling of earth and decay, covered his mouth, not allowing him to do this. As if in a terrible nightmare, the dead surrounded Jeffrey from all sides and carried out their revenge, without a single sound. And this is only the beginning, thought Hans the First, having become the Lord of the Undead. At the same time, on a moonlit night, a traveler appeared at the village guard post. He looked exactly like the recent visitor and demanded to be allowed to see his brother. The guards had only caught a glimpse of the first stranger, so they didn't notice the resemblance and began making excuses, claiming his brother had long since departed. But the traveler insisted and demanded that a meeting with the headman be arranged for him. Luckily for him, the headman himself appeared. Hearing the noise, he came to see what was going on. Elder Malcolm identified himself as the leader of the village and asked the stranger what he wanted. Then the traveler looked directly at the elder and greeted him, as if he knew him. Malcolm was immediately wary. Even though a week had passed, he recognized the face of the first stranger, who seemed to have risen from the dead. A young man with a handsome face called himself Heinz, and said that his twin brother should be somewhere here. While Heinz, the second survivalist, distracted the necromancer, Hans was the first to get into the vault, where the fragment of the immortal king lay, taking the keys from Jeffrey. The black stone, filled with darkness itself, radiated amazing power. In his presence, the shard began to resonate, as if absorbing the energy of the undead around it. Hans was cautious, because he didn't know how to behave with this artifact. Having examined all the dead people standing around, he realized that he had previously been in a waste warehouse, even as an elite skeleton. This angered him. Not only did the scoundrels take his life with their meanness, but they also turned up their noses at it. Hans grabbed the stone and, clenching it tightly with his knuckles, hit himself in the chest. The full power of the Dark Shard was released, and the prison was filled with surges of power. At this time, Heinz II successfully distracted the necromancer with his chatter. He explained that as a twin, he had a special connection with his brother and could always tell where the other was. The headman scratched his beard uncertainly. It was hard to believe such a coincidence. Suddenly, he became alarmed and shouted that something was wrong with the fragment. Having turned into a shadow, he hurried to the dungeon and ordered the novice guards to kill the stranger. The novices immediately tried to pierce the traveler with spears, but the steel only cut through air. To their amazement, they discovered that the stranger had disappeared, melting away like smoke. A torrent of hatred, pain, and suffering fell upon Hans I. The new entity demanded to kill everyone around him. He felt chaos taking hold of him, even though the mind center was filtering out part of the flow. Perhaps no creature could have withstood such a surge of feelings, and then Hans I was reborn again. He now became an immortal mage, a lich, instead of an elite skeleton, having elevated his rank by acquiring a fragment of the king that had completely merged with his essence. He also gained the skill of demonic wisdom, granting him a gift for dark magic and an absolute understanding of it. At this time, another novice stood at his post and cursed Jeffrey, because of whom all the posts were strengthened and he had to work overtime. Then his head almost burst from the piercing voice of the mentor who called him. He immediately reported that everything was under control, but the senior necromancer rudely told him to shut up and check everything, and also to contact Jeffrey. The novice nodded obediently and looked inside the dungeon, calling for Jeffrey. But no one responded from inside, although the echo of his shout still echoed in the thick walls. Suddenly, the room was lit up by a bright purple flash, like lightning. And then, bony hands with unexpected agility tried to grab the novice through the bars. But he managed to pull back. "Is the weather fine today?" asked the skeleton, grinding its teeth in the darkness. The novice was horrified by this action, realizing that the dead not only did not obey, but also spoke to him. The acolyte gathered dark mana in his hand to drive away the dead. The charge hit the thick oak door and sparks flew in all directions. However, the very next moment, thanks to the efforts of all the dead villagers, the door was simply knocked down from the inside. She fell, crushing the acolyte beneath her, and now the path was clear for Hans I Lich. It was enough to look at dark magic to understand how to use it. This is how the demonic wisdom worked, thanks to which he was a natural-born necromancer. Soon, the entire building under which the Dungeon of the Dead was located was blown up with a deafening explosion. The way was clear, and the necromancer ordered the dead to find all the living and destroy everyone in this village. A wave of zombies gushed out like an unstoppable mountain stream. However, they soon encountered the first serious obstacle, and their onslaught weakened in counter-explosions. Hans's soldiers fell in a pile of bones at his feet, becoming a useless soup set. Malcolm Glockley no longer concealed his true form, holding a necromantic staff with a skull in it, a dark aura surrounding him. He cursed the skeleton, saying he should have been a mere servant instead of clutching the king's fragment. Hans greeted him as an old acquaintance and asked if the old man remembered him, since not much time had passed. "Thanks to him, he lost his heart," said the skeleton, and theatrically touched his chest. "But now he has a new one, which he found in the warehouse." Malcolm hissed again, for the skeleton had fused the precious fragment to such a pitiful body. He called upon the Finger of Death spells to destroy the insolent creature. Black lightning charged with darkness struck towards Hans like a frisky snake. The bones in his left arm immediately exploded into bone meal. Hans gritted his teeth. It was not polite to attack someone who had not yet finished speaking. He snapped at the old man. But he became enraged because he had to destroy what he had spent so many resources and time on. There was very little left to gain strength and power that no one else in the world had. Could it really end with a simple transformation of a skeleton into a lich? He said, and threw 2 black lightning bolts at once. They hit the ground and took the form of spikes that stuck out in all directions. Hans managed to put up a barrier. He already understood that the old man was counting on defeating the newcomer with the help of advanced magic. He was the only one who could control the fragment, Lich Hans declared and laughed. Then the old man promised to make soup out of him and feed it to the dogs, throwing destructive ectoplasm at the Lich. However, this time the Lich also repelled the attack, and even muttered indignantly that shouting out the name of the skill before using it was too stupid. It's all because he killed Alfred, Hans told him. And then the old man suddenly stopped, thinking that the boy did know someone in the village after all. At that very moment, dense spikes of darkness, just like those the necromancer himself had used, reached out from behind him. True, the old man himself would not have missed. He managed to put up a shield in time and cover himself. The surprise attack did not work on him. However, the old necromancer himself experienced difficulties, because the skeleton quickly got used to high-level magic, all because of the fragment. He could not waste any more time here and used the Pact of Destruction, while his disciples desperately fought off the villagers who had been killed. Suddenly, one of them turned pale and let out a long howl, as if all the soul had been sucked out of him. Soon, all the necromancer's disciples lost their souls, unable to hold on to them. Using their power, Malcolm collected this monstrous power into a crown. "The crown of the broken, the return to the abode of the dead," he whispered pathetically, and placed the crown on his head. It was a vile trick by a vile man to the very end, who decided to use his own disciples. The necromancer shouted something about grinding him into powder and letting him sleep in the field, but Hans didn't hear it because of the monstrous howl. Instead, he simply pierced the old man's heart with lightning before he could complete the spell. That's how he was defeated, with the simplest but most effective magic, since long and complex spells don't always work reliably. And there was no one left to cover for the necromancer. Lich Hans would have licked his lips if he had a tongue. At least, that's what his voice sounded like as he thanked the necromancer for the wonderful lesson in dark magic. The old man fell limply to his knees, still not understanding how he could have lost, when everything was going well. "Bad luck, bad fortune," he said, and breathed his last on the ground. Lich Hans looked at the sky with empty eye sockets, in which cold lights like stars floated. "Rest in peace, Alfred," he said to the sky, hoping the rat would be happy to know that his death had been avenged. The bright silver light of the full moon illuminated the high walls of the temple castle and its mighty colonnade. It broke through the tall, stained-glass windows and fell softly on the snow-white robe of the one who was praying at the altar, despite the late night. When the revelation came upon the saint, she opened her eyes in alarm, crowned with white, fluffy eyelashes like snow. Knocking on the door of Bishop Martin's cell, she woke him up in the middle of the night, and he asked the saint if she had finished praying. But prayer did not bring peace to Saint Ristar. Instead, she asked the bishop to gather everyone. In the lands far to the west, she sensed signs of the awakening of the immortal king, and this news shocked Bishop Martin himself. Understanding the danger of such news, he immediately went to send out messengers. Hundreds of years ago, the immortal king plunged the entire continent into terror, and even after all these years, the memory of this has not left the minds of people and stung in legends. Ristar was determined to prevent the nightmare from returning to their world. Lich Hans, the first reborn, stepped over the scattered bones that gave the village the appearance of a cemetery. But the Lich wasn't upset about the loss of 100 dead. He could raise more, since there were no fewer new bodies lying around. But first, it was worth taking care of my severed limb. There was no shortage of bones, so all that remained was to find a hand of the appropriate size. One looked promising, and Hans immediately borrowed it. Fortunately, the regeneration skill magically worked on the dead man, so the find immediately grew onto his main body. All of this was nothing more than a convention of the system, because he still didn't have the ligaments and cartilage that usually hold bones together. The hand moved perfectly, like a native one. So now the immortal Lich could do other things. First, he raised the first dead man, making him his subordinate. The wisdom of darkness whispered a special path to him, as if he had been practicing necromancy all his life. And the king's fragment provided the necessary strength to follow this path. Obeying his will, the darkness drove out from the bones the remnants of the thoughts and feelings of the former owner. Suddenly, the skeleton crumbled into dozens of pieces, becoming a completely useless puzzle for an archaeologist, or a treasure trove for dogs. Hans was surprised that nothing worked out, although it started so well. He had to repeat the undead raise several times before he fully understood how it worked. Having honed his lich skill, Hans decided to acquire a better quality servant and looked at the elder. It would be possible to turn him into a servant with a soul and extract all the useful information, the lich thought, and grinned maliciously. But the old man did not have such a thing as a soul. Where he lost it and to whom he sold it was unknown. There was a magic circle on the elder's chest, and intuition told me that the soul was pulled out through it. It was some kind of precautionary measure. However, the concern for details was not surprising. The old necromancer was preparing for a serious undertaking, and he had prepared well. The necromancer's mind was unusable, but his body was still fit for purpose, Hans realized. At the very least, the necromancer should have produced a high-level undead with good skills. Thus, the miserable wretch was destined to become an eternal servant, just as he had turned all other people into. Lich Hans gathered the remains of his energy, mind, and emotions. The old flesh disappeared, revealing the bones. And then the death mage stood before him, obediently awaiting his master's orders. It was an excellent result, and the lich, overjoyed, ordered the bearded skeleton to answer to the name of Malcolm and obey him faithfully. When the old man hesitated to answer, the powerful Lord of Death cracked his knuckles, almost breaking his empty skull, and the magician nodded obediently. Even though the magician had lost his former memory, he could still be mocked for all his sins during his life. Hans called out to the dead man, who responded much more quickly, bowing his head obediently. Malcolm's cane looked good, so the gentleman demanded it for himself. He propped his cane on the ground and looked at the pile of bones that had accumulated there after all the unsuccessful attempts. Among them lay a skeleton, with the remains of skin green from decomposition. This dead man had killed Jeffrey along with him, and had in fact started the rebellion, albeit unwittingly. Lich stroked his skull almost fatherly, then wished them all rest in peace, and committed the bones to the flames before any more madmen could use them. At the same time, Han Sung-hyun was enjoying the simple pleasures of life, idleness, and delivering food. In passing, he became interested in the price of gold in their day and began to look for it. A gang of necromancer bandits had amassed a treasury of treasures over many years of plundering and murdering travelers, saving up their treasury just in case, making do with little. To assess the scale of the extraction, Han Song-han summoned Hans the First. The skeleton almost overturned the table with a clatter of bones at that very moment. He looked so creepy and frightening that Khan decided to immediately cancel the draft. The guy was breathing heavily after what he had experienced. He had time to think that he would die. Confused, he decided to first strengthen his main skill with karma points in order to summon Lich Hans again. The Lich's successes were valued at 400 points, so there were more than enough funds to improve the main skill. Leveling up his skill gave him more avatars, his mental strength increased, and the guy received the property of Serenity, which protected him from external irritants and mental attacks. This later came in very handy for him when he was sorting the necromancer's gold. Han Sung-hyun was no longer afraid to be near the self-propelled anatomical aid, meaning the Serenity skill was working, unlike the Mind Center, which was only intended for avatars. Each time he came across exactly the necessary skills, and this was a great success. Having taken a small part of the loot, Khan decided to go to the store and sell it. His flimsy bags were torn by the weight of the solar metal that has been driving people crazy for thousands of years. And not only in the world of Earth. The coins were blindingly shiny due to impurities, but the store still accepted the gold by weight. The deal was quick, and there was no need to dwell on it in detail, but Han Sung-hyun could now rival Bruce Wayne in the number of zeros in his account. Just in case, the guy hid Hans the First in his shadow. Thanks to his dark magic, this was possible. When you walk around with a treasure trove in your travel bag, a bodyguard clearly doesn't hurt. Just in case, he even put a mask on him and some kind of cape, so that there would be at least some disguise for the walking anatomy manual. Just when the guy thought that everything was okay and he was worrying for nothing, an explosion thundered behind him and the sound of breaking glass was heard. A jewelry store that had just completed the largest transaction in its history was completely destroyed. A couple of a werewolf and some kind of swindler also just committed their biggest robbery. They didn't even have time to put the gold in the safe. and they simply took it in the same heavy-duty bags that Khan brought it in. The two scoundrels were simply incredibly lucky. Having taken a large sum, they began the second part of the robbery, the actual escape with the loot, until the police arrived in response to the noise. Unfortunately, their escape route crossed the guy's path directly, and he froze in indecision. Cries of panic and horror were already heard everywhere. The awakened ones who used their abilities against ordinary people were called villains in the narrow sense. Of course, there were those who used their powers for good and to protect people, but they were not around. Khan immediately remembered the incident that left him crippled. A wolf's fist hit him in the jaw before the boy could say anything. The wound was not serious, and thanks to regeneration, he should soon recover, and the guards should soon track down the villain. Khan was overcome with fear. After all, he hadn't gone outside for 2 years, and now he was caught up in an incident again. He thought that he was powerless to change anything. Meanwhile, a couple of scoundrels had already managed to get far away, and they had every chance of remaining unpunished this time. Their goal was a portal through which they could easily escape to another world, where no one would find them. However, their accomplice, who was in charge of the portal, was unconscious. So the whole plan just went down the drain. The werewolf lifted the girl's head to understand what had happened to her and whether it was possible to bring her to her senses when the unknown enemy appeared. Before their eyes appeared a walking soup set, with a mask underneath which a bald skull must have grinned. It was hardly possible to attribute this horror to the guards. The skeleton waved his bony hand, and the criminals froze in place, raising their hands up as if a gun was pointed at them. Lich Hans bared his teeth. Unlike his original, he was not afraid of death, having already crossed its threshold. A group of 3 guards rushed to catch the robbers while they were still hot on their trail before they got away. The guards were part of an association of returning heroes, those chosen few who were lucky enough to survive, remain sane, and retain their moral integrity. However, when they turned the corner, an unexpected picture opened up before them. All the raiders were sleeping quietly and peacefully in comfortable positions. It was obvious that someone third had neutralized them all and had already disappeared. Since this someone could be in collusion with the offenders, the guards decided to continue the pursuit. But the black shadow of Lich Hans I was already sliding across the asphalt, returning to its original form. Han Sung-hyun stretched contentedly. He was glad that everything went without unnecessary casualties, and he could feel safe walking like this through the city streets. In a way, he even closed the gestalt by dealing with the criminals, even though Hans I did all the work. But they were the same original personality, and legally, the avatar was considered just an ability. After some time, it was time for Heinz II to go to a parallel world in search of adventure. The first settlement Heinz reached was a fortified medieval town. At least the nasty old necromancer didn't lie about this. A small town was discovered in the east after all. Heinz II was full of enthusiasm to begin his debut on this road of adventure and boldly entered the city gates. However, he immediately became wary. He saw no guards or people on the streets. The entire city looked deserted. No one had swept the streets for a long time. The shops stood abandoned. The first voices came from the narrow alley between the houses. They were clearly audible because there were no other sources of noise nearby. 2 scoundrels, who could easily have been mistaken for bandits, were talking rudely to a child dressed as a beggar. The child tearfully begged for more time. A shaved gangster with a tattoo of a grinning mouth on his neck told the child that he had 3 days to bring 2 silver coins, and there would be no second chance. The spectacle was so dull and stereotypical that Heinz II decided not to get involved in this scene of oppression. But the collision still happened, because the girl, up close it became clear that it was not a boy. It was just difficult to tell right away because of her age and thinness, nevertheless collided with him at the same moment when Heinz wanted to pass by. She immediately bowed obediently and began to ask for forgiveness, having learned from bitter experience that if you don't do this quickly, you can get into even more trouble. Then Heinz decided to use this plot script to his advantage, since he needed a guide in the city anyway. The girl was surprised when she was asked how well she knew the city. Heinz showed her the silver and asked for a favor that cost a couple of coppers. But apparently, he didn't know the local rates well, and he didn't have any other guides to bargain with. At the sight of such luxury, the hungry girl's eyes sparkled, and it was impossible not to feel sorry for her. After strolling through the deserted streets, she brought him to the best inn in the city. This bright child's name was Diana. Despite her poverty and unattractive appearance, she washed her face with ice-cold water every morning and kept her hands clean to appear neat. She was about 12 or 15 years old, and she also cared for her younger brother after the death of their parents. Paying the local tax was becoming increasingly difficult. But Diana didn't dare flee the city, as her brother was still too young for such a journey. Heinz handed her the fee and asked her to appear the following morning as soon as he woke up. For 2 silver coins a day, she promised to help him with his business and tell him all about the city. So the young hero could think he was doing a good deed, because the fee for his services was simply exorbitant, and he himself didn't yet realize how naive his thoughts were. The money paid to the girl wouldn't have reached her anyway, but would have gone to the local bandits who held the city in check. This could hardly be called a good deed, as it didn't solve the problem, but merely delayed the inevitable. In the middle of the night, Heinz woke up tired of tossing and turning on the hard bed and scratchy mattress, which must have been in a long time since it moved inside him, seeming as if its thousands of tiny bug-like legs would carry him away. Hearing loud sneezing and sniffling right under the window, the hero opened the shutters and saw Diana below. When she realized she had been noticed, she greeted him with a smile from ear to ear, causing Heinz to let out a cry of surprise. Later, they sat down to breakfast, and the hero asked the girl not to come so early, when the stars in the sky had not yet gone out, but somewhere closer to lunchtime. The child immediately agreed loudly, calling him uncle, although it was strange to hear such an address as the old man, Heinz believed, was still in the prime of life. But in the Middle Ages, maturity came earlier, and life was shorter. The petty thief had no regard for propriety and had already set her sights on his breakfast. Heinz ate without much appetite. Diana hid 1 loaf of bread in her bag for her brother and thanked him for the treat. The city was called Azanta, a small town in the west of the kingdom of Talia, Heinz later learned. From the outside, it was a very ordinary medieval city, the kind you would only see in fantasy novels where the artists don't know history. One symbol in the form of a grinning mouth was found everywhere on the city walls. Heinz took a closer look. The paint looked strange and unusual, and then Diana told him directly that it was blood. Having the consciousness of a modern man who is not accustomed to any horror, Heinz did not believe her and even sniffed. But Diana immediately showed her special talent and declared that yesterday the uncle ate venison soup, which was true. Possessing an excellent sense of smell, which was perhaps heightened by constant forced fasting, Diana could easily distinguish paint from dried blood. The symbol of the mouth itself, according to her, meant the sign of the Varkalak Guild, which marked its territory in this way. Suddenly, Diana stopped, so abruptly that Heinz collided with her. He asked her in surprise what was the matter, but the girl became wary like a dog that smelled a suspicious odor. The smell of freshly baked bread was what had stunned her, Diana quickly explained. Heinz began to mutter carelessly that she had eaten no more than an hour ago, and again began to talk about food. So he spent several days in the city, during which nothing special happened. But today, Diana was late for a meeting, which she had never allowed herself to do before. Instead, 2 big guys approached Heinz II, the same ones he had met when he first came to Azant, one with a shaved head and a scar on his face, the other with black hair and stubble on his face, without any special features. Since Heinz understood perfectly well what they wanted simply from their greedy glance, he decided to play along with the scoundrels and personally handed them a whole handful of silver. Heinz spoke as if he were some simpleton, happy to do his part to maintain public order, and the bandits were happy with that. On the neck of one of them was the same symbol of a mouth, which, as the hero now knew, was the sign of the guild. Earlier, Diana had honestly advised me not to even think about getting lost in the back alleys of the city, but rather to leave it immediately. She was very scared. Leaving Heinz, the big guys left, discussing along the way the brat they had to take on orders from above. Hearing that the bandits had seized the child, Heinz became wary, because Diana never showed up for the meeting. That's why he immediately and decisively called out to those 2 big guys, in a completely different voice. In such matters, it was important to proceed with caution, so that if anything happened, he could cancel his challenge, Heinz thought. But then, Diana finally arrived, and the hero was very surprised by her appearance. However, the big guys couldn't just leave once they were called, and they agreed to sort out the issue, scratching their fists. Then Heinz resorted to a still reliable method and asked if the money he had already given them was enough. In the end, he had to empty his entire purse of silver to avoid getting into trouble ahead of time. And for this, he scolded the unfortunate conductor for being so late. Heinz was ready to leave her without dinner today, as well as himself, but then Diana admitted that her younger brother was missing. Apparently, she had been looking for him all this time. Her brother felt better after he started eating again, but now Diana couldn't find him anywhere, and salty streams began to flow from her eyes. Now, the bandits' conversation acquired a clear context, and Heinz thought that perhaps they were talking about Diana's younger brother. When the hero shared his suspicions that it was Varkalak who took her brother, Diana's face was distorted with genuine horror. Unable to bear it, she fell to her knees, clutching her head, and Heinz hastened to console her, saying that he could help her buy out her brother if it was a matter of debt. But the girl did not listen to him. Her breathing became intermittent, and her speech was confused. "Aaron will die," she said, "because all they need is blood, and money will not help here." At this point, even the hero himself became wary, although he should have guessed earlier. "The whole city is just a living warehouse with skins of blood for vampires," Diana said in a faded voice. On a quiet moonlit night, a winged shadow landed on the ridge of a roof in a nearly ruined mountain village, more like a graveyard of bones. It looked as if the dead were clutching at a shard of the immortal king. Licking his long fangs, the vampire sighed in disappointment. He had thought of coming for the fragment himself when it was fully ripe, but wherever the one who stole it went, he left traces, and it wouldn't be difficult to find him. Not only the guild of bandit racketeers, but all the authorities in Azant were controlled by vampires. No one could escape the city and hope to survive, so everyone simply meekly waited their turn to be drained. Diana, like the others, tried her best day after day just to survive. The bitter tears that had accumulated over time flowed in an unstoppable stream. But all this turned out to be pointless and hopeless, because they would die anyway. Then Heinz grabbed her by both cheeks, almost hitting her, and told Diana to come to her senses. If what she said was true, they didn't have much time to save her brother. So Heinz asked where he might be. Diana didn't believe that they were really going to help her and even stopped crying. Going alone was dangerous, but the true just hero Heinz II told her not to worry, because he knew how to deal with such scoundrels. It didn't take long to find the bandits. They were already spending some of the money they'd taken from the hero in a nearby tavern over a game of cards, and were even enjoying the fact that they'd gotten their money without much effort. But the exciting redistribution of profits was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door, causing it to slam against the wall. The bandits recognized the simpleton who had recently appeared in the city and immediately relaxed. A tall, black-haired man with no distinguishing features patted Heinz familiarly on the head and introduced him to his accomplices. They burst into laughter, thinking the weakling had come again to part with his wallet, and even thought the guy had bribed the security guard at the entrance to the gambling house. But they didn't yet know that he was already leaning against the wall. Heinz was shorter than them, but he was not at all afraid of the bandits. He ordered them to tell him where they had put the child, and warned them that he would not ask a second time. Of course, no one heeded this warning. Instead, the giant only grew more enraged that some madman was contradicting them. The army bayonet knife with which Heinz II had arrived in this world gleamed in the light of the oil lamps. Before the big guy could do anything, he received the final answer to all his questions. The very last answer. The case was simple and obvious, and it was decided right there on the spot. The gang that fed their own townspeople to the ghouls for profit did not deserve to live. They were all guilty, and the just hero delivered his sentence and carried it out. Thus, he managed to significantly reduce the bandits' forces. But there were still 2 left, and the surprise factor of the attack had already passed. Relying on his vitality skill to supplement his regeneration, Heinz II charged forward with a knife in his hand. Such a reckless attack stunned the bandits, although there were 2 of them, but their opponent acted as if he was not at all worried about his life. The one in the bandana quickly dodged to the side and took advantage of the hero's wide swing, striking him in the open side. But he didn't expect his weapon to just hit something hard, and he left himself open to a blow. Heinz simply smashed his skull with the butt of his bayonet, squeezing it with a firm hand, and that was enough. Before setting out on his adventures, the hero managed to acquire a modern bulletproof vest, rated against bladed weapons, and the purchase was completely justified. Now he has only one enemy left. The bald-headed man with a scar on his face decided to take advantage of the hero's hesitation and attack him from behind. But Heinz had already foreseen this attack and put up a magical shield in front of him, which neutralized the blow. "Where did he even get magical tools from?" the bandit asked in amazement, receiving the same laconic answer as all his accomplices. The shield was far from the only artifact the just hero had. He kept several more on his belt. Having quickly dispatched the entire company of bandits like mobs, Heinz felt some disappointment, as he had not tested all of his weapons in battle. But the noise brought all the gang members running, who turned out to be sitting on the second floor. Armed with sticks, cleavers, and even a two-handed axe, they all furiously rushed at the guy who had started the massacre. But the numerical superiority did not help the bandits. One by one, Heinz put them all to sleep forever, and complained that this time fate had sent him too many opponents. One knife still left a shallow wound in the shoulder, and the hero pulled it out. There were so many enemies that he lost count. Fortunately, his wounds healed quickly, ruling out death from bleeding. One member of the gang was still breathing, and Heinz stepped on him with his boot and asked where the boy was, but the robber refused to answer. Instead of easing his death throes, he began to threaten the hero, saying that he would regret it. After all, their boss would soon show up, and then it would definitely be the end for him. Heinz took all the threats with indifference. In the end, it was all nothing more than the bravado of a pathetic bandit. The hero raised and then abruptly lowered his boot, wishing it to go to hell. After searching all the premises, Heinz found the room where the boy was being held and called him. He hid in horror further into the corner and began to beg for mercy. Then the hero approached Aaron and quietly said that it was his sister who had sent him to save her. At this time, while they were talking, a lone bat fluttered above the tavern, despite the broad daylight. Heinz was about to take the boy and quickly leave when there was a loud crash behind him, and an authoritative voice angrily asked who dared touch his food. A tall, pale man with long black hair and coal-like eyes, a typical vampire, appeared before the hero. The vampire asked if he belonged to the Oath of Disobedience. But then he assumed that the troublemaker must have invaded to save his brother, and out of stupidity, because he doesn't know what happens to those who stand in their way, Heinz shielded Aaron with his body and honestly admitted that he was just an ordinary traveler who had been unfairly robbed by local bandits, and that he had helped this boy by pure chance. "What a bore," the bloodsucker said coldly, and a red clot appeared in his hand. "Now they will die," said the vampire, and red streams gushed towards Heinz. He covered the boy with his body again and told him to run away, quickly. But he didn't have time. The wooden floor simply collapsed under him when the red liquid touched it. A terrible roar was heard, and the hero flew down. Having gotten up, the first thing he did was check the child's condition to understand how badly he was hurt. After that, he again told him to take advantage of the chance and run quickly. But then the vampire also landed on the first floor. He was amused by the slippery food. "A good warm-up before the meal," said the ghoul, and rushed at the guy again. The hero pushed the boy back and held out his knife. No matter what happened, he had to run without looking back, he ordered Aaron. The ghoul moved very quickly and immediately began to push back Heinz with lightning-fast swings. The vampire showed off his manicure, his long, cat-like claws looking deadly. Their length and striking force were enough to disarm Heinz and wound him in exposed areas of his body. Even the bulletproof vest couldn't withstand the blow. The difference in strength was too great. The ghoul licked his lips contentedly. He appreciated the strong physique of his victim and her ability to regenerate. He enjoyed playing with Heinz. It was impossible to just sit idly by, so the hero, overcoming the pain, swung his arm to strike. The vampire stopped this movement with his free hand, which was also armed with razor-sharp claws. "This is where pointless resistance ends," said the ghoul, and he was right. The hero has nothing left, almost nothing. Sharp fangs and chilling breath reached for his neck. Considering that the vampire was a man, it was even more disgusting. But Heinz II was a hero, and was created for heroic deeds. And if that didn't work out, then for a heroic death. A ring appeared in the guy's teeth. At that very moment, his entire body was engulfed in flames that quickly spread around. The ghoul panicked when the flames spread to his black clothes. The thing is that when they broke through the floor, several barrels of strong alcohol broke, and it was perfect for kindling for a large fire. Heinz immediately thought of how to use the magical artifact and removed it from his belt. Taking advantage of the ghoul's confusion, the hero pushed him right into a puddle of strong, distilled product. Seriously alarmed, the vampire slashed horizontally with his claws, and Heinz felt his body become twice as light. The ghoul immediately became happy and began to mock the pathetic little man. But even after becoming a half-husband, Heinz did not give in and hit the vampire with his head. It was not for nothing that the vampire himself praised him for his strong body and regenerative skills. They made the impossible possible. "The delicacy came out a little tough," growled the flaming hero Heinz II in anger. A look of surprise appeared on the vampire's pale gray face, and he cursed foully. As soon as the flames touched the alcohol vapors, the entire building blew up, thanks to the bottomless reserves of the bandits who loved to drink. Remember, kids, alcohol kills. Soon the fire engulfed neighboring buildings, so the fire became quite serious. Choking on the suffocating, acrid smoke that burned his lungs, Heinz waited for death. Thanks to his vitality, he lasted longer than all the others, but his body was not capable of more. At least he could congratulate himself on having honorably completed the mission of helping the unknown girl. Diana cried again, hugging her brother tightly, realizing that no one else would emerge from the burning building. Avatar Heinz II, the burning half-husband, had died, and would be reborn in 7 days, the system announced. A few days passed, life in the city suddenly returned, people took to the streets, and Diana again had a job shining shoes. After dismissing another gentleman, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, as she had been working quickly and diligently, when another customer approached her. Diana immediately smiled and asked him to take the high cleaner's chair. But as soon as she looked closely at the gentleman's face, she immediately beamed with happiness. She was incredibly happy to see Heinz alive again and threw herself into his chest before she could think of anything else. The hero gently patted her on the head and said proudly that he was not one of those who could die so easily. Of course, it was a lie. This time, Heinz II really did die. If Han Sung-hyun had waited a week to revive the Avatar, which meant almost 2 months local time, Diana would have definitely been nervous about it. So he created a third Avatar. It was decided to call him Heinz III, so that he would retain both his serial number and his connection to his deceased predecessor in his name. His general skills included acceleration. Heinz III hoped that Diana would not notice the substitution. After all, they looked like twin brothers. And it seems that his plan worked because the girl never doubted his true nature. In the end, they had one soul between them, and Heinz allowed them to stand there hugging for a while longer. Finally, Diana moved away and told him that he could no longer appear here because the vampires would look for him to take revenge. Heinz III asked the girl not to worry because he had already decided everything. With the immortal Lich King Hans I on his side, vampires will no longer be a problem. All that was needed was to hold out for 10 days until the interdimensional transmission. More time than he thought, but Heinz III felt quite careless, and in vain. The bat turned into a vampire, which flew through the window of his room and immediately grabbed its victim by the throat. A steel grip pinned him to the wall, and a chilling voice asked if this was his doing. This ghoul had followed his tracks from the forest, and there weren't many strangers in the city, so Heinz realized that he had been tracked down too quickly. The red coals of the eyes flashed when the monster said that this city was under their control. Heinz III could not move or give the slightest resistance. His affairs were bad. However, the vampire did not feel a drop of dark mana inside him, nor was there the scent of the murdered vampire viceroy. Realizing that the vampire had no evidence against him, Heinz III declared that he knew nothing and simply slept. Then the ghoul made his gentle bite on the neck. Slight dizziness usually weakens people's mental barriers. And then he repeated his question slowly and clearly, wiping his mouth. Under the influence of his magic, it was impossible to lie, and Heinz III felt like something was trying to take over his consciousness. This is how, for the second time, the Avatar ceased to be human, and Heinz III became a vampire. The legacy was received, there was little bloodshed, the system helpfully reported, but regeneration became normal. Was he really not involved in the vow of disobedience? Asked a voice that seemed to come straight from his head. The blood boiled in his veins, demanding submission to the higher vampire. And, succumbing to this pressure of power, Heinz the converted confirmed his non-involvement in the vow and was simply a traveler. More precisely, he pretended to obey because the center of the mind completely blocked any mental influences. The center of his mind acted like a kind of filter and constantly blocked the instinct of submission in his blood. Lord Virac sighed in disappointment, realizing that the search had reached a dead end, and ordered the new servant to follow him. Heinz Vampirus III chuckled quietly. It seemed that the infiltration of the bloodsuckers into the organization had begun successfully. A small mansion on the outskirts of the city served as something of a headquarters for the Varkalat Guild. As they entered, Heinz realized how large the ghoul organization was, and many servants immediately bowed to greet the High Lord. Others close to him looked askance at the new convert with disgust, considering him an unworthy scum. However, one of the vampires, on the contrary, was glad to see the newcomer and immediately grabbed him by the arm. Her name was Rosalitzia, and she spoke as if she were slightly cheerful. Heinz introduced himself, and then the vampiress kindly handed him a glass of wine, calling it a small blood. Of course, there was no wine in the glass, Heinz realized from the smell, but he decided to swallow it anyway to avoid suspicion. He immediately pulled away from the glass because even through the filter of his mind, he felt an irresistible thirst. He had to block out the taste and smell first before he could take a sip. Heinz thanked him for the drink and returned the empty glass. Rosalina praised him. She liked this converted one. If he were human, she would gladly drain him. Then the guy asked him to tell her about the small blood, and the vampire realized that he knew nothing about their ranks. Those of little blood were those who were equal to human knights, as opposed to those of pure blood, like Lord Virac, who was considered an aristocrat. The True Blood clan was considered royal, and they ruled over all vampires, above only those who possessed sacred, divine blood. The vampires called their prophet, and the one they had, to obey God. Lord Virac stepped forward and tapped his glass to get everyone's attention. Now that everyone was gathered, it was time to get down to business, he declared, raising the spoon to his throat. He told the others that the fragments of the immortal king had disappeared, and their whereabouts were unknown. Beside him, on the loggia, stood the charming pure-blood vampire Perita. On the other side stood the pure-blooded vampire Tiapol. A fragment of the immortal ruler could be traced all the way to the city and was possibly already inside. Heinz was extremely surprised by this because he knew perfectly well that the fragment stolen by Hans I was, in fact, now on Earth. It turned out the vampires had also been keeping an eye on the village where the Oath of Stumbling Necromancers had holed up for a long time. Now they were beginning a more extensive search, and each was assigned to check their own area. Despite the daylight, Heinz set out to search for the fragment with Rosalind. The sun was extremely oppressive to the vampires despite their attempts to protect themselves from its effects, but with even the pureblood Lady Perita out searching, they could not sit idly by. It was surprising that the fragments had disappeared, and moving those the vampires had brought with them had been pointless, Rosalind told him, languishing in the heat. Heinz was extremely surprised that vampires had their own, and he hastened to check with Rosalind whether she possessed one. The dark mages from the village planned to unite the legacy of the immortal king and wanted to make a deal with the ghouls. It was an incredible stroke of luck for Heinz, as he realized that one of the purebred ghouls was now guarding the other fragments of darkness. He grabbed Rosalind and demanded that she give him their location, which stunned her. But she only laughed playfully, ironically stating that someone like her could not possibly have such information. But the scout Diana knew the location of the fragments, which she said when she was fed dinner. Heinz was extremely surprised by this statement, but the girl repeated it, making it clear that she knew exactly where the fragments were. The guy even jumped up from his seat. It all sounded so unexpected, although quite a lot of time had passed since then, so Diana's information could be out of date. Last year, she kept the tomb clean, the girl said. Every Friday, members of the Varkalat Guild would come there to visit the stone chamber. But every time, a terrible, foul smell emanated from this room. Now Aaron understood why his sister had told him to stay away from the tomb. Heinz III thanked them for their help and said that he would be busy with the investigation, and ordered the children not to show themselves anywhere. The vampire wanted to leave, but then Diana grabbed his hand and said that he smelled different now. Heinz nodded and bared his long mandibles. Her keen sense of smell did not fail the girl again. And although she was immediately horrified, he promised her that there was nothing to worry about. But what if it gets even worse and more complicated, she asked uncertainly and looked down. After which she offered her blood free of charge for this occasion and resolutely extended her hand. She actually asked me not to drink it all at once and only to take a sip, since there wasn't much blood in the skinny teenager. Heinz hit the silly girl on the head so that stupid thoughts would no longer creep in there. After that, he simply asked to tell him where that very tomb was located. The place resembled something like a family crypt or a cemetery, and there was a deathly silence. Only occasionally was it broken by someone's screams. Inside the crypt, some young man was fighting with the last of his strength, holding a sword with his wounded hand. The ghoul beckoned him with his finger and offered to strike at least one blow, promising an easy death in this case. The desperate young man only gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, realizing that his situation was completely hopeless. In the end, he simply swung wide and rushed at his opponent without any evasions. But the ghoul only smirked, his hand turning red as he awakened the blood magic. The streams took the form of bundles and tied the young man like a strong rope. As soon as he was immobilized, the cords bit into his body, and the unfortunate youth instantly dried up, turning into a mummy. Like all the ghoul's previous victims, he died too quickly, so the bloodsucker got bored. After which he ordered the servants to clean up and bring someone stronger for the next sacrifice, which he performed over the stone sarcophagus. The servants obeyed and began to carry out the will of Lord Tiapao. But then one of them heard a strange sound, as if someone was knocking knuckles on a stone floor. There was never a shortage of bones in the cemetery. A dozen skeletons immediately grabbed the younger ghoul. After that, they poured into the tomb where Lord Tiapol stood. He immediately ordered his servants to deal with the undead, who suddenly stopped resting in their graves. But before the ghouls had time to run up, they disappeared from sight among the thorns of darkness. Some of them pierced Tiapol, and the upset bloodsucker asked, hissing, who he was, deciding that in front of him was a necromancer of the Oath of Disobedience. The vampire was clearly stunned that their hideout had become known. But the creepy skeleton remained silent. Only the cold lights danced in its empty eye sockets. More and more skeletons rose from his shadow and rushed towards the ghoul. Lord Tiapol released streams of blood magic again, realizing that their conversation would still end in raised tones. With a sharp swing, he began to crush the bones that came close to him. But Hans, the first immortal, was not at all afraid of this. He called upon new fighters to replace the fallen. Having transformed the skeleton's bones into spikes, Hans threw them at the vampire. The spell worked very quickly, and the hands of the dead grabbed Tiapol tightly, not allowing him to dodge. However, at the last second, he was saved by a younger vampire who had only recently joined their clan. He broke the bone spikes and covered him with his body. Tiapol praised Heinz, deciding that he must have been sent by Rosalind after learning of the ambush. Outside, the battle was also raging. The vampires were alarmed and were trying to deal with the undead. Tiapol ordered Heinz to help him deal with the lich who had come to visit them and was very strong. Someone had to call for reinforcements, he said, wanting to leave the battlefield, but then he felt a burning sensation in his neck. Tiapol was so confused that he did not immediately understand what exactly was happening. And when he tried to break free, the bonds of dark magic tied his hands, allowing the younger vampire to easily profit from Tiapol's pure blood. He was horrified by the idea that someone from their clan was working in cahoots with the lich. Before he died, he screamed that drinking the blood of a kinsman was a grave sin that destroyed the mind. But in the end, he suffered the same fate to which he had condemned so many unfortunate people. Heinz III wiped his mouth with his sleeve, feeling new strength rushing through his veins. Thanks to the filter, he did not lose control of his mind, and managed to inherit the blood magic from Tiapol. With this new power, he could break the blood barrier seal, but there was not enough time. Hans the Immortal gritted his teeth. It turns out that we need to act with brute force, Heinz III realized and grinned. The impact shook the entire tomb, and the explosion paved a new path to the surface, scattering debris and clods of earth everywhere. But the stone sarcophagus over which Lord Tiapol performed sacrifices cracked. Inside lay the second fragment of the immortal king, who fed on blood. The lich extended a bony hand. This power was his. Only he could properly assimilate it. The darkness immediately broke free and almost knocked him off his feet. Even the filter of the center of the mind was barely able to cut off all the negative thoughts contained in the fragment. To overcome this darkness, it was necessary to distribute the load among all the clone brothers. The three of them tried to harness this power, while other vampire lords arrived at the tomb. Lord Virak looked up at the sky, which was filled with a gray fog, in shock, and realized that he was too late. The darkness cleared, and he saw something that contained the blackest magic possible. The vampires immediately attacked him with their magic and released rays of goodness. The dark heart beat in the Lich's chest. Their magic did not cause him any harm. As soon as Hans the Immortal waved his hand, the first of the ghouls fell. Lord Virak froze in amazement again, staring at the silhouette of the necromancer. Before him stood an arch-lich, whose thin bones had thickened and sprouted spikes. The regenerative skill had transformed into a special form of immortality. He had inherited forbidden knowledge, the system informed him. Seeing the dance of death that broke out nearby, the horse under the rider wheezed with fear. A dark flame emanated from the direction where the long-suffering city of Azanta was located, the squire told his knight. Particles of darkness fell everywhere, and the servant coughed as soon as he inhaled them. The knight ordered the horses to be turned around. He already knew that this was not ordinary ashes, and he needed to quickly inform the saint about this. The black flames and coal dust were nothing more than signs of the immortal king's rebirth. The pitiful handful of vampires that remained in the cemetery completely lost their fighting spirit in the face of this nightmare. Thus, they became the first witnesses of the ascension of the immortal king. Hans I became an arch-lich. Possessing 2 of the 3 fragments of the king, his rank grew, and the amount of dark energy became immeasurable. Until the source was destroyed, the lich would be eternally reborn. The essence's traits of evil wisdom and forbidden knowledge combined, and the lich gained an unconditional understanding of black magic. With a wave of his bony hand, he summoned Malcolm's staff, and now Hans knew all the secrets. The first thing he did was cover the handful of confused bloodsuckers with a veil of darkness. Lord Virak sensed danger, but did not understand what his enemy had planned. His servant whispered anxiously that it was better to run while there was still a chance. But before he could finish speaking, his words were lost in the darkness, and he himself disappeared into the fog. The darkness gained density and form and reached out to Lord Virak himself, and then he realized that there was nowhere to run. Black spikes pierced the vampire's body from all sides, as if he were hugging an old hedgehog friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Lord Virak felt a tightness in his chest and groaned a little. He was definitely a purebred vampire if he wasn't dead yet. However, now he was nothing more than just a wineskin with blood that needed to be taken away. Now the vampire understood what power was hidden in just one fragment of the immortal ruler. What he didn't understand was how one mind could endure so much darkness without going mad. He simply wasn't alone, a voice from the darkness answered him, and Lord Virak felt a gentle, returning bite on his neck. Heinz III has already absorbed the second purebred vampire, and also the one who turned him. The conditions for the entity's growth were met, and Heinz dressed up as a purebred vampire. As they thought, you can become stronger by devouring other vampires. And this was great news, because the madness could be shared among all the avatars. The remnants of the vampire clan gathered around Lady Peretta in the forest, and Rosalind also arrived there. Everyone was depressed by the chaos that had occurred. They already knew that Lord Virak had been defeated, which meant their enemy was unusually strong. Lady Pirata rubbed the black ash with her pale fingers. Clear evidence of the immortal king's rebirth, not to be underestimated. Before the sun rose, they had to return to the main base and request reinforcements, Lady Pirate ordered. Panic also broke out among the former servants of the vampires. Many simply fled as soon as they learned of Lord Virak's fall. Their entire organization was based on force. "They can't be trusted," the fugitive blurted out indignantly when he felt icy, bony hands grabbing him. Hans the Immortal glided through the city like a black shadow, clearing it of the dregs of the Varkalat Guild. Heinz III left the city with the merchants, taking his children Diana and Aaron with him. Covered with a thick, dark cloak and hiding in the shadows, he prepared for them the most delicious meat of their lives. The children were overjoyed. For the first time, they were eating their fill, and such food. The sight of their happy faces helped him overcome the pain of the sun's rays, and they chatted merrily while sitting by the fire. Once the dangers were behind them, the children quickly came to their senses, leaving all their hardships behind. Diana's uncle owned a shop in East Laplace, so Heinz III intended to take them there. Although the girl was worried that her uncle would not be very happy with the relatives that had suddenly fallen on his head. The higher vampire told them not to worry. After all, in case of failure, he could easily provide for the orphans himself. He was even sad to part with them. It had been so long since their original had felt something like this. Living in this world through the minds of his alter egos, he was gradually changing. Diana mistook his thoughtful look for something else, thinking that Heinz was struggling with thirst, and asked how he was. But the vampire said not to worry about it because he had recently eaten his fill, having taken the power of all the vampires that remained in the city. At the same time, Hans the Immortal turned the corpses of vampires into undead, so they developed a waste-free recycling system. Thanks to the Archlich's new skills, Hans could open up an infinite subspace where all the corpses could be hidden. With such abilities, he even thought about opening this subspace on Earth. However, someone then collected a drop of blood from the air, which quickly gathered into a dense whirlwind. The spell struck the Archlich straight in the bony chest and passed through. How dare he vacation in their city, so brazenly underestimating the power of vampires? Asked a commanding, childish voice. His name was Ovor Varkalak, and he too was a purebred vampire, but for some reason he immediately mistook the Lich for a servant of the Oath of Disobedience. Hans the Immortal did not try to justify himself. This delusion played into his hands. Pinned to the ground by the spell, he bowed his head. But this turned out to be only a test. Over already knew that the Vow of Disobedience's refuge had been destroyed, meaning the Lich had stolen the fragment and escaped. A red scythe of terrifying appearance appeared in the hand of the higher vampire. Possessing the body of a child, this offspring of the ghoul race was very fast. With one swing, he chopped the Lich's pitiful bones with his scythe and nearly killed him. However, the Lich quickly recovered. Only his shadow was affected. However, for Hans the Immortal, the purebred vampire posed a great threat. He staggered back, but unexpectedly came across a thick red barrier. The vampire foresaw that the Lich, weak in physical attacks, would try to escape and set a trap in advance. Hans tested the barrier for strength and realized that he could break through it if he tried, but it took time to get used to the new power. The vampire's blood took the form of raking hands, and they reached out to the Lich. Realizing that there was no other way out, Hans again told the vampire that he belonged to the Oath of Disobedience. Now he was retreating, but next time he would definitely come back for him, the Lich said, and the blue light of the portal surrounded him. Like a true villain, he had to make a dramatic exit at the very last moment. It wasn't difficult, just recalling the avatar at the right moment to avoid being killed, although this function isn't often used. As soon as the Lich slipped away, the vampires felt disappointed and cursed angrily. They did not understand anything of what the enemy told them at the end. Lord Ovor was also extremely stunned that his barrier had been escaped. Suddenly, one of his subordinates received an arrow to the back of the head and fell backwards. Regular arrows don't work on vampires, but the silver ones used by paladins are quite dangerous for them. From the ruined roof of the tomb, a servant shouted to the Lord that they were in trouble. People were approaching them under the flag of the Order of Paladins of the Church of the Supreme God. The warriors, covered in armor from head to toe and adorned with crosses on their armor, galloped towards them at full speed. Lord Ovor cursed again. Not only had the damned Lich escaped, but he'd also brought such trouble upon them. It seemed this whole dirty plan had been his from the start. The Lich had lingered in the city to attract the vampires and their enemies. Upon his return, Han Sung-hyun congratulated Hans the Immortal on his return. After all, the review was a kind of cheat code, they agreed. Later, they practiced uttering beautiful, pompous phrases, or rather, the Lich practiced. Han Sung-hyun was simply burning with Spanish shame, because so far, everything sounded too crude and formulaic. I would have liked to hear something more believable and cool, but dialogue has always been his weak point. Now he was afraid that in another world, he would be considered untalented and would be ridiculed. On the other hand, Khan had something to be proud of. He possessed a power comparable to divine, transcendental, because it violated the usual logic of the world. The Lich listened to him attentively, looking through the theatrical mask while holding his head in his hands. Then the guy decided that it would be great to be not only a villain, but also a real hero. After which, I went to check my karma, because this way I could continue experimenting with my characters. He called up the status and looked inside with good expectations. However, reality exceeded any of his wishes, and the guy's face lengthened in amazement. Just recently, he'd spent all his points on upgrading, and now he'd received another 700,000, a huge amount, as ordinary time travelers spend years earning points. Perhaps the fact that Hans had thoroughly enraged both vampires and humans by affecting large organizations played a significant role. Improving a special skill cost only 300,000 points, so Han Sung-hyun chose it. His avatar limit had increased again, which was good news. Perhaps some skills had changed, the guy thought. And indeed, the system informed him that he now had a special persona skill. However, when he began to study the description of this skill, he was again surprised. This skill used the avatar as a vessel for emotions. So the system gave him the skill he needed again. It seems like there was one fixed and optimal build in this game. Han Sung-hyun has already established connections with the inhabitants of another world. He also defeated powerful enemies in his various guises. And without leaving his couch, the system actually made him a couch god. He was an ordinary guy who had been locked up at home for 2 years. The trip to another world had amused him, but now Khan realized that he had remained a recluse. The reality he had been avoiding all along was right under his nose. The loneliness and anger he had been suppressing, along with other emotions that had been building up inside. Emotions now became a force, and Khan ordered the Lich to place all the sadness and loneliness into the vessel. The feelings took shape and became a black force, similar to that wielded by the Lich. Having done this, Khan felt a certain relief. He hadn't shed the burden of the past, he'd simply put away what he'd previously carried around his neck. In other words, the persona skill acted as personal therapy. But then the guy wondered how Hans the Immortal would feel if he accepted this pain. The Lich raised a bony fist and told the original not to worry about such trifles. Pain and despair were the eternal companions of one who had already known death once. The Khan's mouth dropped open in surprise. His words were full of pathos as before, but now they sounded much more convincing, as if the level of Hans the Immortal's acting had increased. The avatar, overwhelmed with emotion, played its role better and more easily displayed its character traits. The Lich gave a mock laugh, his jaw clicking. Khan wanted to say something else, but the booming echo of the explosion interrupted their conversation. He turned around in surprise in the direction of the sound and walked to the window. A column of black smoke rose nearby. Perhaps this explosion was the work of villains. They have been appearing more frequently lately. Who cares, Khan tried to reassure himself. The Guardians were dealing with the villains anyway, and he didn't feel any immediate threat to himself like last time. Is it necessary to have a reason to fight evil? Hans the Deathless asked him coldly. His eyes glittered like ice from their empty sockets. His voice sounded indifferent, but Khan felt a shadow of condemnation. Overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions, the boy realized he'd been running away from his problems, and that it had become a habit. He wanted revenge on those who had orphaned and disabled him, but lacking confidence, he made up excuses. The world order has been shaken, and criminals now rule the roost. This city needs a new hero, one who will bring justice under his guise, said Hans the Immortal. If there is no law in the world, he will become this law. If there is no order, then his order will be. With these words, the Lich transformed into a people's avenger. As a clot of darkness, he rushed into the sky, driven by emotions that were new to him. Guards had already gathered at the scene. This was the umpteenth terrorist attack, but they had not yet caught the perpetrator and were waiting for reinforcements. The villains had their own organization, Hans the Immortal realized, but they did not have long to live. He summoned with dark magic the eyes that acted as spies for the observers, and he sent these creatures on the trail of criminals. In addition to sight, they also had hearing. A couple of hooligans caught some weakling and made fun of him together in a dark alley. They enjoyed scaring their victims to death with their dangerous antics. The spies saw all the sinners of the city, a drunk man who beat a woman and her child. Each one was watched invisibly by the ghostly messenger of the immortal Hans. He also saw petty thieves who robbed grocery stores. None of them suspected that they were being followed. Hans the Immortal has seen everyone and everything, and no one will escape his justice. The punishment for violating the order will be fear, similar to what he himself once experienced. Only the thought of the inevitability of punishment can keep people from committing crimes. Thus, the omnipresent and all-seeing immortal king embodied Themis herself. He could intervene at any time, anywhere in the city, and stop the attacker. "I am inevitability itself," Hans recalled the famous phrase. "All the seeds of evil will remember this day, and if they dare to sprout again, he will come to uproot them." Thus, Hans the Immortal made his presence known, making it clear that he would not give them a second chance. For the villains, the city under his influence was filled with fear. For their victims, he was salvation. This kind of practice was a good help in getting used to new abilities. But Hans wanted more, and the number of his spies and observers increased. Someone would condemn him for such interference in private life and lynching. He intended to solve the crime problem in the city in one fell swoop, and sent his spies in all directions. The Lich worked tirelessly all night long. As an immortal, he did not know what it was, but in his soul, he had a pleasant feeling of a job well done. The Eye of Darkness he used was a useful skill, but it had its limitations, as its power would weaken and disappear when exposed to light. Hans couldn't flood the city with undead without frightening all the inhabitants, but during the day, he wasn't such an effective fighter against evil. Even the pigeons did not respect the immortal sorcerer during the day. Having carried out a targeted bombing, the Lich promised to turn them into his servants in return. But then a good guess struck Hans. Pigeons were flying in the sky, and no one was paying attention to them. They were ideal for the role of aerial drones and provided objective control. Many sorcerers used familiars. Enslavement magic allowed them to take control of animals. However, this trick didn't work with the pigeons. They still treated the immortal king like a statue in a park, with no respect. The Lich spent more than one day in another world to solve this problem, taking advantage of the difference in the speed of time. He tried to create a familiar that looked like a living one, but at the same time, so that it could infect others. But then, the usual appearance disappeared. It was difficult to combine such contradictory effects. He needed to create an infectious enslavement magic. And Hans conducted many experiments. Now he understood why programming was such a big job. Having poured his power into the cat, he began to wait for the magic to take effect. The result was not long in coming. The cat clearly mutated and acquired aggressive traits, even tearing the metal bars of his cage. After 3 weeks of experiments, the Lich still has not achieved the desired result. There was only one subject left, and the pigeon hiccuped in fear in its cage when Hans looked at it. The bird beat its wings furiously, fighting for its life, as the Lich pulled it from the cage. Having adjusted the amount and balance of magical forces again, Hans used the contagious magic of enslavement. After finishing, he sighed with relief. At least the bird hadn't been torn to shreds in the first seconds, as in previous attempts. Feeling freedom, the dove suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. This time the familiar looked normal, almost no different from the other pigeons. Having calmed down, the bird sat down to peck at the grain, next to a flock of its relatives, and they did not fly away. Gradually, the magic spread like a plague to the other pigeons, their eyes turning red, a sure sign that they too were now subject to the will of the master. The infected became his eyes and ears, and in time they could cover the entire world, creating a nearly perfect surveillance network. Delighted with this success, the Lich sent the birds to work, flying forward to look for his enemies. Meanwhile, the knights and paladins were doing much the same thing. They were looking for evil on their own. The man ran his hand across the ground, not only reading the tracks, but as if sensing what had happened there. In a vision, he saw an immortal king who called himself Hans out of an oath of disobedience. The archbishop was deep in thought, his face still gloomy, when Sir Knight Taskin approached him. The knight reported that they had captured and interrogated several vampires, and it appeared that they were not allies of the descendants of the immortal king, Sir Taskin found out. The bishop was not satisfied with this answer. More evidence needed to be collected, he said discontentedly, because while they were trailing in his footsteps, the immortal king was gaining power. Here the cross on the bishop's neck trembled and filled with light. Laetius took it as if for prayer and turned to her lordship. Saint Rystar contacted him to inform him that she had noticed the presence of an immortal king high in the mountains, in a cave to the northwest, she said. The bishop thanked her for her help and humbly promised to live up to the expectations placed on him. The entrance to the cave was not difficult to find, although it was overgrown with dense bushes. In its depths sat Hans the Immortal, intently checking the work of his familiars, who were supposed to inform him of approaching monsters. The Lich looked at the world through their eyes and quickly realized that something was wrong. The ground familiars acted as if they were running away, but if they encountered a monster, they were supposed to inform their master. Hans soon resolved this contradiction. The people were not monsters, but the squadron of galloping horsemen had given the field mice a good fright. In such a remote area, people couldn't just appear out of nowhere, and Lich realized that they had come for his soul. Looking at the cave entrance from the air, Hans discovered it was already blocked by knights, their troops scattered throughout the forest to prevent him from breaking through if necessary. Remarkably, the knights had managed to conceal their strength and approach undetected. Suddenly, the connection with the drone pigeon was lost. An archer from the human squad shot it with an arrow, and Bishop Latium shouted loudly to the immortal king that the pathetic tricks would not work. When Hans the Immortal went out to greet the uninvited guests, Sir Taskin blocked his path, declaring that no evil could escape the sign of the saint. His sword filled with electrified magic, the knight was very confident and trusted in divine justice, calling on the Lich to surrender. Hans recognized the golden cross emblem that was on the armor of all the knights. He also knew that divine power was opposed to his darkness, which meant they were dangerous enemies. The necromancers raised their hands and asked how the church ministers managed to find him here. But instead of verbal negotiations, Sir Taskin preferred dialogue with swords, and attacked first. His blow brought Hans down on his knee, and the knight proudly declared that he had not given him the right to speak. "No one can deceive him with peaceful speeches," said the adamant warrior paladin. Then the Lich realized that it would be impossible to come to an agreement with the fanatics. They would never believe his words, simply because he was evil by birth. Hans decided to pretend to attack, but he wanted to quickly run away. He didn't want to fight with people. However, it turned out that the paladin was ready for such a trick. After all, he had seen a lot of battles. A divine light appeared in his hand, and the sword pierced the Lich's empty, bony chest. "Can the desire to punish evildoers be considered a crime?" the Lich asked the knight indifferently. But the knight again ordered him to be silent. Anyone who knew forbidden power was evil, in his opinion. "So the dead man is just one of them," Taskin said, and swung his fist of light. The Lich gathered darkness in his hand. He did not agree with such straightforward logic of the fanatic. However, the light quickly dispersed the clot of darkness in his hand, leaving Hans unprotected. The price he paid was a fist to the jaw. Even though he had no pain receptors, the situation was still unpleasant. Something unpleasant was interfering with his magic. The monks surrounded the gorge and began to sing a hymn. The words and sound of the hymn had the most negative effect on the Lich. He felt himself weakening. It seems that people have retained their skills in fighting necromancers and the undead after past wars. He could have simply killed everyone, but Hans the Immortal had no intention of becoming a villain. He dreamed of a just world. Taking advantage of his weakness, Sir Taskin pierced him with his sword again and pinned him to the ground. "This is their chance," he shouted to everyone else, "to go all out." The holy power burned his essence from within, and the singing did not allow him to gather dark magic. Things were not going very well for the Lich. The prayer of the saints took the form of chains that rushed towards him. When he was tied with a burning chain, Hans the Immortal realized that he had been too careless. Now he hung limply from the chains, as if he had been crucified, a couple of meters above the ground. There was no fighting, no running because of the chains. The end was near, and Hans desperately tried to figure out how to save himself. "Nice try to catch him," the Lich said coldly to Sir Tuscan. "Not a single evil has escaped from these chains," the knight answered him contentedly, and suggested that the dead man stop resisting. But in response, Hans the Immortal only laughed, clicking his jaws. "It's a pity we couldn't come to an agreement," the Lich said coldly, and he was surrounded by dark power again. He said goodbye to the church footman and wished him luck next time, but today it was time to part. Sir Tuscan didn't know what the enemy was planning, but he immediately summoned a spear of light and lightning to himself. He threw it straight at the bound enemy, filled with contempt and fanatical faith. But Hans only grinned with the mask on his bare skull, no matter how strong the chains that bound him. After all, he was the hypostasis of a god and could return home at any moment. When the lich disappeared, the spear simply passed right through the place where he had just been. Sir Tuscan was extremely stunned by the fact that the enemy literally jumped out from under their noses, which meant he was completely elusive to their methods. Meanwhile, the surviving Hans the Immortal returned to the original world. Han Sung-hyun, who was watching everything through their communication channel, was also worried. People had forced him to use extreme measures, and that was a problem. He had too many enemies. Wherever he went, there was chaos, the dead, the damned, vampires, and paladins who hunted them down in droves. The Oath of Defiance shadow faction was quite large and influential. The vampire clan formed its own independent network, subjugating bandits and others. The Order of Paladins spanned the entire continent and was the most powerful organization. Then an idea came to Khan, and he shuddered with excitement. It seems he understood the reason why he had earned so much karma until today, and went to check his guesses. It wasn't just like that. The whole point was that Hans the Immortal attracted the villains of the entire continent of another world. However, the guy decided to put these thoughts aside, leaving them for later. Now it was important to focus on current tasks. At night, it was time to reap the fruits of long research, and Hans the Immortal fed the stray cats. The principle was simple. A controlled entity spread black magic to them, infecting all cats that came into contact with each other. And since cats are almost everywhere, they all became reliable servants of the Immortal Lich. Each cat had a territory that it patrolled, thus creating a kind of network of observers. Soon, Hans received the first signal. The system worked very quickly. The unfortunate girl became the victim of a villain's attack and pitifully begged for mercy. A passerby passed by, and the girl began asking him to call for help quickly. However, the bespectacled man simply walked past, not wanting to get involved in other people's problems. Apparently, he didn't have a drop of civic consciousness. The ugly maniac grabbed the girl by the hair and said in a satisfied voice that she could scream as much as she wanted. It turned out the room was covered with a noise-absorbing spell. Moreover, no one could see them in this place because of his ability, so the criminal enjoyed her helplessness. He grinned carnivorously and was already swinging the knife in her direction. However, the worst did not happen. The masked hero by night, the billionaire by day, broke through the ceiling and the maniac's barrier. Immortal Hans didn't care about sound suppression and invisibility. These abilities did not work on him, and he promised the villain that his crimes were over. The criminal grabbed the hostage and used her as cover from the unexpected attacker. He panicked because he was exposed. Like all pathetic individuals who fed on the fear of others, he himself was a coward. But threats did not work. Suddenly, the criminal realized that he could not move. With the help of his powers, Hans the Immortal freed the hostage, and the criminal realized with horror that he was facing a returnee. Fear gave him new strength and was replaced by rage, since someone dared to take his prey. Overcome by anger, the criminal attacked the Immortal King with a knife, but his hand was again intercepted by a dense cord made of darkness. The investigation was short. The criminal was caught red-handed, and he probably had other victims on his count. Hans shut his mouth and touched his head, wanting to check for himself what the man had done. This spell was called the Cry of the Dead, and in an instant the necromancer penetrated the thoughts of the villain. He saw all his victims and his entire vicious nature, and there was no need to look further. The verdict is guilty, Hans the Immortal said briefly, in a chilling voice, and pressed his finger into his skull. It was a merciful execution, a direct brain injury without unnecessary pain. The criminal let out a death cry and went straight to hell. Even death is merciful to him, said the Immortal King. In any case, he had no intention of letting the murderer lie peacefully in his grave. To control the city, the undead were needed. For his own purposes, the Lich invented a new spell that deprived the body of blood and transformed it into a pumped-up undead, a ghast. The ghoul was immediately sent to storage. It could be useful in the future. As for the rescued girl, Hans entrusted her care to emergency services by calling them. This case became very high profile and attracted a lot of attention from the city's citizens. Investigation team leader Park Han-chul from the Special Capabilities Bureau examined the crime scene. After checking the available CCTV footage, it was determined that the perpetrator was a serial killer who had long been sought to be caught. It's clear that the man who dealt with the maniac was also a returnee from another world. The killer's body was never found, but investigators did find traces of blood and evidence of the use of a huge amount of dark force. The junior investigator was pleased that at least in this horrific case, the real culprit was dead. But Park Han-chol gave him a stern look. There is nothing more dangerous than power in the hands of an idealist who intends to change the world, said the seasoned investigator, pointing to the message left by Hans the Immortal. Another fanatic appeared in the city who personally carried out executions, and he was an extreme danger to society. So Investigator Pack really wanted to see his face and catch this bird by the tail, but he didn't even realize that he was being watched at that very moment. The Association of Returned Citizens had its office in the city center and occupied an entire skyscraper. A female employee dressed in a formal business suit entered one of the many offices. She walked up to the table, which was covered with piles of papers, and told a certain Yoon Ji-yoon to wake up. They had important business, she said, and the disturbed employee with difficulty tore away his sleepy face, which had long since taken the shape of a table. Having difficulty coming to his senses, Yoon Ji-yoon asked what had happened, and it turned out that the Special Opportunities Bureau had sent them a request for cooperation. The Bureau believes that the recent robbery of a jewelry store, where the criminals were detained, was somehow connected to the recent murder. The Dark Mage, who wore a mask and a thick dark cloak, gave everyone no peace. Yoon Ju-yoon leaned back lazily in his chair, declaring that the public safety situation was already difficult, so he almost sent the case to that guy. But the secretary angrily reprimanded him. She didn't trust that guy, considering him a murderer and a criminal. Yoon Ji-yoon was also indignant. The evil dog could be tamed to work for them. That guy could join them as a guardian, Yoon stated confidently. But the secretary told him to shut up and not to talk nonsense, no matter how busy he was with work. And out of indignation, Yoon again scattered all the papers on the table. Han Sung-hyun stretched contentedly as he stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. He was clearly enjoying eliminating villains. He punished ordinary bandits with the curse of terror, which was a kind of manifestation of mercy. But his main goal remained the organization of villains, which created the main chaos. Now that affairs at home were more or less settled, and citizens slept peacefully at night, it was possible to turn their attention to the other world. Meanwhile, Heinz III Pureblood, together with Diana and Aaron, reached their goal. Contrary to expectations, the children's uncle was incredibly happy to see his relatives. He couldn't believe that he saw them alive, and that they were able to overcome such a long journey. Heinz was glad that his charge's uncle turned out to be a good man. If the man had behaved suspiciously, he might have had to resort to threats, but fortunately, this did not happen. The man sincerely thanked Heinz for bringing him his nephews. Diana also succumbed to the moment and began to thank him in tears. She hugged tightly the vampire who had looked after her for so long. Heinz promised that they would not be separated forever and that he would visit them occasionally. Diana was worried that her savior had changed so much during their acquaintance, but she was reassured by the fact that she knew he was a good person. Heinz was surprised by her words and thought that perhaps the effect of the persona skill had already taken effect on him. Hans the Immortal became a concentration of negative emotions. He craved recognition, wanted to attract attention to himself, hence his love for theatrical gestures. Heinz III Pureblood was focused on intrigue and lies, and he had a calm and stable character. Diana pulled away from her savior and asked him where he was going now. Heinz replied thoughtfully that he was going on a sort of pilgrimage, and that his route lay in Talaria, the capital of the Kingdom of Talaya. This was the only reason why he came to this developed and large city. This city was sacred, and the largest church of the goddess in the whole world was located here. After walking through the streets, Heinz hoped that there was no one following him. Here he summoned Henlik IV, his new avatar, who was to infiltrate human society. It was nice to be reincarnated as a human being again and start a new story, as Henlik's previous incarnations had common features: a center of reason, a persona, regeneration, calmness. His unique trait was the warrior spirit, which granted additional bonuses to experience and skills acquired during training and in battle. That is, the typical bonus of a true hero. Heinz Pureblood handed over his things to his brother. Walking around the capital of the Holy Faith in the guise of a vampire was problematic. Henlik took a tight purse filled with gold, which should significantly reduce the difficulties of the journey, and headed to the guild. Gold opened any door, even the most impregnable fortresses, and this time, it was the same. Having donated a substantial sum to the goddess, Henlik quickly gained recognition in human society. He expressed a desire to serve the goddess and become her paladin to carry out her will. Until now, his avatars were the undead, the dark mage, and the vampire. All of them were creatures of darkness by nature. So this time I wanted to play as a paladin of light, a hero who would be adored by everyone in human society. The man who accepted the young man's donation slammed his fist on the table so hard that the sound of coins could be heard. The cross on his cassock marked him as an instructor in the Order of Paladins. The warrior took a liking to such a warm-hearted young man and promised to train him. The old servant hastened to object to Sir Marco, saying that it was impossible to simply buy a place in such an honorable order of paladins which they served. But the paladin only grinned and told the scribe not to worry about such trifles. Anyone with a dark soul or whose intentions are not pure will still not endure the training required to become a paladin, and the boy was still only a rookie. Henlik smiled contentedly, confirming Sir Marco's words. He was ready for the test. More precisely, I thought I was ready, but pretty soon I was already exhausted from thirst and fatigue. The paladin's training was in keeping with the order's glory and power. They selected the best to be always fully armed. A heavy steel ball filled with sand descended on a thick chain from above, and Henlik tried to hold it. It's been a month since these hellish training sessions began, and 100 sweats have come off him. At first, he thought the order was incredibly cool, but on the inside, it turned out to be a society of men obsessed with masculinity, devoting themselves to training all day long. There were always strict mentors nearby who reminded me of the importance of continuous prayer during the self-torture with heavy weights. New recruits were required to recite the Codex's prayers over and over again, and to endure pain with them. The order believed this strengthened their spirit and body. Thus, they glorified the goddess and groaned from the tension, accompanied by the loud shouts of the instructors. Prayer was the answer to all the calls of weakness from the body, pain, fatigue, thirst, or hunger. Fanatics of faith accumulated divine power in this way. Only by overcoming harsh training conditions could such faith be obtained, and Henlik IV recognized this method as effective. The warrior monks constantly supported the new recruits by stroking them with spiked clubs. In the hands of experienced instructors, steel broke like glass. But at the same time, it was extremely strange to be on the site for days with men constantly shouting and praising the goddess. One of the senior mentors praised the new recruit that Sir Marco brought in. The guy looked like he was no simpleton. Even without baptism, he lifted heavy weights. His shoulders and back became incredibly strong, and it was hard to imagine what he would become after the rite. Feeling the intense gazes on him, Henlik shuddered. He was still unaccustomed to the order members' peculiar way of thinking. Time flew by, and now 3 months have passed since he became a new recruit of the order. Without the warrior spirit and regeneration, he would have long ago exhausted his body and broken down. During this time, his body became stronger and his endurance improved. The future paladin could boast of enviable abs. Having barely finished his leg workout, the guy felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Sir Marco immediately suggested doing a few warm-up sets for the chest. On such a beautiful day, one couldn't skip back day, said another instructor, and began posing like a real bodybuilder. Henlik no longer knew what exactly these knights worshipped. It looked more like a cult of the body. Henlik was languishing from the boredom of endless routine training, but the senior knights also invited him to join them every day for an intensive training program. He and another recruit sat down to rest when he saw an excited crowd greeting someone. The great Archbishop of Latium and Sir Knight Tuscan were returning to the city after their not entirely successful expedition. But here they were revered figures. The boy next to Henlik was amazed at how quickly the great warriors returned from their campaign with the Crusaders. But Henlik recognized them for another reason. Tuscan was the same paladin who tickled Hans the Deathless's ribs and almost caught him. So all this time, the paladins had been searching for traces of the immortal king, Henlik realized. Later, the time came for the baptism of the most worthy recruits, and for this they were brought and gathered in the church. Due to special circumstances, the order's ministers had to conduct the ceremony earlier than scheduled, and they asked for understanding. The priest unrolled a long list and ordered the recruits who heard their names to come forward. According to Henlik's friend, the ritual was performed once every 6 months, so it really was a noticeable acceleration. It was not difficult to guess that the revival of the immortal king had alarmed the paladins. They were in a hurry to strengthen their power and obtain fresh reinforcements, sacrificing their training. In any case, this was great news for Henlik, as he could shorten his ascent time. Moreover, I wanted to test a new application of the skills of the persona and the center of the mind. The first to go to the altar was new recruit Max Veroin, who knelt down. The high priest asked him if he was ready to serve the goddess all his life and live as a paladin, and the novice loudly answered that he was ready. Those who undergo the baptismal rite transfer all their mana to the goddess. Because of this, they can no longer use magic, but in return, she bestows blessings and immense sacred power. Each novice receives a different degree of this blessing, which comes from the goddess of light. And the main criterion for selection was the purity of faith. The less doubt there was in it, the more sincere it was, the stronger the paladin became. After Max, it was Henlik's turn, and he was called to the altar. He himself was now surprised at his desire to become a paladin with such conditions. Until this day, the center of the mind served as a filter and a barrier, protecting both the avatars themselves and the mind of the original from penetration. But this skill could also be used in the opposite direction. Through the persona, Han Sung-hyun intended to convey to Henlik something resembling sincere faith. At the priest's command, he poured all his mana into the goddess's altar. Afterwards, using the center of his mind as a filter, he erased all doubt and mistrust from his consciousness. Thus, his mana and faith would become crystal clear, like those of a hermit monk. To fully absorb the blessing to its maximum potential, all the spiritual power of the avatars gathered in Henlik. His eyes sparkled with an unbending spirit that knew no weakness. The amount of sacred power was so great that it burst forth as a stream of light. A dense beam of light fell on the altar and blinded everyone who was watching the ceremony. It looked as if the goddess herself had descended from the heavens. The novices and veterans of the order stared up in amazement, trying to discern the source of the light, and saw how the sacred power filled the entire statue. The high priest placed his hand on Henlik's shoulder, now addressing him as Lord. Having barely received baptism, the new recruit had already reached the level of an experienced priest. Such deep faith shocked the priest. He wished the guy to work hard and become even stronger, with a smile on his face. Thus, Henlik acquired the skill of holy baptism, which allowed him to freely distribute spiritual power among avatars. This could be considered a success, as one could hardly expect more from a faith built on illusion. True, Henlik realized that the skill did not work to its full potential, and this saddened him a little. The goddess of this world was closer to the forces that created the system, and therefore Henlik felt a kinship between them. Earlier, when he opened his mind to her, he felt confused about all the emotions he was experiencing. And he felt something like curiosity in response, which meant that now the goddess would be watching him, because power should only be used for good. Sir Tuscan and Bishop Latium hunched over a broad map. For months they had found no heir to the immortal king, and they had nothing to show the goddess. Moreover, further support from the kingdom of Talia was difficult. No one wanted to waste money, and the shadow of influence of another enemy of the order, an organization of vampires hiding in the kingdom, could be seen everywhere. During the crusade in search of the immortal Hans, the paladins learned that the vampires were openly hostile to the Oath of Defiance. However, as the paladins failed to achieve results, political pressure from Talia on the order increased dramatically. The crusade had to be disbanded and the men sent home, the bishop said, although it seemed to him a terrible mistake, and he could do nothing about it himself. The enemies were getting closer and closer to them, and they were surrounded from all sides. The order's forces were no longer sufficient, Sir Tuscan thought. He left the bishop alone and went out to the gallery, exposing his face to the sun's rays, thinking about what to do. On the platform below, the noise of intense training could be heard. Only the baptized novice paladins were practicing. Max fought desperately, not giving Henlik any slack, wielding a long spear. He had a hard time fighting off the polearm with his sword, and the guy missed one blow. However, he took advantage of this to quickly close in on Max and knee him, knocking him to the ground and ending the fight. The system immediately reported that the Avatar had achieved enlightenment and gained the Crusader fighting technique, thanks to his training bonuses. Combined with the holy power and his innate regeneration, the recovery was very quick. The wounds were healing right before his eyes. And Max, offended and indignant, protested that it wasn't fair, realizing Henlik had intentionally allowed himself to be wounded. The game was still worth the candle and gave him a slight advantage, but Max also had a spear. However, the tricks were clearly not enough. New changes were needed to grow. Then someone came up to them from behind and praised the guy in a commanding voice. The level of his sacred power was truly impressive and was like that of a paladin. But his experience was still not enough to become a full-fledged paladin, Sir Tuscan said. He shook the guy's hand and realized that he felt and understood more than others. The paladin told the boy to go with him to the temple of Roselia and promised to make him stronger. Henlik was extremely surprised that he, only recently become a novice, would be led to the great temple, but Sir Tuscan did not see a problem in this. The boy immediately agreed, and the knight ordered him to follow him immediately. As a military man, he was accustomed to acting confidently and decisively. He didn't even let Henlik pack his things, but ordered his comrades to do this. Sir Tuscan clapped him on the shoulder. He himself understood the unexpectedness of his order, but promised to explain everything on the spot. So together they entered the portal circle, and Henlik experienced the familiar feeling of disorientation as he moved. The great temple was impressive in its size and decoration. It towered over the plain like a luxurious palace. It was the largest temple in the world, and it was located in the very center of the continent, wanting to be the center of the world. His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff and the Saint, symbols of the Church of the Goddess of Light, were in this temple. When the paladins bowed respectfully, Saint Ristar herself came out to meet them and thanked them for the long journey, which could have tired them. But the paladins did not know such a word, so they humbly responded to her greeting. Henlik himself did not believe what was happening to him at that moment. So far, his development was ideal. He could quickly become a famous and recognized paladin in the main temple. Henlik's path was fast-paced, but at the same time, normal, unlike other avatars who were less fortunate. After all, it was those guys who got all the dirty work. Each of them died as a person, to be reborn as a different entity. Now they will bring justice from the shadows, while Henlik can operate openly. News of the masked and caped Avenger quickly spread online, and people were talking about him not only in the capital, but throughout the country. Hans the Immortal has become a celebrity and has already destroyed many criminal organizations, including those that were involved in human trafficking. He was openly referred to as a Dark Knight, but there were also strange reports that mentioned a Society of Divine Retribution. This society was also mentioned by members of the gang that the necromancer had just defeated and interrogated a couple of scoundrels. However, this could be put off for now, because it was time to distribute the income, Hans thought and stretched wearily. To do this, he needed the identity of Heinz III Pureblood. By changing clothes and wearing a mask on his face, he could freely walk the streets of the city at night. If Hans the Immortal sells a lot of valuable items, various agencies will quickly become suspicious of him. So Heinz Thoroughbred decided to choose a more private location to conduct the sales transactions. He found one on the outskirts of the city. The buying salon for various items was empty, and that was for the best. Heinz placed a heavy sack of loot in front of the seller and said he was ready to sell it. However, the man at the table showed no interest in the deal. They were not a pawn shop, so he told the stranger to get lost. Then Heinz emptied the contents of the bag, and heavy gold coins fell, clattering onto the wooden table. Perhaps this should have changed the seller's mind. Each coin bore the symbol of a scale, the kind used by a criminal syndicate that trafficked people, and which had recently been destroyed by some masked madman. Heinz saw the man's eyes change and asked him if he was now interested in the deal. The man smiled crookedly and told me to go in through the back door and not even think about running away. Inside, there was another, hidden room, in which a masked man sat behind a glass screen. Heinz handed him the bag and asked if he could take the payment in cash. The appraiser weighed the coin in his hands and examined it to check its authenticity, then offered to exchange the gold for what Heinz was looking for. A lottery ticket for the grand prize, and as soon as possible, Heinz asked, raising his finger meaningfully. Cash alone was useless to Han Song-hyun, who needed legal funds, and lottery winnings could provide that. However, such a deal would come with a high commission, the appraiser warned, and Heinz agreed, asking how much he could get in the end. The ticket was worth 6 million credits, and could be redeemed within 3 months, the vampire agreed, and ordered 2 more to be prepared. The masked man immediately said that with the amount the guy had deposited, there would be no deal. But Heinz Pureblood told him not to worry. He still had plenty of material. 3 more gold bars, each weighing at least several kilograms, were placed on the counter. However, what struck the buyer even more was not the gold, but the guy's possession of a subdimensional storage facility. It couldn't be obtained just like that. Heinz didn't like such brazen interest in the fact that his secrets were being pried into, so he immediately put the buyer in his place. And he coldly stated that he had not come here to chat, that the deal needed to be completed as soon as possible. The buyer in the plague doctor mask immediately let him go and politely asked for forgiveness. Now he realized that the smell of blood emanating from the unusual guy was real. Heinz leaned towards the salesman and quietly said that this was not their last deal, and from now on, they would see each other often. On the way home, Heinz thought that fulfilling his dream and winning the lottery turned out to be quite simple. Beaming with happiness, he thought about what he could buy for himself with this money. It was time to get a couple of henchmen for such things, and not go everywhere personally, the vampire decided. However, walking around the city at night also gave him pleasure. Just a few months ago, these streets were half empty, due to an organization that kidnapped people and trafficked them. But now life was in full swing again. Perhaps the rumors surrounding the Masked Avenger contributed to this, and Heinz was pleased to know that he was involved in these changes. Suddenly, someone leaned towards his ear and asked in a whisper where he had come from. Heinz winced and pulled away. It was unpleasant to realize that someone had managed to get to him unnoticed, although the stranger tried to calm him down, saying that he only wanted to talk. But this could hardly help. Heinz only got angry, because what conversations could there be if he had just been sniffed? It turned out that the stranger knew about his vampire nature. Because he himself was a vampire, removing his mask from his face, the red-haired guy bared his fangs and said that he was on the 6th level, originally from the dimension of Dotmere. In front of Heinz was another interworld traveler. The stranger began to ask him about his return, when, and how. Heinz wanted to lie about something and just leave, but unexpectedly, submitting to someone else's will, he gave his name and said that he had not been on Earth for a long time. Heinz immediately stopped short and clenched his teeth. He himself did not understand why he was answering like that. The red-haired guy reached into his pocket. He already realized that there was a newcomer in front of them. After which, he handed over a business card with his information. The red-haired man introduced himself as Gamma and said that he represented the organization Blood Packet, which was gathering all the returning vampires into its ranks. Heinz was amazed that such an organization existed, and Gamma threw up his hands. For them, this was the only way to survive. He then asked what level 6 meant, and Gamma smiled contentedly, welcoming the newcomer's interest. Instead of chatting on the street, it would be easier to visit the organization, said the red-haired vampire, and pressing a button, opened the doors of the red sports car. There was no reason to refuse, and Heinz didn't want to look suspicious, so he obediently got into the car. As soon as he sat down there, one girl in the company of investigators reported to headquarters that everything was going according to plan, and they were following the target. Gamma took him to some basement with underground parking and told him that a vampire's power level was determined by his vampire factor, and it didn't make things any clearer. The factor was measured with the help of a magic circle, and depending on this, a level of power was assigned. 4 priests were already standing in the room, and it all resembled a meeting of Satanists. The sight looked too suspicious, so Heinz became wary. Gamma was clearly rushing him to enter the circle faster. At least, he could just cancel his summoning, Heinz thought. But then he saw the skull and felt traces of black magic in it. And it wasn't just black magic. It combined shamanism, alchemy, curses, and who knows what else. It is hard to imagine that this was possible. Only 20 years have passed since the returnees began to appear on Earth. The reason why magical tools are still rare and technology is not developed is because the energy laws of abilities are different in different worlds. And uniting systems from different worlds is an impressive achievement. So the Blood Pack organization was more dangerous than he initially thought. The priest asked for his hand and said that it would burn a little, after which he slashed his palm with a ritual knife. Under the influence of the circle, 5 round clots of blood gathered from the wound. The balls were connected to each other, which spoke of Heinz's ability to achieve high levels of regeneration. Thus, Heinz realized that purebred vampires from Auterica correspond to the 5th or 6th level in the Earth organization. Gamma was disappointed. He was afraid that the guy from another dimension, whom they had not heard of, would be strong. But the 5th level of strength was not worth such worries. "There is no need to cut off limbs on level 5, he said ominously, and ordered them to begin. The priests immediately activated another seal on the magic circle, and the basement was filled with red light. It was now clear that the vampires had had a different motive all along. The ritual was too complex for a simple measurement of power, and then Heinz realized that he needed to quickly call Hans the Immortal for help. Then a noise was heard outside, a knock on the door and the stamping of feet. The uninvited guests did not wait for the door to be opened for them, and entered themselves. The girl who was in front shouted out Gamma's name. She told everyone that they were arrested for kidnapping relatives. Gamma recognized the girl and told Jin So-ran that it was rather rude of her to barge in, but the vampire seemed completely unconcerned about what was happening. So-ran bared her fangs and declared that Gamma had been caught red-handed, especially since this wasn't his first crime involving kidnapping vampires. She firmly ordered him to release the hostage and surrender. Gamma snorted contemptuously. He considered her a pathetic slave of the Blood Pack, who never asked themselves why they needed to be slaves. "Vampires are much stronger than people," said Gamma and spread his hands. "Why should they walk on tiptoes, living underground in secret?" But So-ran answered no less firmly. They had to live in secret because of such bloodthirsty ghouls that are incapable of living in society. "But do her comrades think the same way?" Gamma suddenly asked sarcastically and grinned. So-ran became wary, not understanding what he was talking about, and the two who came with her suddenly began to tremble. The bigger one hit his partner right in the face with his elbow. So Ran screamed in panic at Min-yu to stop acting like that. But the vampire didn't listen, and many sharp thorns extended from his hands. Before the girl had time to ask why he had betrayed them, long claws dug into her. The reason was extremely simple. In his dimension, Ming-yu was a lord. And in this dimension, he was dragging out a miserable existence in a basement and working as a bouncer in a bar. Such a demotion in status was clearly not something a person could accept easily. "Not all vampires are as happy as she is," Ming-yu told his boss. Then the girl asked Gamma what he was planning. Not a vampire uprising with the help of those he kidnapped, but the criminal only laughed. With such losers and weaklings, it would take 100 years to execute the plan. On Earth, it was impossible to accumulate karma points, meaning that no one could become stronger after returning. But after conducting thorough research, Gamma found a way. "A reliable and quick way to gain power," the vampire said, dragging the unconscious boy into the magic circle. Realizing what he had planned, So-ran was horrified. She couldn't believe anyone could break the ban. "Where did she think all the kidnapped vampires went?" Gamma asked her sarcastically. The girl screamed desperately, because it was because of the creation of the mad vampires that they were being persecuted. Heinz understood what she was talking about. It seemed that in all worlds, vampires were built the same way, and those who became cannibals went crazy. However, the cannibalism of vampires from different worlds was somewhat different. It was possible to assimilate different factors, but this had to be paid for by a huge price: serious mental disorders. A creature that cannot control its thirst turns into a monster. And it is because of this that vampires began to be seen as a global threat. Gamma hastened to reassure So-ran and stated that they had a way to curb the bloodlust. The unfortunate one in his arms twitched as the ritual of absorption began. Before Heinz's eyes, he literally turned into a wineskin of blood, mutating beyond recognition. The magic circle not only separated the vampire factors, but also transformed the test subjects into a drug without side effects. Ming-yu demanded that Gamma keep his promise, since he was taking a risk by following him, and the villain agreed. As he promised, he threw Ming-yu a dry red ball, all that was left of his former employee. Ming-yu immediately took the pill, and he began to swell with renewed strength, so much so that even his t-shirt was torn on his body. Power boiled within him, and the traitor rejoiced. This was exactly what he wanted. Without thinking twice, he grabbed So-ran and ordered her to prepare it. He wanted more drugs, because that was what Gamma had promised him. Then the leader of the villains told him not to rush. Another guest had been waiting his turn to be processed all this time. He touched Soran and asked her to wait, wanting to consume her last. 2 purebreds and 4 half-breeds counted as enemies. Heinz, who rose to his feet, tired of putting on a comedy, cannibalism really was an effective method. In anticipation of his future power, Heinz III grinned carnivorously. He touched the floor and opened a portal to another dimension, which greatly frightened his accomplices. At that very moment, Hans the Immortal appeared from there and, banging his knuckles, began to mock their security measures. The undead poured out of the portal after him with orders to detain everyone in place and not allow anyone to leave the shelter. The vampires huddled together, panicking in the face of the unknown enemy, and Gamma told everyone to stick together or they would be killed. Yu Ming showed his thorns again. He was frightened and quickly fell into a desperate rage. With his first blow, he crushed several skeletons into powder, leaving their bones scattered. After which, he rushed at the necromancer, because everyone knew that if the summoner was defeated, the army of the undead would fall. Hans appreciated his transformation. It was quite unusual. After all, there were species differences between vampires from different worlds. However, the vampire had no defense against the thorns of darkness that impaled him like a butterfly on a needle. Following this, Heinz jumped forward. For the second time, they worked as a great, well-coordinated team and left no waste behind. They may have acted more gracefully, but Heinz lacked normal development. However, this was not a problem because he still had a lot of food ahead of him, and with these thoughts, he sank his teeth into Ming Yu's neck. Gamma understood perfectly well what this meant and was horrified. Even for him, this was a reckless act. All of Ming Yu's thoughts flashed through Heinz's head, as if a bridge of communication had formed between them. Such direct consumption of a fellow human's blood did indeed cause madness, Heinz Pureblood agreed. The changes happened immediately. The first thing that happened was that the baby vampire teeth started falling out of the mouth. Various vampiric factors combined and evolved within Heinz, causing him to grow new teeth and claws and his bones to become stronger. Thanks to this new ability, he could now absorb the abilities of other vampire species. Heinz released the spikes to test their work. If he had gone crazy, he would have already turned into a very dangerous monster for those around him. Now was the time to get an organization to carry out his orders, and the bloody package was perfect for this, Heinz said in the voice of a ruler. And if anyone resists his will, they will become dinner or part of the undead army, Lord Heinz warned. The vampire priests suffered the same fate as the bearer of the thorns. Afterward, the system informed him that, thanks to hybrid evolution, he had acquired the trait of insight. This ability allowed him to measure his opponent's traits and condition. Not a very useful skill, Heinz thought, licking his lips. Each vampire had a special skill called a legacy, which was based on their origin. With this ability, Heinz gained the ability to evolve and could steal the bloodlines of other vampires. A desperate cry was heard from behind. Gamma, who was still alive, could not believe his eyes. Crucified on a cross of bones, he could hardly escape, and he already understood what awaited him. But he still wondered how one could not go mad devouring related species. Heinz grinned, now in control, and offered to share the secret of common sense. "You just have to not listen to the whispers that come out while you eat," the Lord said ominously. It sounded so nonsensical that Gamma snorted in displeasure and became indignant. But his torment did not last long. Heinz took his blood and acquired the skill of camouflage, which allowed him to hide his presence. After which, he decided to look into the mind of the half-dead villain and touched his forehead. There, he learned that the technology of divine retribution was given to him by a certain Mr. Beta. This was the second mention of the Retribution Society, and Beta was listed as Gamma's patron. Most likely, the complex interwoven ritual was also their doing, and Heinz did not yet understand what they were planning by helping the blood packet. Late at night, the vampire lord returned home in a new sports car, which became a pleasant addition to a successful battle. So Ran came to her senses later when the cool night air refreshed her face. Heinz noticed that she moved and realized that the girl had woken up. However, the little girl proved no slouch and immediately grabbed him by the throat, calling him a monster for betraying his kind. The Overlord immediately tried to explain that he himself had been captured, and if she didn't let go, they would surely fall to pieces. So Ran immediately calmed down and asked him to tell her what had happened. Heinz lied, saying they had managed to escape when a masked hero who had recently appeared in town burst into the basement. The girl took everything at face value and thanked her savior for not abandoning her in the midst of all this chaos, and her face was covered with a light vampire blush. No matter how much Heinz looked at her, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this girl somewhere before. But he decided to first ask what their business was, if representatives of the same organization were constantly fighting with each other. The vampire organization had two factions, radical and moderate, so Ran explained. They learned that Gamma had kidnapped their member and followed him to rescue him, but were met with betrayal. First of all, she was glad to survive and remain unharmed. They managed to find out what the radical vampires were planning, and it was necessary to report this to the organization, the girl believed. But Lord Heinz doubted that everything could be resolved so easily, since the highest ranks of vampires were involved in this matter. So Ran asked him who he worked for and called him a savior, which confused him, and he asked her not to call him that. She wasn't upset and started calling him brother. Lord Heinz did not object and replied that he had only recently returned to Earth and therefore had not yet been connected with anyone on Earth, and that he followed Gamma because he was interested in learning about other vampires. Then the girl enthusiastically offered to join them, saying that the moderate faction does not harm people and they have a stable supply of donor blood. Heinz decided to go with her to see it, and the girl brought him home, where Soran was already waiting. The girl who immediately threw herself on Soran's neck was named Nahi, and she had heard about the attack, so she was worried about her friend. After that, Soran introduced him to her friend, saying that this gentleman would join their wing of the organization. So Ran let the little girl play to show the guy his room. Apparently the house was some kind of shelter or dormitory for vampires. On the way to the second floor, Heinz asked why Nahi looked like that, and Soran explained to him that the girl was not a returnee. She was born and raised on Earth, and this surprised Heinz because he thought that all vampires came from other worlds. Naha's father was a returned vampire, and he turned his daughter to save her from a fatal disease. Now, Heinz understood why the government wanted to keep vampires in check. In a sense, they were no different from an infectious disease and could infect the entire Earth. Seeing his worried look, Soran explained that this method was not very common, as it required several times more effort. Naka's father wanted his daughter to feel confident even under the sun, and so he put a lot of effort into it. The spare room was clean and quite spacious, the girl told him to rest, and to tell her if he needed anything. At this, she smiled sweetly and said goodbye to him, and then it dawned on Heinz. This gesture, this pose, and this voice, he had already seen them and remembered it. Streamer nicknamed Orchid, Heinz said, staring at the girl in amazement. Realizing that she had been exposed, Sodan was very embarrassed by the surprise. The gesture had simply become so habitual that she unconsciously repeated it and hoped that the guy wasn't following her. Heinz quickly replied that he had just seen a couple of videos, and this calmed the girl, who was almost dying of shame. She used to go to an idol school but then quit, and when she got bored, she decided to start streaming. She was now 22 years old, but she woke up at 18. So Ran immediately asked, with interest, how old he was and when he turned into a vampire. But the guy abruptly slammed the door and said that he would answer this question later. The girl stood at his door for a few more moments, not understanding what she had said wrong. The thing is that Heinz thought that Soran was younger than him, so he spoke to her informally. And now it turned out that she was older than him because he was only 20 years old, or a couple of months judging by the date the avatar was created. Anyway, he now knew that Sora was a famous streamer and decided to search for information about her online. On her page, the girl informed her subscribers that she was taking a week off, and after that, apparently, she followed Gamma's trail. This would have been her last message if she hadn't been lucky enough to meet Mr. Heinz. Heinz slept for the rest of the day and was awakened by noise and shouting early in the morning. So Ran was loudly complaining on the phone throughout the house, and Heinz asked her what happened when he came down. Her colleagues from the organization went to the crime scene yesterday, but were unable to find anything, as all the evidence had been burned. They had gone a little overboard in trying to cover up Hans the Immortal's tracks, Heinz realized, and coughed sheepishly. To cover it up, he immediately asked Soran if she knew where the headquarters of the radical wing of the vampires was. The girl was horrified by the thought that her savior wanted to join them, but the guy immediately refuted these speculations. And he explained that he just wanted to know where they all were so that he could avoid them if possible. Hearing this, Sodan immediately beamed. Heinz was now in the territory of purebloods, which by Earth standards corresponded to the 6th or 7th rank. He'll have to use his bloodline to become stronger to feel safe. So Rand handed over her phone, where she'd marked areas to avoid on a map. The inspired girl offered to cook him something for breakfast, but Heinz refused, as there were plenty of excellent restaurants nearby. So he licked his lips carnivorously and decided to go and try some purebred food. The trip to the restaurant was a success. The establishment was full of snacks. One small fish was still fluttering and threatening that its formidable herring clan would definitely take revenge for such an attack. Heinz was amused by this statement since no one knew his face. At the command of his index finger, several fragments rose into the air. Thanks to the disguise, Heinz remained undetected by surveillance cameras. After that, he leaned towards the vampire and politely asked him to tell him where his friends were. Delving into his memories, he again saw the hooded man who did not reveal his identity. And I learned that tomorrow there would be a meeting of all Gamma members at one of the villas. The gathering of the leaders of the radical wing of vampires was an excellent opportunity to catch them all at once. Heinz thought about leaving immediately, but first, the restaurant needed cleaning. A red flower appeared in his hands, a new ability from among those stolen. This skill collected all the blood and turned it into a fiery flower, thus allowing one to quickly get rid of the traces of the feast. Lord Heinz hoped to hide traces of his magic using the skill of disguise. Thus, he remained elusive, at least for those who were equal to him in strength. The entire vampire base was immediately engulfed in flames, hiding all traces of the battle. At that moment, Heinz staggered and felt his heart skip a beat. His body underwent another evolution, trying to adapt to the new factors of being a vampire. The legacy had evolved to the state of true blood. He had acquired enlightenment, the ability to enhance blood flow, and his regeneration had reached hyper level, the system reported. Lord Heinz's face had acquired refined, pale, and noble features. Now he became a true blood vampire, something like a duke, and acquired new skills. He immediately decided to test his new skills and slashed his veins with his claw, causing a red fountain. However, at the same moment, the flow stopped and returned back to the vessels. And the wound itself, despite being quite deep and dangerous, healed in an instant. Such was the synergy of the skills of controlling the blood flow and hyper-regeneration. Heinz imagined drawing blood from the surrounding world to replenish himself during battle, and realized that this skill would make him virtually invincible. True blood vampires were incredibly powerful, but just how powerful were those who had reached the level of sacred blood, Lord Heinz wondered. Meanwhile, So-Ran was busy collecting donations, delighting fans with cute poses and a smile. This allowed her to pay her blood donation bills, and it was at this unfortunate moment that Heinz walked into her room. He asked them not to be distracted, everyone earned money as best they could, and the stunned girl couldn't even find what to answer. As soon as he left, So-Ran screamed in horror that she should knock before entering. Once So-Ran had vented all her anger on the shameless scoundrel, she was ready to listen to him. And she asked what had happened. Even Lord Heinz could not resist the woman's anger and fell to his knees. He handed her an envelope and said that a letter had arrived addressed to her. It contained photographs proving Gamma's guilt in the kidnappings and murders of other vampires. Someone sent the photographs anonymously. The girl was completely shocked and did not understand how these pictures were obtained. Suspicion fell on the Mask of Haku, as the Dark Knight who had recently appeared in the city was called. It was hard to believe it was just a coincidence, since this evidence appeared immediately after she told Heinz about her information. These two could work together, the girl suddenly realized, and looked at the vampire, who had managed to change his hairstyle, with completely different eyes. In the evening, a couple of dark heroes appeared at the villa where the vampires were supposed to gather and develop countermeasures against Hans the Immortal. Using his insight skill, Heinz saw that the building was surrounded by a barrier, and the ghoul mafia was sitting on the first floor, and they were emitting a serious force. However, Heinz decided to attack without any extra frills. He hid Hans the Immortal in his shadow and planned to simply break in and storm the house. One powerful jump, and here he flies inside. The special forces work with a scream. Everyone's face is on the floor. Heinz landed spectacularly and told the bandits to get ready for trouble. Imagine his surprise when he discovered that there was no one inside, although he had clearly seen the mafia before. However, behind him he heard a voice and the sound of breaking glass. The illusory barrier collapsed, and vampires appeared on the other side, who had set up an ambush for the Dark Knight, but captured some vampire. However, they did not seem very saddened by this fact. Rather, they were amused that the trap had worked. Apparently, their leader asked Beta 1 and Beta Shin who the fool was that had fallen into the trap. But they didn't know, however, the 7th level vampire didn't cause them much concern. The villains were quite confident in themselves. It was clear that this simpleton came to them from an unknown world, said the second hanger-on. Like the first, he had only one eye. They were all second-tier vampires, according to Gamma's memories, Hines realized. Both vampires of this class were here now, which made them dangerous opponents. But the main problem was the masked vampires, apparently belonging to the Retribution Society. Hines still hadn't sensed their energy. The leader ordered his servants to bring the boy, and they all obediently obeyed, moving towards him. But even the shadow did not hide from the vampires. They already realized that someone was hiding there. Hines grinned. There was no need to hide anymore, he said to Hans the Immortal. The vampire's blood boiled in his veins and gave him unprecedented acceleration. Hines simply broke through the crowd of ghouls, tearing them to pieces. It was enough for him to wound them, then drain them of all their blood and take their strength for himself. When the ghouls realized what he was doing, they screamed in horror, but were unable to stop him. It was too late to be surprised. The darkness beneath their feet also began to move, and the ghouls could no longer move. Skeletons rose from her and instantly surrounded the entire bloodsucker mafia. Pushing the others aside, the leader of the ghouls tried to quickly escape, since things were starting to get hot. But there was nowhere else to run. They themselves were now ambushed and surrounded. Vampires weren't the only ones who could set up barriers, Hans the Immortal told them, and panic spread among the ghouls. They were like chickens locked in a coop with a fox, with no chance of escape. The enemies lost their heads and could no longer put up organized resistance. Even the elite True Blood ghouls were frightened by Heinz's speed and cruelty. Now it dawned on them that the guy they had caught was not an ordinary vampire. One of the Beths made a desperate dash towards Hines from behind, but he managed to release his cat claws, long and sharp. However, this beta had the ability of stone skin and blocked the blades by breaking them. Hines chuckled and changed tactics. He still felt he had the advantage. Since it was impossible to cut the armor, it had to be pierced. And he gathered more strength in his fist, directing a stream of blood there. The cannon blast to the chest did its job, and Beta doubled over, his leather armor cracking. The ghoul was very upset by this because he had never lost a battle with this skill before, and he was also surpassed in strength and speed. With a deep dent in his chest, he collapsed to the floor, completely helpless. The remaining ghouls rushed to protect their master so that he would not be finished off. But Hines was unstoppable, mocking their futile efforts and raising his hands in front of him. Long tentacles shot out from the holes in their palms and pierced the ghouls through and through. Panic grew as the vampires realized that they were being killed off one by one without much difficulty. Beta gathered his strength again and decided to attack while the enemy's hands were occupied by his comrades. Covering his arm with armor, he turned it into a sharp semblance of a sword and attacked from the side. The blade easily cut through flesh and bone, and in an instant, Lord Hines was left without an arm. But this was a completely useless action against him. He drank the blood of his enemies to recover. And he only became stronger with every minute of the fight. Everything was predetermined. In addition to this, Lord Hines received a new skill and instantly disappeared from sight, as if he had put on the Ring of Omnipotence. He disappeared for a second and appeared behind Beta while he was blinking his eyes in shock. The ghoul felt a sharp pain in his side, and he screamed in pain. "Checkmate," said Hines Trueblood. From this powerful ghoul, he gained a new factor of vampirism. Blood magic evolved into the Sacrament of Blood, which absorbed the skills of the Flow and Flower. Now Hines could control his abilities with just his will, and use them more freely and quickly. The others lost heart completely from such a terrible picture of their brothers being devoured. Now they understood why his abilities were so strange. The ghouls spoke about it with disgust. But Mr. Hines didn't care. They were all a bunch of killer ghouls. He told the second beta to become his strength, just like half of the ghoul mafia had already done, and not to waste time chatting. In desperation, Beta rushed at him in a futile attempt to fight back. Using the blood sacrament, Heinz summoned spikes and tentacles from the floor next to him. He grabbed the Striga with them and walked straight up to her. Beta twitched and cursed that they were using dirty tricks against her. But it was completely absurd on their part to talk about any kind of honesty. In any case, it was the end of their game, said Mr. Heinz, waving his hand. Monster! Exclaimed the leader of the Ghoul Mafia. They couldn't even imagine that the Death Knight had such an assistant. He ordered the preparation of a core, some extreme measure to deal with the enemy. A fiery pearl appeared in the hands of the ghouls. Obeying their orders, they emitted golden light, which flew in dense rays towards Heinz. But at that very moment, Hans the Immortal, who had not particularly intervened in the massacre until then, appeared before him. With a flick of his wrist, he parried the attack, and it ricocheted and killed the one holding the golden core. The ghouls' last hope was not fulfilled, and they experienced the horror to which they condemned their victims. It was time to run, thought one of them, no longer caring about his boss. But he stopped the escape attempt by harshly hitting the masked ghoul. He kicked his ally straight in the direction of the enemies. Such was the price for long service. The mafia boss himself decided to use spatial manipulation to escape while his opponents were distracted. He ended up casting a self-destruct curse on his ally and escaping via teleportation. However, it was unlikely that Hans the Immortal could be frightened by such a trick. The force of darkness grabbed the damned one and squeezed him with a huge hand, lifting him to the ceiling. Hans the Immortal was able to decipher such a curse. Inside the ghoul, there were two cores, which were the source of power, and if they were removed, the bomb would be diffused. A huge hand woven from darkness unclenched its fingers, and the body fell to the floor, at the feet of the one who commanded death. Because of the barrier of darkness, the leader of the ghouls could not go as far as he wanted, but he still managed to break through. Just when he thought he had survived and been saved, Hans the Immortal instantly appeared behind him. The masked avenger, the Dark Knight, grabbed him by the collar like a boy. Almost affectionately, he scolded the bad guy for thinking about running away right in the middle of a fun game. Hans touched his forehead and penetrated the ghoul's mind to delve into his memories. And so he saw everything that concerned the Retribution Society, and confusing, incomprehensible images flashed before his eyes. However, at that very moment, the contact was broken, and the ghoul jerked as if he had been electrocuted. The highest level of security had been activated, Hans the Immortal realized. Somehow, he was dragged inside a mental sphere, some empty space. Then he heard someone's green voice, which seemed to come from everywhere. Hans immediately realized that he was facing the leader of the Retribution Society, who had been watching him all this time through his puppets. The green ghost on the throne nodded in agreement, then invited the masked knight to join them. But first, Hans wanted to know about the goals of this organization, because he didn't like joining anything, especially some obscure party. The goal of Retribution was simple: to give freedom to the returnees, and to create a world ruled by the returnees, said the green. The idea was neither new nor simple, but also absurdly stupid. For a gang of fanatics, criminals, and uneducated madmen, the goals were too ambitious, Hans said in response. But Green stated that they have existed for a long time and have been fighting for freedom for a long time. Here, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place in Hans's head. These guys had committed terrorist acts before. Hans was overcome with flashbacks, and the system reported that the Mind Center was controlling his emotions. However, Han Sung-hyun's feelings were so strong that they overcame all barriers. Green leaned smugly on the throne and declared that none of this mattered, and he hoped that Hans made the right choice. But instead of an answer, a heavy blow followed, which was stopped by a mental barrier. In the mental sphere, the power of the spirit exceeded the magical one, explained the green one, and demanded an answer to his proposal. He was sure that he couldn't be defeated here, but Hans the Immortal only laughed in his usual manner, clicking his jaws. Since it all came down to a rivalry in spiritual strength, that suited him just fine. After all, he could divide and collect the spiritual power of all his incarnations into one entity. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the Paladins of Light continued their intensive training. Henlik practiced lifting a stone gargoyle while standing on a high pedestal. After doing 1,000,000 repetitions, he finally achieved what he wanted. His essence received the trait of a strong body. Through regular training, he acquired the skill of auterica, a sacred art, which was another step towards divine power. After this, Henlik left the gym. He himself could not believe that he had surpassed his limit through training. In any case, he now met the criteria for a paladin and could advance to the next level. Here he noticed Saint Ristar, who was carelessly studying the flowers and humming a song. Though she was surrounded by an aura of divinity, at first glance, she seemed a completely ordinary girl. Ristar sensed his gaze and turned to novice Henlich, after which she greeted him with such a sweet smile that the novice involuntarily forgot how to breathe. Her aura of divinity was pouring out of the girl, making her literally glow with happiness, and the guy had to squint to avoid going blind. He leaned towards her and asked why she was alone in such a place. The saint told with the innocent smile of a child that she was watching a ladybug and did not notice the passage of time. Henlik was surprised that she was not interested in the flowers, but in the small bug. Here the saint looked at him with a different glance and congratulated him on finally receiving a blessing. This power could not be obtained with anyone's help, so he could be proud of himself, said the saint, and Henlik smiled modestly. The clock on the tower struck the bell, and the saint realized that it was time for afternoon prayer. After which she suggested going to church together, and the novice agreed, although the saint's blissful appearance, her manner of speaking and holding herself, brought boredom and despondency upon him. In the temple, he received an important history lesson, and now he knew why the saint was so obsessed with Hans the Immortal. In the distant past, her predecessors faced a terrible disaster. The first immortal king was a disaster, turning half the continent into a land of death, despite all nations uniting to fight him. The king fell, but after his death, his heart was restored by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. The first immortal king was replaced by a second, even more powerful one, who broke the empire in the west. The chosen hero of the Order of Paladins struck the heart of the second king and almost destroyed it. But in reality, it only disintegrated, and the fragments spread across the continent. Whenever there were hints of the immortal king's revival somewhere, the Holy Order of Paladins would go there on a crusade. Many people have died over hundreds of years. So who else but Saint Ristar, who loves his flock and treats them like family, hates everything connected with the immortal king? Unfortunately, they do not know that there is no longer any point in their struggle and the order, because the new successor is extremely complacent and ambitious. Henlich thought, now Hans the Immortal was faced with a new opponent, one he had never met before. And he needed all the spiritual strength that was available to them. Somewhere on the other side of the globe, His Excellency the Judge, as his servant called him, coughed up blood. He was breathing heavily, but he still pushed the servant away so that he would not disturb his concentration. For the first time in his life, this man suffered a defeat in the spiritual dimension. His green image, which sat on the throne, was shattered into pieces under the blows of Hans the Immortal. Then the judge tried to gather his strength again and recover. He was confused, because at first it seemed that he had an advantage over the necromancer. But now his power had increased many times over and was getting out of all control. It was as if he was fighting not just one mentalist but several, the judge thought, as his projection was hit again. Hans acted decisively, having the reliable rear of his comrades behind him. The green judge crumbled again, but he could no longer put his image back together. He still didn't understand why he lost. It wasn't just a matter of strength, but also of skill. It was hard to believe that his own skills in the spiritual world were not enough. But there was no time to think. The one called the judge issued an urgent directive to all the cells. Suspend all operations, delete all information, and go into hiding, especially for the Korean branches. There is a monster in this country, the man said, and you could tell from his appearance that he was not joking. Hans the Immortal approached the remains of the green image. Even with the Mind Center skill, this turned out to be a difficult opponent. It was worth studying in more detail. Unfortunately, all trace of it disappeared. As soon as he touched the fragment, the system reported that his essence was absorbing other people's karma, and the dark magic had grown to the path of witchcraft. Having taken the enemy's power, Hans became faster and evolved again. The fragment also contained memories with which Hans planned to find the Society of Divine Retribution. Soon, the immortal king found the enemy's hideout. They were hiding in a base deep in the forest. Turning into shadow, he headed there, promising his enemies that no one would escape. And so it happened, not all members of the Retribution Society managed to take refuge. They did not even imagine what kind of threat they would have to face. The knuckle-tapping voice was surprised that the evacuation order had already been given. "At least it's a start," he said, lifting a member of the Retribution Society into the air. He looked like a scientist and was wearing a lab coat. Unfortunately, the enemies managed to get rid of many useful materials that they were working on. However, while the scientist was trying to save at least a fragment of the valuable data, it fell into the hands of Hans the Immortal. He took several sheets of paper from the prisoner's hands and began to study them carefully. When Hans the Immortal realized what they were doing, he immediately dealt with the prisoner. Their crime deserved vengeance. The villains of the Retribution organization were responsible for the explosion that destroyed Han Sung-hyun's life. All enemies deserved to die. When the explosion that destroyed his life occurred, Han Sung-hyun consoled himself by saying that it was just an accident, that he was unlucky, and there was nothing he could do. But now he is on the trail of those guilty of this terrorist attack, and this is a Retribution Society, an organization pursuing insane goals. The members of this society were on a completely different level, since Khan had only recently become a returnee. But now he knew his enemy by sight and understood that they needed to expand their influence and accumulate strength because the strategic advantage was on their side. They could grow much faster than others. To do this, a plan was needed for all of Han Sung-hyun's personalities to unite and help each other. First, Heinz Trueblood decided to use the new skill and created a purified blood crystal. He had accumulated too many vampiric factors in his ocean of blood, and some needed to be removed by placing them into another vampire. Such a blood transfusion will bind his new allies more strongly than family ties. And if anyone opposes his will, Lord Heinz will simply destroy them. Returning to the location of the peaceful wing of the vampire faction, Heinz told Soran that he had gotten rid of their opponents from the other wing and asked the stunned girl to arrange a meeting for him with the leader of the moderate vampires. The main forces of the radicals were routed, with the exception of a few alphas, so Lord Heinz had much to talk about with the leader about what had happened. So Ran asked him to slow down, as she still needed to confirm his words about what had happened. Then Lord Heinz impatiently showed her the most direct proof of his triumph, his monstrous power. Streams of blood engulfed Soran, and she froze in place in horror. His monstrous power was reflected in her eyes. Soran had thought that Heinz was strong before, but now she saw that he was 7th rank, or even higher. The leader of the moderate vampires was a woman. She met Lord Heinz in his office, along with his secretary. She was astonished by his victory and his desire to absorb the remnants of the radical faction. But such a strengthening of a single vampire could not help but alarm this woman. She understood perfectly well that after Heinz's victory, he would become so strong that he would be able to dictate his own terms. The Lord hastened to assure her that he would not give them any crazy orders and that his main goal was peace and order. Moreover, the Retribution Society is the main and personal enemy, so he intends to direct all his efforts towards their destruction. The leader of the moderate faction was also not a simple person. She understood that the desire for order and the desire to wage a personal war were very contradictory goals. "It all depends on what you consider order," Heinz answered her. He already understood that it would not be so easy to convince her. However, he had no intention of leaving the peaceful faction alone. The Lord could simply force them to help and reveal everything they knew about the warlike party of vampires. The tense silence dragged on as the leader apparently weighed the consequences of her decision, but ultimately agreed. It was such a sudden decision that Lord Heinz even asked her what had convinced the leader to change his mind. But this cunning woman only smiled slyly. She believed only in her own strength, but still promised to help Heinz. She also appointed Soran as his assistant and liaison between them. In other words, the girl was supposed to keep an eye on the powerful ally. Lord Heinz didn't object. He had nothing special to hide, and besides, he didn't consider Soran to be any great threat to his plans. They then moved on to a more detailed discussion of how to destroy the warlike vampires. The secretary filled the glasses, and the leader proclaimed the birth of a new centrist faction, consisting of an alliance between her wing and Lord Heinz. Heinz smiled. He had no doubt that he could easily absorb the remnants of the enemies, and after that, he would simply subjugate the peaceful wing, becoming the leader of their union. This was the first step to control over the bloody package, and they sealed it with the clinking of glasses. In the evening, having already returned to the dormitory, even a powerful vampire on Earth had to live somewhere. Heinz prepared for the ritual. Since Soran had given her consent, he immersed the purified crystal of his power into her body. The purified blood crystal entered her heart through her veins and began to warm her body from the inside. The blood flow accelerated, muscles began to grow, bones became stronger, and Soran quickly went through a metamorphosis. It felt like a rebirth. She actually changed her vampire genome to become a different species. The crystal was supposed to increase the assistant's powers by about a third, which was also quite significant. Once the transformation was complete, Soran, happy and satisfied with her transformation, asked the Lord what to do next. So Ran appreciated these actions, saying that now Lord Heinz had created his own clan, and she had entered his lineage, becoming the first heir. Since they became a new kind of vampire on Earth, they needed a new name, so Ran said cheerfully. Heinz thought about the options. He would like the clan to stand out somehow. Then an idea came to his mind. All vampires who accept his blood through the crystal will inherit his bloodline and special vampire factor. Since he himself was a hybrid and a mutant, he decided to name his clan Heterosis, because it was his special code that would now dominate his descendants. Then Lord Heinz bared his fangs in satisfaction, already anticipating how he would gather his personal army of the strongest, subordinate vampires. When Lord Heinz's affairs were resolved, Han Sung-hyun stretched wearily. He still served as the liaison between all his incarnations, overseeing their actions. What had been accomplished was still not enough to defeat the Retribution Society. Their trace in the country has been cut off, but it seems that the organization has long since become global. To avoid chasing them around the world, it was necessary to force one decisive battle and end everything at once. To do this, Han Sung-hyun needed to increase his influence in another world and accumulate karma, perhaps by starting a war there. When Han Sung-hyun realized the direction his thoughts were heading, he immediately jumped up from his seat, angry at himself, because his actions could have harmed innocent people, and this went against his main goal of achieving peace. He needed a way to create an adventure that wouldn't harm innocent people. The idea itself sounded counterintuitive, since adventures always involved saving someone from disaster. Then he came across a book. After leafing through its pages, a great idea came to him, and Khan chuckled. The world was now threatened by the risen Death King Hans, while the righteous hero Henlik began his rise to oppose him. Han was effectively orchestrating his own battle, controlling both sides of the conflict, to the acclaim of the rest of the world. Moreover, to fight the common enemy, Henlik could gather the forces of corrupt nobles, and Hans the Immortal would simply destroy them, so that even in the event of defeat, life in the kingdoms would become even better. It was a perfect cycle, allowing Hans to use his powers to dispose of villains and other social trash, and, most importantly, to earn karma. But it was necessary to act gradually. Having decided everything, Han Sung-hyun called Harley V, announcing that it was his turn to go on the road of adventure. This hero's sole trait was adaptability, allowing him to adjust to anything, even in extreme conditions. Khan thought about pumping him up properly after expanding the limits, but he couldn't send a weak hero, otherwise he would simply die like Heinz II. There had to be some way out, and Khan had it, so the guy was in a good mood. At this time, Hans the Immortal was investigating the remaining traces of the Retribution Society. The building they had previously been in had been destroyed and was in ruins, but the underground part was not damaged. The laboratory looked like it had just been abandoned. Some of the equipment was still running, and a whole dragon was swimming in one of the large test tube tanks. Judging by the appearance of the samples, the Retribution Society attempted to introduce demon genes into humans in order to gain power, but only succeeded in creating ugly chimeras. Fortunately for Hans, the enemies did not have time to destroy all of these samples, which he himself wanted to use. Hans aimed to create something that constantly absorbs strong traits and develops without limitations. Dragon's blood was perfect to start experiments with. They decided to use Harley as the target of the experiment, as he would be able to adapt and survive the procedure. Together with Hans's knowledge, they intended to turn him into the first biological weapon in another world. Clouds gathered over the Temple of Rosalia, and a cold rain began to drizzle, but Saint Ristar was in no hurry to take shelter from it. Someone saw her thoughtful look and gently asked what was bothering her. Henlich covered the saint with an umbrella so that it would not get wet, and Rystar turned to him in amazement. The rain made her sad and brought all her deep worries to the surface. The weather was so gloomy that Rystar felt a tightness in her chest. Henlich suggested they go inside, otherwise she might catch a cold, and the saint agreed. And right at that time, high in the mountains, lightning was flashing and darkness was thickening. The ashes of war were in the air. As expected of a saint, Hans the Immortal was amazed. She was able to sense their presence even beneath the thick stone of a deep cave, beneath dense barriers. Fortunately for him and Heinz, the saint hadn't fully grasped her feelings and attributed them to the weather. Now Hans the Immortal could conduct a full-fledged experiment without fear of being interrupted by a surprise attack. Dragon blood evolved gradually depending on the prey consumed. By combining the work of the Divine Retribution Society and his forbidden knowledge, Hans could begin the process. Especially since they had the perfect test subject, Harley V said. He, more than anyone else, wanted to begin his story by becoming a supernatural being. Time passed quickly, and Henlich, having lived up to the expectations of his mentors, soon took the oath of allegiance to the Order and was accepted from the novice into the Paladins of Light. He solemnly swore to protect the innocent in the name of the Goddess of Light and received the cross from the hands of the Supreme Pontiff. As soon as the priest hung the cross around his neck, the system informed Henlich that he had achieved enlightenment and that he had received a special jumping skill. The cross was illuminated by a divine radiance, which made everyone close their eyes. And then they considered this the best sign, which meant that the goddess was really watching over Henlich and blessing him. Even if only for a moment, the hero felt the presence of the deity, as if she had touched his shoulder. Just like last time, when he went through the rite of baptism and became a novice, although it was extremely surprising because he came from another world, and it did not look like ordinary human curiosity on the part of the goddess. Henlich smiled and decided to test his new blessing immediately while he had the opportunity. The description said that the blessing of leap allowed one to go beyond the limits of space, and it was very similar to teleportation. There were no restrictions either, so the ability was simply amazing. Henlich was so moved by the goddess's generosity that he immediately offered a prayer in her honor and raised his hands to heaven in gratitude. The old priest shed tears at such piety, not knowing that behind their sincere prayers there was a completely justified calculation. Now initiated into the Paladins, Henlich had to choose a master to serve and a unit, which everyone was eagerly awaiting, wanting to acquire the promising newcomer. Each magistrate sent their representatives with an invitation to join them. They differed among themselves in their techniques and the weapons they wielded, so they had to choose wisely. The first to approach was a representative of the Order of the Shield. They used spear fighting techniques and were responsible for protecting the city from external threats. The Order of the Sunwolf was on the offensive, using the destructive two-handed sword technique, and even one of their representatives lost one of his eyes in battle. The third was a Thunderclaw veteran. They were responsible for security issues within the city, were skilled with a shield and sword, and most likely were more involved in politics and internal affairs, which is why they had more influence. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the guy's decision and rushed him to answer. However, Henlich immediately declared that he would not choose at all, but would simply learn the skill from everyone at once. He possessed the spirit of a warrior and had the trait of accelerated development. With such properties, there was no need to limit himself to studying only one branch of the Order's combat techniques. There was another representative who remained aside and silent, and then Henlich pointed at him and asked who it was. There was a hitch, and the knights did not know how to explain everything more gently. Then this representative came forward and stated that their order accepted only the best, and therefore he made no proposals. However, upon closer inspection, he admitted that with such a vast amount of divine power, he might be able to pass the test. Henlich had no doubts, as his level was higher than that of the high priests. Henlich was amazed at the criteria for joining such a magistrate and followed this representative. Their unit guarded the most important fortress of the Great Temple, the representative said, as they walked down a long corridor. The representative promised to tell Henlich about the true goals of this squad of paladins only if he passed the test. And then they entered a large room filled with books, and behind the person sitting there was a statue personifying death. Henlich immediately recognized the Inquisitor's mask and became wary. He was required to read aloud the words written on the scroll held by the statue. It could have been a spy screening device, so the hero couldn't help but worry that his true nature might be discovered. Henlik asked what it was, and stated that he was troubled by doubts about his faith. "Standard procedure," the representative replied coldly, looking at him with blue eyes. Since Henlik had no justifiable reason to refuse the test, and he began to read the words loudly, "The messenger of the sword and the deity swears to remain silent under any circumstances. To protect the faith, I will throw myself into the fire and burn its sign on my body." With these words, the statue's eyes lit up and a seal appeared on Henlik's tongue. He immediately closed his mouth because the seal burned with fire, as if it had been burned with a hot iron. But he passed the test. After they left the Inquisitor's office, Henlik asked what the seal was, assuming it was some kind of prohibition against revealing the Order's secrets. But the guide replied that it was a blessing. The blessing of silence that would prevent him from revealing secret information. And Henlik realized that he was right after all. When they descended even deeper, the guide led him to a massive gate and said that they were a squad of radiant counts, and their task was to guard the dungeon of the Great Temple at the cost of their lives. And today is the first and last time in his life that he will see this place with his own eyes, said the guide. And with these words, the guard grabbed his sword. Both guards inserted their swords into the slots in the gate, apparently activating the locking mechanism. Of course, Henlik expected that the Ancient Order would have many secrets, but he did not expect to see what was behind the gates. When he realized what he was looking at, the reason for all the barriers and such a number of knights concentrated in the temple became clear. The temple was the last line of defense that guarded the heart of the immortal king, preventing him from being fully reborn. The Great Divine Order kept this fragment for centuries, secret even from the ordinary members of the Order. Henlik could have taken it right now. Ironically, no oaths or seals could protect people from the resurrection of Hans the Immortal. In fact, he already knew the location of the last fragment of his power. But the shard couldn't be retrieved so easily, as it was guarded by the forces of 4 Order Masters. A careful plan had to be thought out to take everything into account. "Because of the sign of blessing, he won't be able to talk," the guide whispered to him. But he still warned the boy not to dare tell anyone about the seal on his tongue. Henlik, hand on heart, assured the paladin that only he would know about the Heart of Darkness, but he simply did not specify that it had many faces. "What luck," said Hans the Immortal, standing in the cold cave. However, Harley Five's unstable condition prevented him from leaving the cave. In theory, everything should have gone perfectly, but in reality, the process dragged on and didn't go according to plan. Harley moaned and screamed as his blood boiled inside him. The dragon blood had definitely taken root in his body, so Hans decided to adjust the intensity of the process, but this didn't help either. They were losing Harley, apparently having exceeded the regeneration limit, and the subject's condition was rapidly deteriorating. All the research could go to waste if they lost this avatar, Hans realized. He then decided to put everything on one card rather than use half measures, and poured the remaining dragon blood into Harley. From its excess, he screamed again throughout the cave, and it seemed his scream could be heard far beyond the mountains. The dragon's power was bursting out of Harley, so much so that even Hans could hardly stand next to him. Suddenly, everything went quiet, as if they were about to fail, Hans thought. Since Harley was no longer breathing, Hans left him lying in the cave in disappointment, and was about to leave. But then the system informed him of a unique increase in skills. The number of avatars in their control increased again. Hans was amazed at this turn of events, and did not understand where the growth came from. And then, Harley began to move again. The 5th of the avatars acquired the trait of physical mutation. Adaptation and regeneration were developed. The immortal Lich cried out in joy, clicking its jaws. Their investment had finally paid off. Harley scratched his tough, scaly skin and grinned wryly, realizing that he was no longer a member of the human race due to the mutations that had occurred. The good news clearly didn't end there, and Hans the Immortal made a few notes in the book. The number of avatars increased naturally, and this was an incredible achievement because they did not spend karma points. He was already thinking about how to use the new avatar when Harley put his hand on his book. And grinning, the Titan declared that he wanted to test his new abilities in battle. Harley the Dragonborn left the cave in just shorts and sneakers, But nothing fit him anyway, due to his increased size. All his senses were heightened by the mutation, and now he was like an animal on the hunt. He immediately heard the footsteps of a mountain panther, which was quietly sneaking up on him from behind. Like Hans the First, Harley also became a victim of a wildcat attack. But Harley was only glad to see a representative of the same ferocious species that had become their first victim. It only took one hand to stop the panther, and Harley simply grabbed her by the throat. After which, he threw it on the ground with such force that a loud bang was heard. He then quickly finished off the animal on the ground. After digging around inside, Harley discovered a green mana core, which every beast has. Consuming them was the most effective way to become stronger by absorbing the powers of slain animals. The system immediately reported that the entity had achieved enlightenment through repeated actions. This effect could also be reinforced through body mutation. And Harley immediately grew up, reaching almost 2 meters in height, a strong physique that will definitely give him an advantage in battle. The first skill he acquired was the gluttonous feast, which allowed him to quickly digest any food and consume it in large quantities. The hungry dragonborn immediately satisfied his hunger with his prey. Harley grinned carnivorously and began to eat the raw meat, tearing it into pieces like a wild animal. Since his taste buds had also been mutated, he did not experience any aversion to the food. Harley was barely holding back his contented purring, so that from the outside he must have seemed like a real madman to people. Thinking that he looked more like a barbarian, he remembered that in the southern part of the continent, there lived many barbarians united in tribal unions, and this was perfect for creating a legend about a new hero. Soon, a barbarian from distant lands arrived in a port city of the Kingdom of Tulek in the south. As he walked through the narrow and busy streets of the city, everyone made way for him so as not to accidentally bump into him, and then stared after him in amazement. His height made him stand out in the crowd, and his appearance on the streets did not go unnoticed, especially since southern barbarians were a rarity here. The barbarian went into the nearest tavern, and everyone there looked at him with concern. Hardly anyone could imagine what to do if the giant with an axe on his back decided to start a row. Harley the Dragonborn still walked around naked to the waist, wearing only a fur cape, showing off his excellent muscles for everyone to see. His goal was to achieve fame, to make the entire continent aware of him, to leave such a bright mark that his story would become a legend. The innkeeper asked the menacing-looking and silent barbarian in fear what had brought him here. Then Harley impatiently slammed the bar, almost cracking it, and loudly declared that he had come to this town to destroy all the monsters in the mountains near the steel fortress. When the innkeeper realized the barbarian had come to recruit himself, he promised to take him to the rally point. Meanwhile, Paladin Henlik continued to learn the Order's techniques and gradually overcame their best representatives. He soon mastered all the combat techniques at the Order's disposal, except for his personal techniques, and the system gave him comprehensive weapon mastery. Now, it didn't matter what he used. His fencing and understanding of combat was impeccable. This experience could greatly help other avatars. Walking through the long corridors of the temple, Henlik encountered Saint Ristar, dressed in full ceremonial attire. Surprised by this meeting, he asked her what she was doing there. And then Saint Ristar shared that during the rain, she liked to encourage the worms that crawl out of the ground. This raised doubts about her mental development and the wisdom of using divine powers. Henlik pondered the consequences of such a blessing, hoping that the worms would not become giant sand trains like in a science fiction movie. Then the paladin asked if there was some kind of event expected and pointed to her clothes. The saint nodded happily and announced that a guest would soon arrive who could track down the immortal king. Henlik immediately became wary, wondering if this guest would be able to break through Hans's barriers. Seeing his confusion, the saint thought she did not know if she could explain everything in her own words. And she invited Henlik to participate in this event as an honorary knight guardian, which was an incredible fortune and honor for the paladin, so he immediately agreed. Later, they lined up in the main hall to greet Lord Granwood. Henlik had never heard of him before, nor had he seen anyone greeted with such honor, so he must have been a strong man. But one could only be sure by seeing it with one's own eyes, and then guests appeared on the threshold. And then the guest himself introduced himself, revealing his long ears and delicate girlish features. Rafori Granwood, the high elf of the kingdom. Somewhere far from these places, a bored shop owner got tired of looking at an annoying customer. He had been walking around the store for 2 hours already, but still hadn't bought anything, so the salesperson was rushing him to make up his mind. A tall, handsome young man with a monocle turned around and apologized. His knowledge was still insufficient to make a choice. His name was Hubert VI. This avatar was born because Harley quickly achieved enlightenment. The original skill of this hypostasis was analysis, the ability to see information about an object, but so far the level of proficiency was too low. On the other hand, with the development of skills, it was possible to become the best merchant on the continent. Of course, before this, it was necessary to displace all the other large merchants, unions, guilds, and capture the market. And for that to happen, Harley the Dragonborn's heroic influence had to become even stronger. Meanwhile, the barbarian himself climbed high into the mountains, and even the deep snow of the passes was no obstacle to him. There he found a bear, who had either forgotten to sleep in his den or had woken up for some reason, and was now harassing the area, hunting everyone he could catch. The bear growled and rushed at the barbarian, but he only smiled and took out his shining axe. Claws and steel clashed, but Harley stood firm despite the bear's 3-meter height. He even managed to push aside the beast's strong paws, leaving it open for attack. The barbarian soared into the air like a bird with wings and swung his arms wide. A powerful vertical blow landed right on the bear's skull. But then an unfortunate incident occurred. The axe shaft could not withstand the force of the blow and broke. Harley only had time to curse in a barbarian dialect before he received a heavy slap. After which he counted all the fir trees on his way with his back before he fell into the snow. Unfortunately for him, the bear could not be defeated with ordinary weapons. But the Dragonborn was not so simple either. He covered his hand and fist with dragon scales for greater strength. And when the bear pounced on him again, it hit him right in the jaw. So much so that the bear started rolling around collecting pine cones on the ground. And since he couldn't use his weapon, he had to use his body instead. However, due to his monstrous strength, Harley was afraid that he would not be celebrated as a hero. He needed to use the monster's power without changing his body. Concentrating, he tried to do it on the other hand. It was necessary to summon the monster's power without resorting to transformation, and Harley even closed his eyes. The entity had fulfilled the conditions for enlightenment, the system reported in its ugly office language. The new skill the Dragonborn received was called Bio-Aura, and his idea worked. This skill seemed like a special power and looked more human as opposed to a mutation. However, a shadow loomed over Harley, and the barbarian at first thought that a cloud had passed over the sun. Suddenly, a huge giant emerged from the forest, who must have been hiding behind a fir tree before. And he walked so quietly that he could not be noticed for 10 miles around. The real ogre decided to attack the insolent barbarian who had wandered into his territory. But Harley still grinned because he wanted to test out his new skill. The ogre lowered his leg and crushed the barbarian like a small bug, laughing as he did so. But the barbarian turned out to be stronger than he seemed at first glance, and like a rhinoceros beetle, he braced himself against the ground and held the giant's leg. It would have been funnier and more realistic if he had simply been trampled like a nail, because even the frozen ground couldn't withstand such pressure. Having gained a foothold, Harley began to push upward with all his might. And in the end, he managed to throw the ogre off himself, after which the Dragonborn took off like a spring that had just uncoiled. A spare axe appeared in his hand, with which the barbarian intended to cut the ogre's head off his shoulders. He struck several swift blows, and unlike the bear, the ogre did not have the necessary strength to withstand them. After that, Harley slid down his back before the ogre fell under his own weight like a felled tree. Now, raising his axe to the sky in honor of the god of war, Harley the Dragonborn was confident that he could become famous as a hero. After finishing the battle, he followed the trail of a strange smell that led him to a cave. The smell was reminiscent of the power of the Oath of Disobedience. It was hard to imagine what the necromancers were planning, but it was definitely worth checking and stopping them. The rotting shoots of Hans the Immortal's competitors had to be uprooted, the barbarian proclaimed. Meanwhile, a tea party was taking place in the Great Temple, and Saint Ristar was treating her guest. They exchanged the pleasantries that protocol for such a meeting required, and Saint Ristar said she was pleased to welcome Granwood as her guest. Henlik stood at the right hand of the saint and maintained a tense silence, not knowing what to expect from the High Elves. The elves had their own continent, their kingdom was called Enamel, and their main cult was the worship of the world tree. Although humans and elves served different deities, they also had common goals. Both peoples recognized their equality and were bound by a close friendship, which was strengthened by the custom of exchanges, leaving religious questions aside. The High Elves were the elite of their kingdom, and the arrival of their representative could mean that the mages of the World Tree could be used to search for Hans the Immortal. In any case, Henlik watched everything with great curiosity, and he was especially interested in looking into Granwood's pupils, which resembled stars. But apparently he looked too long and too intently, so the elf caught his gaze. Henlik immediately asked for forgiveness, and the saint coughed in embarrassment. But Granwood did not object, and politely explained that his eyes were a sure sign of a high elf. Their lineage has served as a link between the elves and the world tree since ancient times, and very few are born with this trait. There were only 2 or 3 elves in a generation. Most of them were already old, so the birth of a new owner of starry eyes was desperately awaited. Here, Saint Restar asked the elf whether their requests for urgent help were related to the elves' problems. And Granwood nodded. They had recently received a revelation that a special child was born on the continent, but he was captured by slave traders and sold to a dark sorcerer. The elves wanted to ask the saint and the Order of Paladins for help in finding this child, and Rystar immediately responded to the request, asking if there were any leads. The trail disappeared somewhere in the northern mountains, Granwood said. The kidnappers were somewhere there. It was a dangerous and remote place. At this time, the barbarian Harley was making his way through a narrow passage, constantly hitting his head on the low arch. But he still stubbornly continued to crawl forward, following his sensitive sense of smell. Suddenly, among the narrow passages, he came across a niche in which sat a girl, thin as a teenager, with long ears. She was chained and could not leave the cave. Light green hair and green eyes, which had not yet awakened and were therefore ordinary, were how they described the elf who had become the new High Elf, but did not yet know it. The barbarian asked the child her name, and his booming voice echoed in the cave. The girl stood up in fear and introduced herself as Cecile, the tight collar squeezing her throat. When the barbarian found the girl in the mountains, an earthquake began, and to prevent them from being trapped in the cave, Harley picked her up on his shoulders and quickly carried her to the exit. The dark cultists tried to stop him. They wanted to push the barbarian away from the main warehouse. But the monster that burst into their shelter was unstoppable and rolled through the entire shelter like a steamroller. He simply pushed aside the idiots and cassocks who were rolling helplessly on the floor. Thanks to the elf, they reached the very warehouse she had spoken of. According to her, there was an item lying there that needed to be taken before escaping, and the barbarian ordered the girl to get down. Then she pointed to a branch of the world tree that looked more like a broom. Harley handed her the item that was valuable to the elves and lifted Cecile onto his shoulders again. Now the road would be more difficult, he said, and ordered her to hold on tight. To make it easier for her, the barbarian tied Cecile to himself with a rope and began to warm up. He rushed forward before Cecile could ask him to slow down. A gust of wind hit her in the face and almost knocked the elf over when Harley started to run. Henlich, who was watching everything live, suddenly raised his hand and said that he had an idea where to look for the girl. Granwood was amazed and asked if the goddess had blessed him for the search, but the guy only shook his head. However, he immediately added that he could feel her presence. The paladin standing nearby asked to refrain from using imprecise language. But the saint, on the contrary, was very interested in his words and asked for details. Meanwhile, the barbarian found a way out and was rushing towards it, while the cultists tried with all their might to prevent this. One of them grabbed the scroll and blew into it, and Harley, hearing it with his heightened hearing, stopped in his tracks. The ground shook beneath their feet as a pathetic imitator of Sheikhulud burst forth. Harley used his animal abilities to simply break through the worm. Jumping up, he hit him on the head with all his might, so that the worm's body turned in the other direction. But the monster quickly turned back and opened its mouth full of sharp, long teeth. A seal was visible in the worm's mouth. Apparently, the cultists used it to control the monster. But now it was clear to Harley why the creature from the desert was here now. He promised the worm salvation, like a true hero, and grabbed the monster by one of its fangs. After which, swinging it in the air, he threw the fish bait into warmer climes. How he managed to do this in the air without a support point is unclear, But they say Archimedes was spinning in his grave for a long time. After landing, Harley wished the bookworm a good trip and asked him not to appear in his sight again. Then he heard a deep growl behind him and discovered that he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Perhaps each one individually wasn't strong, but when they gathered into a hungry pack, it already looked dangerous, especially since the barbarian was carrying an elf on his back. But he was not afraid of them and simply decided to kill them all one by one, gripping the axe tighter. Taking advantage of his hesitation, the dark magicians occupied the hill and regrouped. They were still perplexed about who attacked them. Tomorrow, the leader of the cultists wanted to perform a ritual with the elf and the branch of the world tree, and even hid their presence, so it was unclear how they were discovered. But now they will end it all, the elder of the Oath of Disobedience, Nayarab, firmly declared. Harley hadn't lost his fight to the wolves yet, but he couldn't break away from them either. One gray wolf tried to bite the side, but quickly realized that his teeth were not strong enough. The barbarian chuckled contentedly. Numbers didn't matter against his armor. Harley pulled out a purple mana crystal from one of the enemies. The stone immediately went into his mouth. With its help, the barbarian intended to restore his stamina. He felt a new strength pouring out within him, so much so that he even froze for a moment. And then the boy's body was transformed. His head became that of a wolf. And although he did not lose his mind, his body began to move of its own free will. It defended itself, attacked its enemies, and fed on their flesh. Having reached critical mass, his essence once again achieved enlightenment, as reported by the system. Harley gained the wild instinct skill and began to fight even more fiercely. The necromancers began to hesitate. They could no longer imagine how they would defeat such a terrible monster. Then Elder Nirab ordered all summoning circles to be activated. Although it was a shame to open up to the world so quickly, they had no choice. The first thing to do is to release the two most powerful creatures, the elder said. Harley took a liking to the animalistic way of fighting, and now the wolves trembled before him like dogs. He was about to end this fight with a broken axe handle, when something pierced the barbarian's arm despite his natural armor. Harley looked in surprise at the shiny toothpick sticking out of his hand. It was an arrow that seemed to have been carved from a single crystal, and others followed after it. Harley dodged, then stared in amazement at his opponent, who reflected him dozens of times, in each of his faces. The Crystal Man, with a crystal in his forehead, used telekinesis to control arrows that were also made of crystal. But another threat was waiting for Harley from the sky, and Cecile let out a warning cry. There was a blow, and the ugly red face of a demon appeared in front of them, who immediately declared that they would not take another step. He called the barbarian a half-breed and brought down a heavy blow on him with a fiery sword. Although the barbarian was surprised to see a demon there, he did not lose his spirit. Brute force could not overcome him. However, as soon as he turned his back on the gem, it treated him to an arrow in the back. One enemy tied Harley up in close combat, while the other attacked with long-range attacks, a very unpleasant combination for the barbarian. The warrior staggered, and the demon gleefully suggested that the half-breed surrender. He swung his fiery sword at him again, like a balrog. However, a third force unexpectedly intervened in their battle when a second sun lit up in the sky. In a blinding flash, everyone who fought, both the demon and the barbarian, disappeared, and the necromancers were horrified by the holy power. The barbarian growled just in time and grinned, seeing the knight next to him. Throwing his sword back onto his shoulder, the paladin Henlik entered the battlefield completely relaxed. Then, at the meeting, the saint nevertheless decided to trust Henlik's words, despite the objections of her secretary. Henlik was someone they trusted, though still not blessed with research. But Saint Ristar countered that even the goddess had shown interest in him, meaning that this paladin had received some kind of revelation from her. However, the High Elf was not concerned with revelation or just a guess. He was ready to check any clue. If it would lead them to the child, he was willing to go anywhere, and asked Henlik to lead them. The paladin took on the demon, knowing that his powers were the best match for him. His sword glowed with light like Sir Tuscan's, which was the best weapon against the demon. In an instant, the powerful demon was thrown back, and his spirit wavered. The Jedi's sword cut the demon in half, and it fell to the ground in a heap of flesh. His diamond accomplice was also quite surprised to find himself in the minority. Now it was the barbarian's turn to surprise his enemy with a sudden attack. They clashed in the center, and it turned out that the Diamond Man was good at close combat too. The opponents showered each other with a hail of blows. And the diamond enemy held on well, but then the fierce barbarian grabbed him by the head and said, "An eye for an eye." Harley took an arrow to the eye and miraculously survived, so he decided to get even with the monster. With a mad grin, he destroyed the Diamond Man with his bare hands. The head couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Even pierced by a dozen arrows and looking just like a hedgehog, Harley managed to defeat his enemy. He picked up from the pile of rubble the one that most resembled an eye, after which he inserted it into himself, replacing the lost one. The system immediately recognized the device that gave the barbarian the skill of pyrokinesis. Now the Dragonborn had a skill for a long-range attack, and right in front of him there appeared a convenient target to test out his new ability. The necromancers had still not left the hill. Despite the defeat of their pets and the arrival of the Holy Knight, they did not run away. Elder Nurab ordered them to wait. There were only 2 of their opponents, so he ordered that all remaining monsters be released, and that they prepare to retreat. One of the novices either did not hear or did not understand the order and asked again. But instead of an explanation, he received a steel mace right on the head and immediately fell asleep. The cavalry, as always, appeared on time and completely unnoticed. No one heard the clatter of dozens of horses carrying heavily armed riders. The acolytes realized that they were completely surrounded by paladins and pressed their backs to the elder, asking him for teleportation. But he only grabbed his confidant and declared that they would not return now anyway. Just like last time, when things were going really badly for the cultists, the younger acolytes were sacrificed, which showed their low value. Elder Nurab used this power to summon the Archdevil. A huge magic summoning circle appeared in the sky above the hill. Waves of dark power surrounded the necromancer, preventing anyone from approaching him, and horses dropped their riders. However, when the monstrous demon emerged from the rift, a symmetrical response was already prepared in the sky to suppress it. The holy power gathered in the divine spear pierced the demon before he could escape from the rift and do anything. Bishop Latium arrived on the battlefield, calmly leafing through the holy scriptures. "All heretics must burn in the sacred fire," said Latius, and dealt another blow to the sorcerer. Another explosion thundered on the hill, and the actual fight was over before the barbarian could test his new skill. Harley turned towards the forest where Cecile was hiding and said that she could come out. Cecile immediately ran up to the barbarian and began to complain about how scared she was, how stuffy and cramped it was, but Harley only laughed, because this meant that she had not lost heart. Although their acquaintance was short-lived, they seemed to hit it off, and the barbarian ruffled her hair. Afterwards, Sir Tuscan and the High Elf Granwood approached them. The paladin's appearance came just in time, otherwise Cecil could have been harmed. Sir Tuscan praised Henlik for his good work and asked the boy how he knew where to move to. Granwood cautiously called Lady Cecile, who was still huddled hesitantly close to the barbarian. The High Elf knelt before her and introduced himself, saying that he came from the land of the elves. Harley looked closely at the elf's face, as if studying his intentions. And then he laughed so loudly that their ears were blocked. The barbarian was glad that the rescued one was now reunited with her family. Granwood offered to reward the barbarian hero, but he chose to nobly refuse, saying that he did not expect to receive anything in return for his help. However, the elf insisted, especially since he wanted to secure the friendship of such a noble man, and the barbarian agreed to accept the gratitude. Harley slapped the skinny elf on the shoulder so hard that he actually crouched down, and Cecilia asked the barbarian to do the same. She touched his high forehead with her lips and gave him the blessing of nature, holding in her hands a broom from the world tree. A small spot in the shape of a green leaf immediately appeared on the barbarian's forehead, and he felt the presence of new strength within himself. Granwood explained that this was a blessing that could be bestowed by the high elves. It was a high-level enchantment that could only be cast a few times. Since Cecil had not yet awakened, the effect of her enhancement was not that high. Besides this, Granwood asked the barbarian to extend his hand and handed him a promise ring. If Harley ever needed help, they would come, the elf said. The barbarian laughed again and modestly asked not to be so appeased, but accepted the gift. After this, Cecile handed him the broom of the world tree as another gift. Sir Tuscan appreciated the barbarian's impressive physical prowess. He reminded him somewhat of Henlich, and the paladin asked if they knew each other. But the boy honestly replied that this was their first meeting. Assessing the circumstances, Sir Tuscan decided that the order should also thank the noble barbarian for his assistance. Henlich chuckled contentedly. Their team of doubles had already earned the elves' gratitude, and now the order was also benefiting. And if the temple also supports Hubert VI, he will be able to become the best merchant in the empire. Granwood approached Sir Tuscan and thanked him for his quick assistance with an important matter. Now it was time to repay the order. The knight had only one request. For the sake of world peace, find the immortal king. After all, contact with the elves was precisely for this, Henlich thought, and became wary, not knowing what to expect from the search. The world tree is so called because it is connected to all the trees in the world. The high elves were able to draw on its energy and sense the power of any place where trees grew. Here, Granwood said that he needed help and pointed to Sir Tuscan. To find the immortal king, a piece of his power was needed, for starters. Sir Tuscan understood what was being said, and the detachment quickly moved from the distant northern mountains back to the sacred temple. Henlich didn't think he would return to this place so quickly, but he still couldn't comprehend the level of the protective barrier. This time, the path to the vault was more confusing and winding, like a labyrinth, because they were not with members of the order. Even Hans the Immortal would have had to wander around for a long time to overcome all the protective barriers. Even if someone broke through, all the paladins and priests would immediately rush to the vault. The vault doors opened, and the high elf immediately realized that before him was a fragment of the immortal king. It became clear that the elf would now find Hans and begin pursuing him. Henlich thought, all the elite forces will be thrown at his necromancer friend. But then a clever guess struck him, and the paladin grinned slyly. He had already seen how to get the last fragment when everyone was distracted and the vault was left unattended. In the middle of the dark hall, there was furniture behind which no one was sitting. The hall seemed completely empty, but soon the voices of the leaders of the Oath of Disobedience were heard. And then their vague shadows appeared in the hall. The representative of the Empire said, "Here, the first shadow." Following him, the representative of the East also responded, but Nuraba's chair remained empty. To this day, the members of the Oath have never figured out how the Order tracked down their location and was able to defeat them there. First, Malcolm, who had been cultivating the fragment, was killed, and now Nurab has fallen too. They have become too careless, said one of the shadows. The revival of the Order should mark the appearance of the heir to the immortal king, another responded. They then decided to use the new heir to their advantage, although not everyone was happy with the idea of joining forces with the fake that had cornered them. But the others clearly liked the idea, and they bared their teeth in anticipation of their cunning and insidious plans. No matter how deep he hid or how many barriers she set up, the saint was still able to track him. She clearly felt a fragment of it, Hans the Immortal realized. In that case, he decided to hide it in the depths of his subspace storage. However, the fragment refused to sink into the void and bounced back as if it had hit ice. This was a mystery, because after awakening, Hans was able to return to Earth with this fragment. Then he decided to create a subspace inside his body and transfer the fragment in this way. In this way, they would become one whole, Hans believed, but how it all actually worked was unclear. The main thing is that he got what he intended, and now Hans could use the fragment. But at the same time, he completely hid the power of his dark energy emanating from him. So this relieved him of the constant supervision of the saint, which was quite a headache. All that was left was to clean up after himself, and fire helped him with this, destroying all traces. After this, Hans the Immortal removed all the barriers that were no longer necessary. The scent of the Demon King spread throughout the world, as if telling the Order that he was here and they could come and take him. Hans himself intended to capture the last fragment of the king. And at that moment, Granwood discovered him. With the help of his magic, he informed the others that the ruler was in the Forest of Monsters, in the west of the continent. Bishop Latium immediately ordered the paladins to be summoned, who had apparently managed to disperse to the taverns after the last adventure. Here, one disgruntled knight stepped forward, outraged that he had even been invited to the operation, and he considered himself a very important bird. His name was Piraeus, and he was a paladin of the Temple of Girona, and the knight firmly declared that he would go with them. Cardinal Piraeus was the most revered figure in the great temple of Geron. The best men went on the raid, and this was encouraging. But even Saint Ristar volunteered to go on such an important raid together with Bishop Latium, although he immediately objected because her safety was much more important. For the sake of the future of the order, the saint had to remain in the temple because she was its support. After this, Laetius turned to Henlik, who took a step forward. This time, he was instructed to remain in the temple and protect the saint. And if something happens, he must save her at the cost of his own life, the bishop said quietly in his ear. After which, he immediately turned around and set out on a great raid against Hans the Immortal. Henlik chuckled. There was no need to worry about the saint's safety, since she was the only one who was not in danger in his plans. Having finished quickly getting ready, everyone poured out of the temple into the main courtyard towards the portal. Soon they will face the main disaster of their world, the bishop proclaimed in his parting speech, and this nightmare will become just a terrible story. To save everyone and the world, the paladins disappeared in a bright flash of teleportation. Seeing how worried the saint was, Henlik told her not to worry so much. He assured her that everything would return safe and sound, and Ristar thought that Henlik was so confident because he had received a revelation from the goddess. Henlik smiled and simply said that he had a kind of premonition that this is exactly how it would be. After all, right now, Hans the Immortal was already standing on the threshold of the great temple. There were many barriers blocking his path, and even if Hans had penetrated the walls, they would not have gone anywhere. Then he decided to get rid of them in one fell swoop and buy himself some time. Dozens of explosions thundered above his head as dark power clashed with divine. The soldiers who were standing guard immediately became alarmed when they saw the glow above their heads. Hundreds of dead people appeared right under the walls and rushed to attack. At this time, the paladins searched in vain the empty shelter of Hans the Immortal, not realizing that they had been tricked and the main temple was under attack. They didn't find anything in the cave either. Everything inside was burned, and even the elf was upset. He didn't understand how this had happened, because if the enemy had moved, the world tree would have reported it. Here, Bishop Latius began to suspect something. Perhaps the enemy knew that he was being watched, and he undertook some kind of trick. After this, he ordered everyone to immediately return to the main temple, shouting that it was all a deception. The main temple was ablaze with fire, and bodies of the dead and bones lay everywhere, making it an apocalyptic sight. Without the main forces of the paladins, there was no one to protect the fragment in the vault, and Hans the Immortal got there. He opened the vault on his chest and drew upon himself the final fragment needed for a full resurrection. Bells were ringing everywhere, and the guards were running to their positions in panic, while Henlik stood calmly to the side and watched the chaos. He wished the boys good luck, and he himself followed orders to guard the garden. I just had to wait here until everyone left and then quietly hide. However, the soldiers kept coming and coming. There were clearly more of them than Henlik expected. Many of them he had never seen before. Fortunately, they all did not yet know that their main enemy had already reached his goal and were running to repel the attack from the outside. Thus, Hans the Immortal had already deceived the forces of the Order twice. But then, a divine image appeared above the temple, which attracted everyone's attention, and told the knights that the army outside was only a distraction. And the heir to the immortal king is already close to his goal, proclaimed the figure in the Inquisitor's mask. He directed everyone into the sealing chamber. Henlik was amazed that they understood everything so quickly. It was necessary to intervene somehow before this turned into a disaster, the paladin realized and followed. The saint, with a detachment of guards of priests and paladins, quickly walked to the vault. They already knew that the enemy was at the gate. They didn't understand how Hans the Deathless had gotten into the vault so quickly, and Ristar suggested that he might have teleported, but no one could know for sure. The saint was horrified by her miscalculation, because the immortal king was so close, and she did not even understand anything. And when she was already completely in despair, a cheerful, confident voice was heard from behind. Henlik apologized for being late, the roads were congested, and announced that he was taking command. Seeing him, Ristar was immediately inspired, almost crying with joy. Meanwhile, the dead reached the Inquisitor, who, with his foresight, prevented their surprise attack, but at the cost of the entire undead army being destroyed. Even old Malcolm was finally freed from slavery and retired, even though his strength was equal to that of an intermediate boss. Hans the Immortal wished the necromancer to burn in hell for all his sins. But now, finally, the path to the fragment was completely clear, and Hans got what he had been waiting for so long. The shard responded to his call and trembled, though it was still held by the shackles. However, when Hans finally absorbed it, he still didn't get the feeling of completion, as if something was missing. He didn't even feel like he had become stronger. Perhaps more time was needed for the complete fusion. At that very moment, a squad of guard paladins overtook him, and they immediately entered into battle. But Hans stopped them with just one movement of his hand and dark power. After which, he threw the paladins back right at the feet of the saint. To avoid losing them, the priest from the squad immediately applied healing. Divine power clashed with the darkness in the warriors' hearts. But Henlik couldn't just stand there and do nothing, so he rushed into battle himself. The saint objected and held him in place. First, it was necessary to analyze the power of the immortal king, she said. Once again, Henlik's plan to stall for time while they fought the dead man failed. A new wave of dark power hit the paladins. Hans called on everyone to surrender. He had already absorbed the fragment and would not give it to anyone. The easiest thing to do would have been to destroy the paladins. But Hans was a just hero and could not take the lives of innocents. While he hesitated, he was pierced by spears of holy power, and this attack was familiar to the king. Saint Rystar possessed such a fast and powerful spell. If he hadn't strengthened his regeneration, the fight could have ended at this stage. The first thing Hans decided to do was to destroy the center of the entire paladin leadership. But the priest reacted very quickly and protected the saint from the dark attack. Having recovered from the initial shock, the paladins not only defended themselves well, but also immediately counterattacked the dead man. Hans was surprised by this and thought that someone else had passed on his strategy to the knights, so he decided to look into their minds. Because of this, he became distracted, and then a priest appeared nearby, taking advantage of the king's confusion. The tide of battle turned in favor of the paladins. They already realized that the necromancer had not yet completely absorbed the fragment. The saint, inspiring everyone else, began a new attack of light spears and called on them to follow her example. The simultaneous attack of spears and swords deprived the king of the opportunity to recover his strength. However, the knight suddenly encountered a dark barrier and recoiled. The second paladin, however, was able to continue the attack and got very close to Hans. Such a half-hearted attack couldn't even frighten the immortal king, and he only snapped back angrily. A grip of darkness erupted from the ground, a special binding magic that grabbed the knight. He found himself locked in it and could not move. For some time, the paladin was taken out of the battle. Now Hans was reading all their movements, although the paladins thought they were well protected from mental influence. Henlik could not directly intervene in the battle, so he spied on the priest's plans and secretly passed them on to Hans. The battle died down again, both sides testing each other's capabilities, thinking about what to do next. But it was too late for the knights. The strategic moment had already been lost. Hans had completely absorbed the king's fragment. The fused fragments began to resemble more the heart that he had lost long ago, at the beginning of his journey. A wave of dark power hit like a surf, causing everyone around the king to stagger. The knights shielded the saint, but the power of darkness continued to grow. Rystar was in complete despair, her spirit deserting her in the face of the worst possible disaster. The immortal king was reborn right before their eyes, his appearance rapidly changing. Hans the Immortal commanded the dogs of the order to tremble with fear. He had experienced death and surpassed it, the system reported. And then everyone saw the new appearance of the ruler. Now he looked more like a dark knight, a hero in a mask. The disaster of the outer dimension. The immortal king has fully returned. At that moment, the reinforcement soldiers reached the underground storage facility and stopped in horror. They saw the king in all his terrible splendor, hovering above the earth like a deity by the power of darkness. The sacred space of the temple still suppressed the power of the king, the seasoned veteran of the order shouted to everyone. Sir Peony was ready to put his life on the line to destroy the death demon here. Together with the rest of the knights, they went on the attack and began to storm the vault. King Hans just flashed his eyes. No one saw his status, so they thought they could defeat him. Now he was immune to instant death, his skills had evolved to an immortal heart, making the king invincible. The king waved his hand as soon as the knights came close enough, after which he used the Eye of Darkness on them, causing the soldiers to freeze in place. This skill paralyzed them with fear and did not allow them to move. It allowed them to take control of low-ranking creatures, so the knights suddenly saw how they were being devoured by corpse worms. Sir Pion knew this skill and ordered the soldiers not to look the enemy in the eye. King Hans's attack didn't end there. He used magic again, this time to summon. The bones and bodies scattered everywhere, of which there was no shortage, began to gather around him. "Rise up, Legion!" proclaimed King Hans, and a horrifyingly hideous bone golem appeared above him. Almost immediately, this giant began to attack the knights, who had been unable to move before. The heavy blow sent them all rolling across the floor like bowling pins in different directions. "It's a shame, but it's time to end this," King Hans said to the saint, who was still inactive but desperately trying to pull herself together, realizing that the entire continent was under threat. Then she turned to Henlik, who had been acting as a reserve and a bit of a spy all this time. Rystar asked to accept her cross and removed the relic from herself, after which she told him to retreat and defeat the immortal king when he became stronger. Now the main task of all the paladins was to let Henlik go, because he was their new hope, the saint declared. She asked them to protect him at the cost of their lives so that he could get out of this place safely and escape. Obeying her command, the paladins rushed into the attack with abandon, like a swarm of angry bees. Their discipline was to be commended. Sir Peony immediately broke through to King Hans, wanting to finish him off with one blow, or at least distract him. However, such a rear attack could no longer surprise Hans, so he immediately detained the paladin. As the knight was gripped by the hand of darkness, he whispered that in any case, their goal was achieved. They saved Henlik, their main hope, while only the old, worn-out knight was dying. King Hans did not argue. He was completely confident in his superiority, and he was about to crush the knight's skull. Or rather, he was pretending to do so, when he himself received a blow from a gauntlet. Such a simple attack knocked him over and made him roll. Henlik immediately used the blessed jump and found himself behind Hans. He brought down a monstrous blow with his sword, which should have broken all the bones. But the immortal King Hans stood firm without even a scratch. He praised the boy for his efforts, but his sword was too dull to inflict death. Spikes of darkness pierced Henlik's body, which had no protection from them, although this was also only a theatrical effect, and his body was not affected. Henlik himself took the hit and rolled away, making as much noise as possible. Everything looked beautiful and dramatic, like in a movie. The beautiful Rystar screamed desperately again, not understanding why he was risking himself. He should have fled, but Henlik pompously declared that he had not joined the order in order to flee like a coward from the battlefield. The cross in his hand was filled with light. How could someone who believed in his victory lose? He swore to protect the world, and striking his chest with the cross, Henlik rose to his feet again. He then asked the king why he thought his blade was dull. Henlik's sword filled with light like a true Jedi's. He achieved enlightenment and received the blessing of the Sword of Light. This was already the third on his account. Henlik's sword received fiery letters on its share. Then he took a step forward to meet the dramatic climax and its denouement. The Holy Jedi's fiery sword pierced the necromancer, causing a stream of light to emerge from his back. Finding themselves centimeters apart, both comrades grinned. It was a wonderful performance in which each became stronger. In the final part, King Hans had to say goodbye to his audience. He grabbed Henlik's sword with his gauntlets and asked the knight his name. He gave his full name, shouting it out like a true hero. Thanks to his immunity to lethal attacks, King Hans was able to survive all the damage from the Jedi's lightsaber. But he pretended to be expelled and wished everyone a quick meeting, after which he vanished into black smoke in the wind. Henlik let out a disappointed sigh as his enemy escaped. And then he pretended that his strength was leaving him and he began to fall, just like in those cheap comics where the heroes always win with the last of their strength. Henlik was picked up by Sir Pion, who was deeply impressed that the boy had managed to capture the heart of the great king. Now everyone recognized him as the Chosen One, almost the Messiah of the whole world. Thus, through a joint effort, a heroic tale was brought to life. In our days, it would seem more like a hackneyed cliché, but for ancient people, it was just right. Hans was eventually reborn as king, and Henlik defeated him with the goddess's blessing. A perfect rivalry between good and evil under the strict supervision of the behind-the-scenes demiurge Han Sung-hyun. Now all that was left was to collect the reward for a successful performance, and Khan looked into the system. Improving the unique skill was available, but it cost a whopping 800 karma points. Khan didn't even think about it and chose to improve. This was the most important thing for him now. After this, he was able to customize his characters, and Khan immediately began to figure out what it was. Everything was exactly like in the game. The skill opened up two amazing possibilities: creating an avatar and modifying an avatar. The modification allowed changing the appearance and individual features of the character. As for creation, you could come up with the character's appearance once and choose the starting characteristics. But the most intriguing thing was that you could choose the character's gender. There were only two available, but that was already something Han Sung-hyun thought about to start with. It wasn't that he had any strange intentions, but curiosity pushed him to try it right away and see the differences. That's why he chose a female character without hesitation, clicking on the system's display. But for some reason, the choice was unavailable at the moment, and the guy still didn't understand the reason. However, the system also offered him the opportunity to change his race by placing a special item in the basket. Han Sung-hyun immediately remembered the World Tree broom Cecile had given him, and it seemed to have found a use for it. He'd planted it in a pot beforehand, and it had even sprouted roots and new leaves, serving as an excellent air freshener. But there was no other choice. Since Khan wanted to create an elf, he had to use a flower. The system recognized the sprout of the World Tree and began creating an elf. The appearance of the standard avatar began to change under the influence of the tree's power. But black hair and eyes were not a characteristic of the immortal people. Fortunately, Khan had access to customization, and with its help, he repainted the avatar, giving it beautiful facial features that were exactly like a woman's. And since the main characteristic of elves is their connection with spirits, Khan invested all his points in closeness to nature. The new avatar was named Harris. His seventh unique trait was the child of the World Tree. Thanks to his kinship with the broom, he was supposed to quickly develop his connection with nature. The elf turned out to be wonderfully handsome. Tall and slender, Khan was pleased with his work. However, the newborn himself suddenly twisted his refined face in disgust. He pinched his nose and looked very unhappy, leaving Han at a loss. Harris's entire body seemed to be decomposing under the influence of Hans the Immortal's aura. Their essences were completely opposite to each other. This seriously alarmed Khan, and he didn't know what to do. Here he realized that he simply needed to cancel the summoning of Hans the Immortal, because the elf was too weak. Even the center of the mind that separated them did not work, perhaps due to the deep closeness with nature. So Khan almost lost the newly created elf. Having dealt with this, he decided to return to the affairs of Harley the Dragonborn. I came across an excellent book about Conan the Barbarian, which could become the basis for the story of the famous mercenary. Harley himself, meanwhile, has acquired a couple of upgrades to better suit his wild image. Like an aquilifer of the Roman legion, he walked through the streets of Tarak, a city of artisans that was famous for its goods throughout the empire. Lately, some bandits have been causing trouble in Hubert VI's shop, and the Dragonborn decided to help. While the barbarian was walking down the street and not bothering anyone, some madmen decided to make fun of him because of his wild appearance. The tough-looking bully looked askance at the barbarian and told him that he was disturbing all the southerners with his presence. It was said in passing, but the Dragonborn's sensitive hearing caught everything, and he stopped to sort this matter out. Harley approached the bullies closely and suggested that they discuss their recent statements. They immediately jumped up from their seats and began insulting the barbarian. One of the tattooed hooligans even took out a club and ordered the barbarian to stand still. They held themselves self-confidently, despite the intimidating appearance of the Dragonborn, feeling superior in numbers. Then Harley smashed the baton with his bare fist, depriving the bully of his main argument. This made the desired impression on them. The bullies immediately quieted down and lowered their tone. Harley wondered if this gang really came from the south. Each had distinctive tattoos, and all had black eyes. A sure sign of southerners, the barbarian noted as he looked at them. He had already imagined himself at the head of the barbarians of the South, who would revere him as a great hero, which suited the next plot perfectly. The bully pointed a finger at the barbarian and told him to wear such clothes only on traditional holidays. And Harley realized that he had misread the cultural context when preparing the image. After all, he was not a true Southerner. He told the Southerner in surprise that he didn't know they didn't wear that anymore. But the Southerner took this as a mockery of their culture, and his patience ran out. The Southerner slammed his fist on the ground and declared that he was challenging the barbarian to a traditional duel. Harley had already heard that this meant a bare-knuckle fight, but he also had his own condition, he said with a happy face. They must all fight at once, the barbarian growled and grinned. The Southerners took this as an even greater insult to their honor. Then the Dragonborn showed them with his fingers that two would attack and the third would stay aside to help them get to the infirmary afterward. After which he attacked without any warning, causing chaos in the city streets. As Harley had promised, the two Southerners immediately took flight like birds. The remaining one was amazed that a Southerner with such skills did not have a single warrior's mark and suspected a fake. Harley thought about it. He had no idea at all about the culture and customs of the people whose representative he wanted to appear to everyone as. Then the Dragonborn declared that he was, of course, a Southern barbarian, but he had a reason why he did not wear the mark. 20 years ago, his tribe held a ritual duel to choose the next chief. And Harley's father won this fight with honor, defeating his opponent with a crushing blow. He raised his hand to the sky with honor, and the crowd greeted him with a wave of jubilation. The old chieftain congratulated him on his victory and said that he could grant the warrior one wish, according to ancient tradition. Then the brave and strong warrior said that even before the battle began, he knew what he wanted. And he declared that he did not want to marry the chieftain's daughter, sharply pointing his finger at her. The chieftain's daughter was deeply hurt by such an abrupt refusal. It hurt the pride of the Southern beauty, and she called the warrior a fool. She ordered him to explain himself immediately. The whole point is that they were related by blood, the warrior said humbly. The news stunned everyone, because people have always loved series about broken families, betrayals, scandals, and intriguing investigations. Popcorn sales skyrocketed in response to such news. The chieftain's daughter turned to her father, demanding that he immediately stop these dirty rumors. But the father, hiding his face from her, was forced to admit that it was true. In fact, the chief's daughter was not of his blood, he said. In revenge for revealing the secret, the leader ordered the daring warrior to be killed. Then Harley's father shouted to his wife to run, promising to buy her time. His mother was pregnant with him at the time, so she couldn't rush to the defense of her husband, Harley's father. His father fought heroically against all the warriors of the tribe, but the forces were unequal, so he fell in battle. Harley's mother ran away and raised her son, living in a cave, all alone. Unfortunately, due to the harsh living conditions and to add more drama to the plot, she died. The Dragonborn finished his story. That's why he didn't have the tribe's warrior mark, because he was forced to grow up far away from everyone. The story was so pathetic that the sensitive and simple-minded Southerners were immediately touched, shedding a stingy, manly tear. Then they rushed at Harley, not to beat him, but to ask for forgiveness for doubting his belonging to their family. They could not believe that the barbarian had been able to endure so much suffering, and they accepted him into their family. And the Dragonborn himself praised his acting skills and chuckled. Because if you don't praise yourself, no one will. To cement their touching reunion, the men headed to the tavern, where they began to question what had brought the barbarians so far north. Harley returned to his dramatic persona and began to tell the second flashback of his fictional biography. After he buried his mother, he had nothing left but himself. He didn't know what to do or how to live on. One day, while wandering, he met a man who did not pass by, but spoke to him. Dressed in a formal suit, with an umbrella and a monocle, this man seemed the complete opposite of the wild, ragged barbarian, but he still offered his assistance. His name was Hubert, and he had been the noble barbarian's comrade until now. This man became a true benefactor and helped him get settled in life. But then Harley heard that his friend was in trouble. He was being threatened by local bandits. Unable to abandon his friend in trouble, the barbarian came to the city to sort things out. The gang of Southerners immediately became inspired. "The enemy of our friend, our enemy," they proclaimed in chorus, and beat their chests militantly. They stated that they would do everything possible to help Harley and his patron. Then the barbarian gratefully grabbed them in an armful, all three of them, and hugged them so hard that their ribs cracked. Now it was possible to use some fools against others, and thus help Hubert. It's good that the Southerners are so gullible, Harley thought. One day, the time will come to start a real creative economy project. For example, Hubert could easily buy a ton of black pepper in a land where it was not such a rarity these days. However, it was highly prized on the continent of the Empire, which had not yet begun the Age of Discovery. In exchange, magical instruments could be brought back to Earth. All parties would benefit from this deal, and the difference in rates would allow Hubert to quickly make a fortune and take over all trading operations. The boys expressed a strong desire to immediately keep an eye on Hubert's store and went to check how things were going there. Having comrades who were trustworthy greatly simplified matters. Life was much simpler with them. With Hubert's problems resolved, Khan could now devote his full attention to the debut of the elf, Harris. Late at night, Harris approached the gates of the great Temple of Roselia and puzzled the guards. The elf gave his name and said he was a close friend of Harley's, and that he was listed as a close friend of the Order, though there were doubts the guards even understood what he was talking about. Harris had heard that the elven envoy was present and had come to request a meeting with him. He even had with him a letter of recommendation written by a barbarian, which even a child could easily forge. However, for the sake of plot conventions, the guards pretended to accept this document and confirm the elf's identity, although in reality, they were unlikely to know the barbarian, whom only the top officials of the Order had personally seen. Perhaps the elf didn't arouse their suspicions, because the guards, pitchforks in hand, let the Goldilocks through and led him to the chambers of the elven envoys. When the guard brought him to the place, he said that Lord Granwood had already been informed of his arrival. Harris entered the chambers and immediately asked for forgiveness for such a late visit. But the Lord was glad to see him. He introduced himself and greeted the guest, inviting him to sit down. Harris returned the greeting, although it was difficult to act as if he were meeting someone he knew for the first time. However, the more he looked into the elf's starry eyes, the more it seemed to him that they were becoming brighter. Harris felt as if he was drowning and falling asleep in that gaze. Lord Granwood took his time and looked at his guest as if checking him out. He saw the guest wearing the bracelet he'd given Harley, confirming his words of friendship. Harris himself stared at him in amazement. Harris immediately apologized and said that he would take it off if it offended the Lord, but he did not object. He was satisfied that the bracelet was worn by a representative of their family. Then Granwood got down to business and wanted to know what had brought Harris to him. The young elf admitted that he would like to learn to sense the power of spirits and make contracts with them. He spent most of his life alone, away from his relatives, and was unable to develop this power. Granwood examined the guest again with his inner vision. His high-level abilities left no doubt. Then he suggested that Harris go out into the fresh air, and he followed the Lord. There, Lord Granwood admitted that he could not train the boy, since he would soon have to leave this place. However, he immediately offered a convenient alternative: to go to the kingdom of the elves with him. Harris couldn't believe his luck. He even asked about it again in amazement. The land of the elves was located on the continent of Enamel, and there was a world-famous academy of high elves there. The young elf immediately agreed, saying it was a great honor for him, but he feared it would require special skills. Grenwood agreed. Only children of high elves could enter. But there were exceptions, he said, approaching the young man. The exceptions were the elves, who possessed the power of the higher ones, he stated, before anyone could think about anything else. Harris must have felt it himself. When he looked into his eyes, Lord Granwood said. And it happened again. The bracelet on Harris's arm seemed to move, and a familiar sensation appeared. It was a feeling as if he was being pulled somewhere, sucked in, against his will. To his surprise, Harris found himself in the middle of an endless blue, as if he were standing on the surface of a lake on a calm day. At first glance, this place resembled the mental sphere that Hans the Immortal entered when he fought the vampires of the Retribution Society, but the energy inside was much purer. Feeling a light breeze and the scent of cherry blossoms, Harris turned around. At first, he thought he was seeing an elven goddess in front of him, but then he realized he was looking at the world tree. And the elf sitting on its branches personifies its essence. She landed softly on the ground, fluttering like a bird, and approached Harris. And so quickly that he was even confused by such pressure, not knowing what to do. The elf gently touched his cheek with a gentle hand. Perhaps this was the first time a girl touched him, so the guy felt embarrassed. He looked into her emerald eyes, like spring grass, and drowned in them, forgetting about everything in the world. The scene made Harris blush and his heart pound in his chest. The spirit of the forest told him to go to the kingdom of the elves. Although she spoke a different language, Harris understood everything. Her image swayed in the air and slowly melted away, turning into a pile of green leaves. So he understood that she was definitely the spirit of the world tree. At least the spirit accepted him. That could be said for sure. Harris asked her to stay and explain everything that was happening to him, but no one else responded. As he reached for the image, the world was replaced by a bright flash in his eyes. A stunned Harris easily returned back to the real world. Looking around, he asked Granwood what it was, and he explained that the boy felt the presence of the world tree. Harris told him about what he had seen and about the unusual image of the beautiful elf. According to the Lord, the goddess took the form of a tree because it was the image that the elf himself could understand. This also meant that the world tree had taken a special interest in him, the Lord said, stunning the boy again. It was not enough for them to act under the supervision of the goddess of light, but the spirit of the world tree also turned its influence on him. Meanwhile, Hubert VII's business was not going well. The gang of Southerners returned to him again, demanding payment for protection, and threatened to destroy the entire store. Hubert was still looking for ways to resolve matters peacefully. He even offered the Southerners some tea and the supplies that had arrived that week. But the hooligan knocked the cup out of his hands and refused the offer in the most rude terms, instead suggesting that the merchant either get out of this place or die on the spot. They would have been better off choosing tea, the merchant replied with a slight smile, not at all afraid of the hooligan's sharp knife. And all because behind him there was already a reliable roof, from among those who just loved tea. At that very moment, the leader of the racketeering hooligans received a weighty argument not to come here anymore, right in the jaw. After which he headed towards the exit, asking not to be seen off. He would find the door himself. A real fight was not in the plans of the cowardly scum, who were used to intimidating everyone. But it was too late to run. A new gang attacked them from all sides. After successfully dealing with the illegal racket, Harley treated everyone to dinner at his own expense, and now there was no need to worry about Hubert's affairs. Now that the Southerners saw how the great warrior fought, they began to insist that he definitely needed a mark. One of the Southerners took off his sweaty shirt and showed a tattoo on his chest. This is what a real warrior's mark looked like. According to rumors, there lived in Tarak a shaman from the south who knew how to properly apply such marks and was an expert in them. Then the impatient barbarian grabbed Leuven and demanded that he go to the shaman right now. Despite the latter's cries and protests and the late night, they ran to the shaman's house. The gangs of Southerners that flooded the city harassed not only Hubert, but also other small shopkeepers. The old woman who was selling some bottles indifferently answered the hooligans that the amount was too high and she didn't have that kind of money. Then the bully grabbed her by the collar to explain how wrong she was about them since she wasn't taking them seriously. It turned out that this was exactly the same hooligan who had received payment with interest today and given away a couple of teeth as change. He had definitely had a bad day, so he had come to take it out on the old woman. The racketeer started shaking her over the counter and told her to look for money anywhere. Dentist bills are no joke. But then he suddenly fell silent and looked away in amazement. The hooligan immediately recognized the brute barbarian, and the meeting with him did not bode well. Harley paid the racketeers the remaining amount of the old woman's debt, thus paying off her debt once and for all. All this time he did not let go of Leuven from his arms, so the Southerner became quite seasick, and the barbarian himself declared that he would like to make a mark. The noble barbarian had no intention of doing anything to the bandits, and said that they themselves should think about their behavior when they woke up. The old woman sighed heavily, looking at all this mess, but accepted the barbarian. They sat down at the table of her modest home to discuss the mark the barbarian wanted. On the one hand, the mark gave a huge amount of power, but on the other hand, the price was his life force. Leuven had already told Harley everything on the way to the shaman. Having assessed his strength, the shaman said that she had not seen people with energy like a monster for a long time. With such endurance, he could withstand the mark of the main military lord. Harley was immediately inspired and impatiently demanded that such a mark be made for him. but the shaman declared that she could not do it. It was a technique that no one had mastered for hundreds of years. She even had to cover her ears from the barbarian's scream, and even his mood dropped from the refusal. Then Harley just wanted the mark of a great warrior like Leuven's. But the old woman had problems with this one too, she said, and the barbarian swore in disappointment. The shamanka now had few materials. Quite a lot of time had passed since she had done this. But what's even more important is that to receive the mark, one had to perform a feat, achieve an achievement. If he wants the warrior's mark, of course, the old woman said slyly, and puffed smoke from her pipe. She told him about a terrible ogre that lives in the Iron Mountains in the north and rules those lands. Its destruction could be considered a feat. Leuven was immediately outraged by the unfairness of such demands, since the ogre was rumored to be a monster. One ogre head is the size of a man. It's impossible to simply kill, the southerner shouted. But Harley simply reached into the vault, looking unperturbed. After which, with a slight movement of his hand, he pulled out the skull of an ogre that was lying around there. When the huge skull appeared on the table, the old woman was stunned and did not believe that the barbarian had managed to defeat the ogre single-handedly. Harley, pleased with the effect produced, laughed. He had killed much stronger creatures, so the ogre was a trifle for him. Scratching the back of her head, the old woman realized that he was indeed a very strong warrior, but she still told him to come back in a few days. She hadn't been feeling well lately, and applying the mark required considerable stamina, and she hadn't eaten or drunk properly for a long time. Harley promised to take care of these matters before she retired to her room, as restoring vitality was his department. Before the shamanka could answer, the barbarian had already left, and she hoped that he would not cause himself any unnecessary problems. Harley headed straight for the racketeers, who had just woken up and were crawling home. It seemed to him that the hooligan asked for more, and the barbarian immediately provided it. He was glad to have met for the third time today, but the hooligan was not so happy and was counting the teeth left in his mouth. The frustrated bandit desperately asked the brute who he was, who sent him, and why he was treating them like this. Then the noble barbarian told the bandit he shouldn't have messed with their shaman. This information shocked the bandit. He did not know that the old woman was a shaman. They thought she was just a herbalist from the village, and then the bandit began to tearfully ask the noble barbarian for forgiveness. Harley punched the ground next to the bandit, breaking the rocks, and made him promise never to touch the old woman again. Meanwhile, the southerner found the others and also conducted an educational conversation with them about proper social behavior. After that, they climbed into the bandit's pantry, where they discovered a solid supply of meat. Harley ordered Leuven to carry the boxes and announced that they were having a feast tonight. Having quickly stocked up on goods, they returned to the old woman, who had just finished cleaning her counter. Seeing the guys, she was surprised by their arrival and asked what they had come up with. Then, the barbarian, in a loud voice, declared that today they were celebrating the stomach and Bacchus. Having eaten and drunk well, she should certainly have gained strength in order to make a good mark on him, the barbarian stated. Here the shaman was overcome by flashbacks of her turbulent youth. In this young barbarian, she recognized her son. He would have been the same age if he had remained alive. The shamanka muttered that she would hardly be able to chew meat properly at her age. Such coarse food was not for her. But after softening, she said that she would try a little since he tried so hard. That's what she said, but in reality, she ate for 3, devouring the fried meat with a southern appetite and washing it down with fermented grape juice. Apparently, she had a very fast metabolism because the old woman gobbled up everything they had, not leaving a crumb for the dogs. Once my stomach was full, I could get down to business, the shaman said in a fighting voice. The process was expected to be painful, she warned, and held the needle over a flame to kill bacteria. Harley confidently told her that he was used to this kind of procedure and was therefore completely ready for it. Without thinking twice, the shaman put a gag in his mouth so that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary and wouldn't accidentally bite off his tongue. Her son was holding this toy in his mouth when she made the mark, the shaman said in a sad voice. However, when she tried to plunge it into the barbarian's chest, the hot needle broke in her hands from such a sharp movement. Here, the old woman herself was amazed at the strength of his skin, and Leuven asked if there was another way. But gathering all the strength in her fingertips, the old woman ordered them to sit still and promised to repay them for the treat with meat. Therefore, with even greater zeal, she hit him with a new needle in the same place. It's time to show them what it means to be a first-class shaman of the ancient tribe, the old woman said, the needle stinging the dragonborn's skin like a hive of bees. Having fulfilled all the conditions, he again achieved enlightenment, the system reported when a fiery mark appeared on the dragonborn's skin. The trait he received was called the battle mark of Helios, the symbol of the sun and a great warrior. This improvement was much more effective than through bio-aura and absorption of monster parts. Already at this level of the mark, Harley felt that he could defeat the orc with his bare hands, without any other skills. However, the old woman lost all her strength and her former cheerful, warlike appearance. She was so weak that she could no longer stand on her feet, and Harley asked worriedly if she was okay. The shaman answered in a weak voice that everything was fine. It was just that she hadn't performed such markings for a long time, and after some rest, she should be fine. Then Harley turned to the southerner and said that they had work. They urgently needed to get more meat for the old woman, because the barbarian wanted to finish his mark, so he was not at all driven by concern for her health. The shamanka was horrified that she would have to work again. At this rate, she could be driven to the grave. Meanwhile, Henlik V was recovering from the wounds he sustained in battle with the immortal king. Saint Rystar prayed day and night at the bedside of the feigned ill man. Sir Peony looked into their room, already fearing for the health of the girl, who had not eaten or rested properly for a long time. But what happened so disturbed the saint that she lost her peace and sleep. Henlik went into an unequal battle, fighting for them, without having the strength, although he was told to retreat and won. Sir Peony understood what the saint was thinking. It was like watching the birth of a new hero. And Rystar nodded. This young and courageous youth was perfect for such a role. Here the patient got tired of pretending. Especially since they still weren't letting him rest alone, he stood up and modestly asked not to flatter him so much. He thanked the saint for looking after him and said that everything was fine now. Then Rystar grabbed his hand and pressed it to her chest, saying that she proclaimed him the champion of their great order, and even the hero of all of Auteric. Now that the main figures of the continent were officially confirmed, the king of the undead and the hero, all that remained was to raise a toast to Hans, who paved the way for him to the top. Now that a hero has appeared in the world, it is time to fulfill the duties of the Demon King, with a power perfectly created for this purpose, said King Hans. He decided to spread his influence even further with the help of the infectious magic of the Ministry. Now, the Dark Knight clearly saw the spots of the villains that needed to be eliminated, and with a wave of his cloak, he jumped from the roof. Ambulance sirens blared through the city streets. A patient was placed on a gurney and being wheeled to a car. Rumors swirled that this was all the work of a masked vigilante. By reading the traces of dark mana, investigator Pak tried to find this troublemaker. An Sung-jin was a dark mage sent to assist with the investigation by the Special Ops Bureau. So far, one thing was clear. The victims had gotten involved with someone very dangerous. If you accidentally got hit by a hot hand, you could end up completely dead, said Sung-jin, and pointed at the victim. He was consumed by pure, dark magic that was beyond human comprehension. His body was essentially a shell, and perhaps even his soul was enslaved. Sung-jin immediately declared that if he had encountered such a monster, he would have simply given up without any options. And Investigator Park indignantly grumbled that this was not helping the case at all. And after all, Song-din was called the best dark magician in the country. But according to him, the Masked Avenger was of a much higher level. It's dangerous to keep such a magician as an enemy, Sung-jin said warningly, and Investigator Park thought about it. To find out more details, the sorcerer touched the victim's forehead, facing the curse directly. And almost immediately he recoiled, sensing something ominous approaching him. The magician fell to the floor, his legs giving way from fear, and stepped back. Investigator Pak asked him if he had managed to find out anything, looking at how worried the guy was. It's better to die right now before the worst happens, Song-jun said in a dark voice. It was all because Haku's mask saw him, he said in a trembling voice. And if he was caught after using the spell, then it would definitely be the end for him, Song-jun realized and fell into even greater despair. There was only one way out, he said, and stood up abruptly. Then, Investigator Pak asked if the magician had a way to win. But Song-jun only thought that if he died peacefully, he could still hope for a peaceful afterlife in the afterlife. And he stepped out the window. Here the investigator intercepted him and said that the Masked Avenger hunts only criminals. Hearing these words, the magician felt a strong sense of relief and immediately changed his mind about jumping out of the windows. On the one hand, he began to feel better, but on the other, he suddenly fell asleep and the magician fell to the floor again. Perhaps the guy overheated from his excitement and lost consciousness, thought Investigator Pack. Meanwhile, the Death King was flying over the city. He didn't sense any trace of evil in the boy he was tracking, even though he was a talented warlock. This could mean they would meet again. Hans the Immortal quickly gained popularity online thanks to his actions, and much was written about him. Some considered him a dark knight, but Han wasn't sure he liked it, and that could become a real problem. Han's head began to ache from the heavy thoughts about how to further lead his character's course. Then someone rang the doorbell. Although Khan wasn't expecting anyone, he still looked out to check. It turned out it was his old friend who came to visit and brought fried chicken. This guy's name was Kang Tae-san. Apparently, he came straight from work because he hadn't yet changed out of his police uniform. His friend wasn't at all happy to see Khan's sour face. But at the moment, Kang Tae-san was the last person the guy wanted to see, even though they were friends. After all, he served not just in law enforcement, but directly in the Bureau of Special Ops, the investigations department. Tae-san was his childhood friend. They grew up together. Even when Han didn't leave the house, his friend was the only one who came to him. After drinking the kvass, Tae-san noticed the changes in his comrade. The experienced eye of an investigator was accustomed to noticing various little things. It felt like he had found the meaning of life again. Because before, Khan's gaze had been completely rotten, like that of a rotten fish. "You can't cling to the past forever," Khan responded, especially since his parents wouldn't want that. And Tae-san immediately agreed with him, saying that he had been very worried about his friend all this time. Then Khan boasted that he had even started going outside, though not for long, and this news pleased the investigator. And Han also thanked him, which discouraged Tae-san even more. His friend always showed up when he was in his worst time, and only now could Han sincerely thank him, appreciating this support. Realizing that he was okay, Tae-san could finally tell his friend something important. Now Han had to understand why Tae-san decided to become an investigator. Han knew that his parents treated Tae-san well. He was like family to them. After the incident, his friend decided to join the department. Previously, he also thought that it was just an accident, but the latest developments led investigators to a group responsible for many incidents. The Retribution Society was behind these events, but until now, they had not been caught. But thanks to the Masked Avenger, investigators got their first lead. Khan chuckled nervously, wondering if he had had much of an impact on the world with his actions. Tae-san promised to tell him the details as an involved party, if there were any, but only if Han didn't tell anyone. The guy promised to keep the investigation secrets and changed the subject to the Masked Avenger who had caused a stir in the city. And it was clear why the investigators were looking for him. But this was precisely what irritated Tae-san. Because the Dark Knight was doing his job well and helping them, there was no need to look for him. At least his friend was on his side, even though he didn't know it, Khan thought. The evening continued until they had eaten everything they had, and the conversations became slow and drawn out. Han shared his dream of becoming a writer with his friend and showed him sketches of the Demon King Hans and the hero Henlich. But his friend laughed at him. The names sounded like they were made up over a cup of coffee. Khan began to defend himself offendedly, saying that there was nothing wrong with this. On the contrary, this legend is a classic. Even if the theme was hackneyed, it was necessary to come up with an interesting abbreviation, saying that Hans is a derivative of Hannibal Strauss. It sounded great, and Han appreciated his friend's idea. Then a pleased Tae-san said to call him for help if needed. Then his phone rang, and looking at the time, Tae-san said that it was time for him to go. The boring boss ordered everyone to gather, so the young investigator had no other choice. Before his friend left, Han asked how his grandmother was doing, and after a pause, Tae-san sadly replied that she had been unwell lately, and it was better to prepare for the worst. His grandmother was a dear person to him, so Khan immediately asked if he could help with anything. But Tae-san advised him to continue writing books and not to worry. He would deal with the problems himself, as before. Han immediately remembered his childhood. He often walked with Tae-san and his grandmother. The old woman treated both boys with great pleasure and told Khan to come to them at any time for some goodies. The boy always responded to her happily, so she became part of his dear childhood memories. She always watched over them, and these memories were the few things that remained for Han of the past and what kept him going. And now he found out that she was sick, and his friend who had been there all the time was going through hard times. At the same time, the guy didn't know how he could help. But then an idea came to his mind. Taeson definitely had to apologize for making fun of Hans's name after that. Because these funny characters will eventually help him, because among Henlik's traits was holy power. To heal a person, it would take someone like a priest, familiar with the faith recognized by the archbishops, and overwhelming divine power. Henlik was just such a person, and he can heal Taeson's grandmother. However, it was impossible to simply call him off the adventure, especially after the boy had been officially recognized as a hero. Due to the time difference, his absence would certainly be noticed, so Han decided to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Diana and Aaron, the wards of Heinz III Trueblood, were doing well. The children were dressed decently in accordance with city fashion, and could even treat themselves to some fruit. Then one of the apples fell out of the overflowing basket onto the ground and rolled, and the boy immediately ran after it. But the apple had already rolled quite far, and the sister worriedly shouted to Aaron not to run. But the boy did not listen. "You should hold on to your things more tightly," someone told them, and picked up the apple that was at his feet. But when Diana looked closely at this gentleman, her face lit up with happiness. Mr. Heinz himself came to visit them. He had not been seen for a long time, and the children had already missed the noble vampire. Although he had changed so much that they could hardly recognize him. His skin had become paler, his features had acquired an aristocratic refinement. Diana asked why he had been gone for so long, since more than 6 months had passed, and Heinz apologized for it. The perceptive girl understood that her savior had not appeared out of nowhere, which meant he had business here. Lord Heinz immediately hastened to assure her that he had come solely to visit them and was not planning anything at all. However, his excuses still did not convince anyone, and the children demanded the truth as it is. Realizing that these kids couldn't be fooled, Heinz took out 2 gold coins and asked Diana to work for him as an information gatherer again. In memory of her past life, the shadow of which would never be erased from her soul, Diana happily agreed to serve the noble vampire. With her help, Heinz obtained many valuable magical items and delivered them to Earth. So Ron, his heir, was amazed by the amount of treasures. She had never seen so much in one place before. Thanks to Diana, Heinz not only acquired the highest quality magical items in Talia, but also gathered information from Brokaslak, who had been sitting quietly for some time. So Ran informed him that the pepper had already been loaded into the warehouse. And now, Hubert had something to trade with. In addition, Bishop Heinz announced that he had completed the purge. All people on the execution list had been identified and executed, regardless of where they had been hiding. Now, all vampires in the country were safe and could look forward to a peaceful life. From that moment on, nothing stood in the way of the exchange of pepper for magical items. Lord Heinz entrusted the management of the entire newly created Heterosis clan to So Ran. He had other matters to attend to. The girl was embarrassed because she had never done anything like this before, and she felt out of place. But Heinz was so reluctant to personally deal with the tedious bureaucracy and paperwork that he hastened to convince his henchmen otherwise. He assured her that she was competent enough and that he trusted only her, which meant that Soran should be able to handle it. The naive girl didn't understand that Lord Heinz didn't have any replacements anyway. So she was inspired by this advice and promised to try her best. When Bishop Heinz stepped outside, he sighed heavily. There was no way around drama, and now he understands more about what business owners feel. However, now his hands were free to expand the influence of his still small clan. Thanks to the information Diana provided him, Lord Heinz understood where the source of his blood was. The Brokaslak vampire base became his next target, and Heinz arrived there at night. He distracted the guards and quietly opened the door. Thanks to his invisibility skills, his arrival went unnoticed. Inside, Rosalia was enjoying various drinks and the idleness of life. Apparently, things were going well for the vampires, since even after all the losses, they felt so at ease. The only thing that upset the ignoble vampire was the need to drink alone. Then Lord Heinz took off his disguise and revealed himself as a company. Today, he met many familiar faces. Rosalind didn't immediately recognize him and asked in surprise who he was. Then Heinz introduced himself. Not understanding anything, she filled a glass of wine and again asked him to explain who he was, blaming it all on his bad memory. However, there was a catch. Rosalind cut her finger, and a couple of drops of her blood fell unnoticed into the glass. She feigned hospitality and offered the glass to Heinz, but he declined. Then Rosalind attacked him using blood magic. She splashed the contents of the glass to grab the intruder. After this, she wanted to immediately destroy the one who dared to invade their territory. But for Lord Heinz, all this was nothing more than a game. He easily dealt with the magic of the fetters and threw Rosalind away. After demonstrating the skills of a true blood vampire, Heinz took control of her magic as easily as his own and captured the vampire. Rosalind realized that she was facing a very powerful ruler and told him that he was violating the boundaries established by the agreement between the true bloodlines. Then Heinz realized she truly didn't recognize him and decided to use this to his advantage. He immediately declared that he belonged to one of Brocuslack's branches, so the agreement didn't apply to him. Rosalind didn't believe him and asked him to stop deceiving her, but immediately stopped herself. Lost in thought, she suddenly remembered that one similar clan did exist. Lord Heinz declared himself to be truly of that clan and asked her to cooperate with him in exchange for granting Rosalind his power. But even so, the proud vampire refused to obey him, claiming she had no reason to do so. Then the Lord quickly explained that she had no option to refuse and grabbed the stupid girl. Soon, like So Ran, she received a blood crystal with his genetic code and immediately felt that she was now subordinate to a different master. Now he could ask her about anything, and because of the power of her bloodline, she could not resist him, because Heinz had effectively included Rosalind in his clan. Rosalind told him that Talaria was now ruled by a true blood, Lady Frisia, and she was quite powerful. Frisia's main feature was undoubtedly her demonic gaze, with eyes as cold as mountain lakes. That morning, as usual, Lady Frisia settled down to tea outside, ignoring the sun, which was scorching for vampires, a sure sign of a higher vampire. She used the time to observe the human world. She enjoyed watching the bustle of people, as miserable as ants, who swarmed every day in the struggle for life. The Protestant Church had recently expanded its influence in Raffelasi, the butler's servant informed her. But Lady Frisia told him not to worry about it, because this kingdom already belonged to Brocuslack, who was hiding under the guise of human nobility. She thought that all she had to do was put pressure on the kingdom, and the issue would be resolved instantly. But before she could finish speaking, the butler quit. The one who took his place asked if she was Lady Frisia, and the noble vampiress calmly noted that she had never seen him before. Lord Heinz wiped his mouth and immediately realized that this was not a purebred lady, but merely a collateral branch. Frisia still chuckled calmly, calling him a pathetic mediocrity who doesn't know his place. And almost at the same moment, her eyes flashing scarlet, Frisia ordered him to kneel before her. But this had no effect on Lord Heinz, and he easily rejected her control magic. Realizing that her main ability had not worked on the enemy, the vampire was stunned. Heinz was warned about her skill and mockingly asked the vampire if she understood what it meant. After that, he grinned and returned Lady Frisia's own words about someone who doesn't know their place. Frisia realized that in front of her was a purebred vampire, royal blood. She again called upon her magic, not wanting to give up so easily, and desperately asked the intruder who he was and what he wanted. Heinz chuckled imperiously. Weren't his goals obvious to any vampire, he asked. All of Brocuslack will belong to him, proclaimed Lord Heinz, and theatrically spread his arms. Frisia must have recovered from the initial shock, because she again called him a fool who didn't understand how life works. There is something he must understand clearly and distinctly, said the vampiress, who also had a weakness for theatrical gestures. She declared that she was also a pureblood and once again unleashed her magic on the intruder. At that moment, Lady Frisia sped up, and Heinz received a blow to the stomach faster than he could react. Feeling her success, she laughed. With such weak skills, not knowing how to defend himself, he could not even think about defeating her. Frisia was also an expert in martial arts. Frisia used a demonic gaze instead of magic, something Heinz didn't expect, and she also grabbed her umbrella and used it as a weapon. The blow was strong enough to send Heinz flying backwards, causing him to tumble backwards. So it became clear that this lady loved fist-fighting. Laughing, she rushed towards Heinz again, praising him for still being able to stand on his feet. Attacking skillfully with her umbrella, Lady Frisia left no weak spots. She was very good in close combat. Gradually taking the initiative in the fight, Frisia pressed him. Heinz was always unable to dodge and received wounds. A sea of blood exploded in front of him, hiding his opponent from view. The red cloud completely engulfed Heinz, and he recognized this skill. He decided to just cut it and scatter it, so he waved his hands sharply. But Frisia disappeared from where she was. Heinz lost track of her. And at that very moment, he received an elbow to the temple. The vampiress was still leading their duel. Heinz began to tumble around on the grass like a limp rag doll. The smug vampire stood over him and haughtily declared that she was already dying of boredom. However, contrary to her expectations, their duel could hardly end there, and Heinz stood up as if nothing had happened. His blood control and super healing abilities allowed him to recover from even severe injuries, such as head amputations. "This is just the beginning of their dance," said Lord Heinz, looking as good as new within a second. Lady Frisia had learned her lesson. She was clearly facing no ordinary adversary who had just brought all her efforts to nothing. Such was the power of Lord Heinz's hybrid evolution that he combined the genomes of various vampire factors. Besides the Vampire King, you could count on the fingers of one hand those who survived her direct attack. Lady Frisia was horrified. Heinz also acknowledged her skills. Obviously, this vampire had fangs and could stand up for herself. And then he stunned her even more by proposing right during the fight. Lord Heinz could make her even stronger if she followed him, but instead of completely subjugating her with brute force, he resorted to persuasion. But this only offended the noble and proud lady. So she again rushed at him, promising to turn him into a sieve so that no regeneration would help. However, to Lady Frisia's great surprise, she suddenly found that she could no longer move from her spot. Right under her feet was a magic circle that covered the entire clearing. And Lord Heinz realized that he was left with no other choice. If persuasion doesn't work, then only force remains. Everything was simple. With a snap of his fingers, he cast blood magic on her, and thin red threads entwined themselves around Lady Frisia. It was true that Lord Heinz did not have any special martial arts. His main specialization was blood magic. To completely subjugate her, Lord Heinz penetrated her with his finger, and Lady Frisia could do nothing. Heinz gave her a blood crystal containing his genome, and it immediately began to transform her essence. The vampire writhed in pain. The crystal was actually a virus that was changing every cell of her body. A small dose was not enough for a purebred, so Heinz poured a lot of his power into her. And then Lady Frisia woke up, surrounded by a thick, bloody aura. When it was all over, she indignantly asked what he had done to her, and said that she would never forgive him. Lord Heinz shook his hand in disgust, calling her ungrateful. She should have fallen at his feet now, for the power he had given her. Lady Frisia pondered the words of her master. Now every cell of her truly felt different. Strength, reflexes, flexibility, everything had improved, as if she had entered a new stage of development. It was time to say thank you, Lord Heinz told her, and Lady Frisia visibly calmed down. But this was only a pretense. She immediately tried to overthrow her master with the power that he gave her. Unfortunately for the vampire, however, this time her fist froze in front of Lord Heinz's face. Her body became stronger, but all this power could not be used against him. All her blood protested against it. It was someone else's will within one's own, the most reliable control possible, based on genetic kinship or slavery, depending on how you look at it. Such was the power of the blood's dominion. It was like an invisible conscience watching over Frisia's every thought and depriving her of the opportunity to even think about betrayal. The changes deeply shook the vampiress. Even sacred blood, according to her, was not capable of such control. But Lord Heinz only smiled, because everything was already clear. Now he could easily ask her where the lord of their clan was. And although Frisia thought that she would not break so easily, her mouth did not obey her. And she immediately gave away the location of the former lord, the house of the Duke of Bright. Lord Heinz patted his new pet affectionately on the head. She was already the third vampire in his clan. The clan leader must have realized by now that his purebred subordinate had escaped his control. Lord Heinz then decided it was time to deal with the lord quickly and cleanly. He arrived at Duke Bright's castle at night, with a full moon in the sky and excellent visibility. Frisia came to the Lord, saying that she had an important message and asked permission to enter. The Lord allowed it, and Frisia went in. It was extremely dark inside, so she suggested lighting candles, but the Lord had good night vision, so the moonlight was enough for him. Without being distracted from his work, he asked her what she wanted. Lady Frisia was clearly worried. Before she could say a word, the Lord had already understood everything. She had obviously come to talk about the uninvited guest who stood behind her. Lord Hines realized that the disguise was useless in front of a purebred vampire, and took it off. It would have been a shame for the clan leader to miss his presence, but it was still worth checking. The Lord arrogantly told Lady Frisia that he was extremely disappointed with her. Not only that she had failed to defeat the enemy, but that she had not died, but had become his servant. So he was extremely dissatisfied with her betrayal, and he angrily hit the table with his palm. But this could hardly be considered a gesture of strength, rather weakness. Frisia tried to explain that this was a misunderstanding. But the capricious ruler, who dumped all the work on his subordinates and now complained, said that having lived with her for hundreds of years, he knew her scent and had already noticed her change. She was a traitor to him, and the Lord immediately tried to kill his own subordinate. But Hines was not going to give up the pieces he had just acquired so easily, and blocked the Lord's blow. A look of surprise appeared on the young vampire's face. He didn't expect that his attack could be repelled with one hand. Hines immediately declared that he had come to resolve everything peacefully, but now it would not work. The Lord summoned magic into his hands and grinned evilly. What kind of peace could they talk about when they were in a state of undeclared war? A magic circle, similar to those used by Hines, appeared under their feet, and the Lord declared that he would execute the intruder, along with the traitor. From the bloody seal, figures of lower vampires immediately began to rise. With the help of a crowd of ghouls, the Lord thought to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. Lady Frisia snorted indignantly and said that there was no place for such scum here. But the Lord immediately sensed something was wrong. He had managed to summon too few of his servants, meaning the rest had already fallen. Frisia dealt with a dozen ghouls without any difficulty, so Lord Hines didn't even need his personal intervention. The outraged Lord hysterically asked Lady Frisia what she had done to his people in the capital. After asking Lord Mullo for forgiveness, she said that most of the vampires in the capital were now servants of her new master. Lord Mullo did not understand how it was possible that his servants accepted the new blood without resistance. After all, this was no different from cannibalism and could drive them crazy. Then Lady Frisia stated that it was possible because Lord Hines was from the Brokeslack branch. But this explanation only angered Lord Mullo even more. He refused to believe such nonsense and called upon the clan's technique, the blood mist. So they had to understand the difference between the imaginary descendant of blood and the real one. Hines involuntarily inhaled and immediately felt a heaviness throughout his body, and his head felt as if it had been broken into pieces. It was even difficult to think. "It's too late to be surprised," Lord Mullo told them angrily, his eyes flashing in the smoke. No matter where his Obor guards were, they always had to answer his call, and from the bloody mist, a vampire with a scythe appeared. The ghoul with the child's body arrogantly asked why the master had summoned him. Having seen the devastation in the office, Obor was quite surprised and asked what was going on. Now was not the time for chatter, Lord Mullo screamed hysterically, and demanded that the uninvited guest and former subordinate be thrown out. The smug ghoul lazily scratched behind his ear, as if nothing serious had happened. In an instant, he had gone behind Lord Hines, and was moving even faster than Lady Frisia when she was fighting him. Hines had already seen this ghoul when she helped Hans the Immortal steal the second fragment of darkness. Obor's main skill was speed. The purebred assassin first attacked Lady Frisia and struck her with a scythe. Lord Hines couldn't afford to lose here, so he also used the acceleration skill and attacked the ghoul. He managed to catch it with a binding spell, which surprised him quite a bit since he managed to do it inside Lord Mullo's sphere. After this, Hines rushed at the Lord himself, considering him the main obstacle. However, it was not so easy to hold Obor back. He managed to dispel the magic. And before Hines could reach Lord Mullo, he stopped him with a blow from his scythe. A sharp attack turned everything upside down, and Hines was forced to retreat. It was disappointing because the end of the war was so close, right in his hands. Realizing he had no other choice, he decided to deal with the agile ghoul first and applied his own acceleration, leaping around the room like a wildcat. He moved so quickly and dexterously that even Lord Mullo was surprised. But Obor managed to cope for now and repelled all of Lord Heinz's attacks. Then Lady Frisia stepped in, wanting to help her new master. She never liked his frivolous attitude, Lady Frisia declared, when she finally managed to pin Obor to the floor. In defense of her master, she told her former ally not to cross the line and to have fun with her. This meant that Lady Frisia had already caught up with Obor, who had previously been considered the fastest vampire. Without any support, she managed to destroy all the other ghouls. Lord Mullo simply had no more strength left. Now he was completely open to attack, and Lord Heinz immediately took advantage of it. How stupid of him to enter the barrier of his own free will, Lord Mullo said calmly. He believed that in this space, no one would be able to repel his attack. But because of his vitality, Lord Heinz didn't have to think about defense. He didn't care about severed limbs. With the severed hand, Heinz reached out to Lord Mullo and pierced his chest. This creative use of the body itself astonished the enemy. Heinz instantly restored his limb. In this sense, he had long since become a super being. The Lord smiled and reassured his enemy, magnanimously declaring that he had no intention of killing him. Instead, he slowly moved towards his neck to give it a gentle vampire bite. "It's just a favor for the title," Heinz said, baring his long vampire fangs. At this time, somewhere in the depths of some dungeon, in the light of torches, lay a lonely coffin. When the lid opened, an attractive girl in a dress and a crown of thorns appeared inside. She stretched sleepily and rose slowly from her gloomy bed. She really wanted to sleep. But sleep had gone somewhere, so nothing could help, she said, yawning. Something had happened to her children, the ancient vampire with a young and beautiful face realized. Meanwhile, in the Duke of Bright's castle, everything had already calmed down. The small, victorious war was over. Lord Heinz chipped and vaccinated all the captured vampires. Following Lord Mullo, now he has completely taken over the clan. We had to sweat a lot, as there were quite a lot of ghouls. Now all the vampires in the capital were in his hands, and Lord Heinz could take care of the rest later, calling them one by one for reprogramming. True, he didn't like the tone in which Lord Mullo answered, as if he were his equal. However, his presence really helped to quickly resolve all the issues. Having subjugated Lord Heinz, he took the remnants of his clan, and now no one doubted his legitimacy. Giving a blood crystal to a higher vampire was risky, so Heinz first weakened the Lord by taking his blood. Only after that could he place the source of his own blood into it. Heinz folded his hands contentedly. It seemed like only yesterday that he himself was subjugated and made into a ghoul, and he began his ascent from the very bottom. Now he had the most beautiful maids and an entire clan at his disposal. This world was different from all others, thought the Lord and grinned contentedly, surrounded by his powerful servants. Here he dismissively called out to Mullo, and he was forced to respond. Lord Heinz ordered him to gather all the Brokoslat ghouls from all regions, and he obediently nodded. And Heinz asked for one more thing before he left the former Lord's chambers. He needed information about the continent, the Lord said, looking at the globe. The goal was to create our own intelligence network around the world, or to enter into deals with existing ones. This was left to Heinz to choose from, and with that, he left his office. But Mullo suddenly started talking about the plans of the ruler, which he heard from Lady Frisia, that he plans to unite all the vampires and become their king. Since Lord Heinz had proven his abilities, Mullo helpfully declared his full support. It was hard to believe such sincerity, but Heinz pretended to rely on the new servant. As soon as he walked out the door, Heinz shuddered at the pathos of the scene. He himself did not believe that he could say something like that. It was easy to get carried away by one's own greatness, but the more subordinates one had, the better, Heinz considered. After all, the path of vampires is the path of the ruler, he thought, and grinned maliciously, imagining world domination. Now it was possible to develop a plan for a truly serious game. At this time, Han Sung-hyun was working on the image of Hans the Immortal using the customization system. Thanks to this, the Immortal King acquired horns and the terrifying appearance of a merciless Lord of Death. Finally, everything became clear. Khan chuckled contentedly and sat down at his desk. The path to establishing a vampire empire was open, meaning his influence and karma increased again. Khan again invested all his points into improving his basic skill, and the system generously rewarded him, but few of the returnees could hope to capture an entire clan of vampires. Khan was looking forward to what he would get after the next upgrade. Immediately after selecting it, 2 status windows appeared. This was surprising, because before this, the system simply threw him a new avatar. However, this time, the growth rate of the doppelganger's abilities, which was already staggering, increased. Khan still felt disappointed because for 900,000 points, he wanted to get a new avatar for his experiments. He wanted to create another avatar of a different race, so Khan began to study what the second bonus was that he had received. This skill was called Essence Projection, and the system window almost crashed into him when he looked at it. This skill allowed the user to project one of the avatars onto their body, but only once a day. Now he could use the power of all his clones. So the skill could be considered more defensive, since its main vulnerability remained Khan himself, who was an ordinary person. Khan looked again at the characteristics of each of the guys he had managed to create. He was filled with pride for the journey they had taken and the stories they had written. Once a day, one could project one of the clones onto oneself, Khan thought again. And then a thought came to him. If he became Hans the Immortal, would that mean that there would be 2 immortal kings in the world? However, all this could turn into a disaster if used carelessly, so Khan put this idea on hold for now. So he decided to be the first to incarnate as Henlik, since everything worked out so well. It was only necessary to tap on the screen, and it began to transform. The skill imitated not only appearance, but also weapons and armor. The sacred powers were only half preserved, however, due to the fact that he was on Earth and not in his native dimension. And the ability could only be used for 10 minutes. However, this should have been enough. Khan changed his appearance so as not to raise questions on the street. With the help of Hans the Immortal, he quickly reached the hospital where Taeson's grandmother was lying. They said goodbye, and Khan gestured to thank the necromancer for his support. The old woman really did look bad, Khan noted when he entered the room. She was weak and pale. He carefully took her hands and said hello, but she still didn't wake up. The guy apologized for not visiting her earlier, but promised to improve and again returned to his image as Henlik. After which he used the divine healing technique from the world of Auterica. The light immediately penetrated the old woman's chest, warming her body with the sun's warmth. The guy put all the effort he had into restoring her energy, increasing her stamina and ability to detoxify. He was so tired that he fell asleep right on her bed and slept like that until the morning came. The guy already thought that even divine power could not cure old age. Now he could only rely on her willpower. Meanwhile, the elf Harris was heading with Granwood to their cheerful fairy tale land. Some elf kept asking him about his friendship with the barbarian, and Harris said that even though they had only met once, they had become like family to each other. She agreed with him because they smelled similar, just like Diana once did. So Harris was afraid that others would understand that all of his incarnations were essentially one person. Cecile also caught the scent of the world tree. She remembered it well, because she had been sniffing it all day. There was nothing surprising in this either, because Harris was created from the world broom. Cecile showed maximum friendliness. Since Harris was the barbarian's friend, he was now her friend too. Granwood was glad to see the girl coming to her senses, and suggested making a stop to rest. Since Harris had not yet made a contract with the spirit, Cecile suggested that they take advantage of the break to practice this magic. The elf herself managed to do it quite quickly, and she summoned the water mouse into her hands. The spirit was quite sweet and perfect for morning toilet, since there was no paper or water in the forest. But Harris was completely devastated by the failure that had befallen him. Nothing worked out for him. Even with the maximum spirit affinity trait, it didn't work, so he was discouraged by it, and worried that maybe it was because he wasn't a true elf. Then Granwood intervened, explaining that spirit mages and the spirits themselves are companions who grow together. And before you can summon them, you first need to establish a connection, he helpfully explained. First, it was necessary to feel the power of the earth and reveal it to the spirits, the elf said mysteriously. At least Harris realized that he had acted in the wrong order. He had tried to establish contact after the summoning, and that alone justified his expedition with the elves. So at first he focused on the proximity. And in order to endure the endless power of nature, a powerful aura immediately appeared in his hands. Cecile, who had just been rejoicing at her success, suddenly felt envious of nature's favorites. And yet, the guy had said that this was his first time. Almost immediately, a warm feeling appeared in his hands, and the system reported that the entity had achieved enlightenment, and he had acquired the skill of spirit magic. So now, Harris was on par with Cecile, who was a high elf, Granwood concluded. And the girl felt betrayed by Harris's quick learning curve. The elf sheepishly thanked them for their kind words, taking another step towards becoming a spiritual mage. The yellow lump with the antenna was decided to be called Watt, and Harris scratched it carefully with his finger. After a rest, everyone set out again, with Granwood stepping forward to light the way for everyone. Along the way, he told them that all forests and trees are connected to the world tree. And they, the high elves, are closest to nature, free to travel wherever there are trees. They only need to choose the path that leads to the world tree. He was sure that even Cecile could do it, and the girl was surprised. The paths connected with all the forests, in other words, it was something like a teleport network. It was even more effective than the gates of the Great Divine Order, which required a long installation. This was the power of the Great Tree, Harris realized. After some time of walking through the illuminated forest, Granwood announced that they had arrived. And then, for the first time, Harris saw a real-world tree, so large that it was taller than the mountains, and at its foot lay the land of the elves. The tree was impressive in size. Harris hadn't expected it to be so tall. Cecile also froze in shock, and Harris asked if she was seeing him for the first time. Suddenly, the girl was enveloped in a strange green force. And in front of everyone's eyes, she flew up into the air, and Harris was completely afraid that now she would fly away into the sky and it would be impossible to catch her. However, Granwood was not nervous. He understood that Harris was seeing such a phenomenon for the first time. They witnessed a rare and precious phenomenon, the awakening of a high elf. Cecile's eyes taking on a starry light. A ceremony of revelation, that's what it was called. And Harris stood there gaping like a country bumpkin who'd been shown a trick. In nature, all things are reborn, after which they gather in one place, then the tree bears fruit. Cecile took one of the fruits the tree had given her as a reward for completing the ceremony. Harris realized that now this girl would truly become a high elf. True, he stopped short immediately because he needed to think about himself. Such pure, natural energy could not be allowed to go to waste, so Harris decided to make it his own. Eventually, he achieved enlightenment again by absorbing the energy of the tree that was around him. So Harris received the trait of closeness to nature. Now he could become stronger like other elves simply by absorbing the surrounding energy. Harris saw that Granwood was looking at him intently and immediately asked if he had broken any elven law. But the high elf only told him to turn around because it seemed that the world tree had become interested in him. It was hard to understand what it meant when a plant was interested in you. Instead of a broom, Harris received a tree branch with leaves, which was also considered a great gift as they were usually received during a ceremony of insight and could be turned into a valuable weapon or item. Harris immediately wondered what kind of relic Granwood had received when he underwent his epiphany ceremony. He thought it might be a gift bracelet and, in horror, suggested returning it immediately. But the elf lord explained that he had made a ring from his relic, which became a wedding ring for his wife, and now Granwood had passed it on to his daughter. Harris was surprised to realize that this elf was much more inclined to romance than it seemed at first glance. At this point, the ceremony of epiphany ended, said Lord Granwood, and they looked towards Cecile. The girl was very tired after all the adventures and was now sleeping in their arms, but she should soon recover quickly. Then Granwood breathed a sigh of relief. He was already at such an age that it was time to think about retiring, especially since a new high elf had appeared. Harris was surprised, but the Lord misinterpreted this surprise, so he told him comfortingly that he would not leave immediately. The new elf was much more concerned about Lord Granwood's true age. The capital of the elven kingdom of Drasha was located at the trunk of the tree, and under the patronage of Granwood, Harris remained at the academy. And it turned out that the atmosphere here was different from what he imagined. At first, he thought that all the elves lived like peaceful fairies and had butterflies in their stomachs. But in reality, the elves were much more emotional and did not hesitate to show curiosity, asking him about the outside world. They considered the continent of people to be savage, and its inhabitants barbarians, and that it was impossible to live there in filth and with lice, so they were quite snobs. The humans kidnapped Cecile, which meant that in the eyes of the civilized Western kingdom, they were pure evil. Here, Harris realized that if he gave one wrong answer, he would be immediately hated. So he admitted that it was dangerous there, but he had friends with him. Then one of the elves slammed the table and told them to be quiet because the chatter was making it impossible to study. And everyone immediately apologized to Lady Chapiron. Under her pressure, they immediately left Harris and walked away smiling nervously. The elf sighed with relief. Peace and quiet had finally arrived. He turned to Lady Shapiro to thank her, but she cut him off abruptly, calling him a jerk. It turned out that she was the main snob of the academy and looked at him as if he were trash who had been picked up on the human continent and now brought here. Harris was extremely disconcerted by this and suddenly thought that there should always be such a character in a school setting. Lord Granwood read his report to the council about his cooperation with the people from the Order of the Goddess of Light, and he also spread information about the Immortal King among other inhabitants of the continent. The Immortal King could move freely, and therefore appear on the land of the elves, his interlocutor answered. And yet, since they now had Lady Cecilia, it was high time to think about resignation. The beautiful-faced high elf, with stars shining in her eyes, agreed with him. This would solve many problems. She couldn't help but ask about another remarkable elf who had come with them, who had also attracted the attention of the World Tree. Granwood had high hopes for him, as this elf learned everything quickly and could achieve greatness. The interlocutor noted that Lord Granwood was unusually excited. He just smiled and said that for now, Harris just wanted to complete his basic education. They hoped that everything would be all right with him and counted on future support for this talent. Harris himself enjoyed the weather and the clean air. The tree exuded a lot of beneficial phytoncides and essential oils, so it was pleasant to sit in its shade. Beautiful elves were singing all around, and not even a single swear word was heard, so Harris enjoyed everything. And when he was already thinking about forgetting about everything and spending the rest of his life here as an elf, a shadow hung over him. The shadow turned out to be a heavy book that fell on his head. Lady Chaperon declared that he did not have the right to the luxury of sunbathing under a tree and feeding on its energy. As a former mercenary, he certainly didn't have common sense, she said, since they were in the place closest to the World Tree, which was nature. Elves with a high sensitivity to this power become especially lazy because of the comfort it provides. All because of their high love for nature, Harris realized, and his eyes began to close again. He probably would have fallen asleep if Lady Chaperon's loud scream had not woken him up. She gave him her book so that he could understand everything, and she also tried to make sure that such a low-born person as he understood everything. She also angrily warned him that if the class average dropped because of him, she would definitely not forgive him. Thus, it became clear that, despite her way of expressing herself, Lady Chaperon was not a bad person. Then Harris noticed a ring on her hand that emanated a familiar power, and thought that he had experienced déjà vu. Suddenly he remembered that Lord Granwood had given his relic ring to his daughter. Realizing this, Harris let out a surprised cry. Although, what was wrong with that? The father and daughter had two different characters. Harris sighed heavily. For some reason, Chaperon didn't like him, but her explanations were quite detailed and helpful. After reading about this, he decided to immediately try different spirit magic. And of course, the elf succeeded on the first try. Fire and water immediately appeared in each of his hands. He named the spirit of fire Kali, and the spirit of water Pascal, without asking if they had their own names. Besides this, Harris knew one trick that even Watt could use to raise his level. He had become a low-ranking lightning spirit, and now this lump of static electricity was sitting on his hands. Once again, Harris thought that coming to the Elven Kingdom was a good idea. After that, he became determined not to conflict with anyone. The main thing was not to anger Chaperon, and the elf was confident that he would succeed. That's what he thought, but fate had other plans, and he found himself closer to his main problem than he thought. 10 minutes into the lecture, the professor told them about a way to strengthen the connection with the spirits, which was so important for the elves. Songs and dances, she said, confirming that the elves lived in a maximally infantile society. It sounded so exciting for an adventure that Harris was jumping for joy. A festival celebrating the arrival of a new high elf in the country was about to take place, and on that day, one of the main stages would be given over to the Academy's students. It was the kind of performance that Cecile herself would have liked to see. It had been quite a while since Han had participated in anything like this, so he was looking forward to showing off his coolest side. After this, the professor announced that they would have a group project since there was a transfer student in the group. Each group must work on creating their own performance, and the degree of closeness to the spirits will be assessed on the main stage on the day of the festival. And so it all turned out that Harris ended up in a group with Chaperon because the story lacked a schooling in subgenres. Two more elves who were on their team introduced themselves, but who cared about the secondary characters? Chaperon immediately declared that the project had completely failed and that nothing could help them. The first thing she did was ask the others if they knew songs and dances, and if not, she promised to adjust to their level. But the empty-headed elves couldn't even do that, so Harris understood why Chaperon sometimes got angry. From what he heard in class, he realized that it was not necessary to perform traditional music to connect with spirits. In this case, he stood up from his seat and decided to seize the initiative with his own proposal. He told them that he knew one song that he often sang in his hometown. The song from another continent was of interest to the elves, and Harris said his parents liked it too, which is why he remembered it so well, even though the original Han personality spent a lot of time as a recluse. There was a time when he scored 90 points in karaoke, so he was quite confident in his skills. Chaperon looked at him sullenly, because what could a mercenary know about music? But she didn't say anything. She still didn't understand how this elf had earned the recognition of her father and the world tree, as well as the burning glances of others. But she refused to accept it just like that, so she agreed to perform his song. In case of failure, Harris himself would have to answer for everything. However, Harris himself also had a condition for her, and Chaperon was surprised. If the performance was successful, he would ask her to tell him about elven culture, as he still didn't know much. Chaperon reluctantly agreed, but warned that only if they were successful. And then Harris miraculously learned to play an instrument he had never held in his life. Through training, he acquired a skill called melody harmony. His singing also became more stable, as if a force of nature was holding his vocal cords in place. The group also appreciated his skills and clapped enthusiastically. Except for Chaperon, of course. However, she was forced to admit that her spirits responded to the singing of an elf of Korean descent who had adopted his native pop culture. Seeing how she frowned, they began to make fun of her, saying that she even danced to the music with her shoulders, and the elf became very embarrassed. Here, the system informed Harris that his spirits were also developing in sync with the singing. Having resonated with the music, Callie and Pascal turned into low-ranking spirits. Now they have evolved just like Watt, much to Harris's delight. Then he was surrounded by unusual vibrations, and he realized that it was the spirit of sound. Harris raised his hand to greet his new friend. It began to circle in his hands, gradually taking on visible outlines. A spirit that manifested in physical form was extremely rare, even for elves, meaning that spirits found a particularly deep resonance in Harris's song. Without asking his name, Harris decided to call the spirit Decibel, which seemed to fit the meaning perfectly, but sounded deeper. A hertz would have been more pleasant. The spirit took the form of a cute little pot-bellied creature and smiled at everyone. This spirit was quite rare, and obtaining it was a great achievement. From Chaperon's notes, it was clear that such spirits were capable of performing a wide range of tasks. "There are songs that touch the hearts of spirits," said the elf from the team. Therefore, to immediately suggest performing Harris's song at the festival, the spirits of sound should be drawn only to truly beautiful melodies. Confident of his success, Harris asked Lady Chaperon what she now thought. The proud elf had no choice but to agree with everyone. Harris decided to take charge of all the preparations immediately and lead the entire process. Then a proud elf approached him, not wanting to remain on the sidelines of the process. And she asked him to teach her to play the instrument that he used. Apparently it was a Korean instrument. With a triumphant expression on his face, Harris agreed, knowing full well that he had won. The proud chaperone immediately scolded him for such antics, which were not befitting of true elves. The festival soon began, and everyone gathered in a comfortable amphitheater with good acoustics, as there were no speakers at that time. Granwood was also sitting in the stands with his protégé Cecile. They came to support Chaperone and Harris. Knowing the character of his daughter, the elf lord was very worried, although he denied it. Soon the performance of the Chaperone-Harris group began. Apparently the elf got hold of a guitar and even a drum kit, and somehow miraculously taught everyone to play. Since the story about the dead and vampires lacked the musical K-pop genre, it appeared in it. You can imagine Harris strumming his guitar and singing, but no picture can convey it. What he sang there remained behind the scenes, but the music touched the long-eared ones to the depths of their souls. Even Chaperone joined in the performances and sang, "Well, just take my word for it, it suits the plot." No song has ever made Cecile's heart beat so fast. And it's no wonder that Korean music has become so popular among teenagers all over the world. Between the green bushes, if we run away together, the spirits will open the way. We hurry for a miracle, and together we will find ways to travel. This is the high poetry that Harris sang. Perhaps for the first time in his life, Lord Granwood saw a satisfied expression on his daughter's face. Everyone was impressed by the new, unusual sounds and instruments. In general, everyone clapped their hands, waved their ears, and enjoyed life. The group's performance was also accompanied by special effects involving spirits. Here, Cecile noticed that Lord Granwood had disappeared somewhere. And it turns out he ran off to show off his daughter to strangers. He was so bursting with pride. Chaperone created a good set design and set up the instruments. Usually, she acted coldly and even arrogantly, but on stage, she could reveal herself completely. In general, the songs and dances of the infantile elves were a success. They were lucky to live in a society where no one challenged the current hierarchy or tried to compete with anyone. As soon as the song ended, the group was met with a wave of applause and demands to sing more. Chaperone was also pleased with her performance. This time, she immersed herself in the music more deeply than usual. The thing is, Harris was using his melody harmony skills on her, and it worked. Then he asked the elf how she felt about everything that had happened while she was in a good mood. The proud elf bowed humbly, admitting that she had misunderstood him. She realized that she had been too rude to him and lost their argument. Granwood also discovered that K-pop music could have such an impact on people's minds. He already saw that Harris would definitely play a significant role in the life of the Elven Kingdom, and perhaps he would even forge a ring for them using Mordor technology. At this time, in the Kingdom of People, in the Temple of Roselia, Saint Ristar was sitting at her table. When Henlik, who had already fully recovered, came to her, Ristar asked him to come in. The girl put down the book about the adventures of the saint and the hero, and Henlik pretended not to see it. She asked him to sit down and said that she wanted to talk about important things. After which, she asked the hero if he had heard about the holy sword. Somewhere, there must be a holy fork, spoon, and cup, because for the hero, everything is holy, even underwear, in case you didn't know. The holy sword is the most powerful item used by a hero in fantasy sagas, a sort of legal cheat code, sometimes with its own ego. Henlik modestly replied that he knew little about it. The sword was the traditional weapon of a hero. Then Ristar read him the decree signed by the entire synod of the church that he must undergo the test of the holy sword. Henlik feigned modest surprise and declared himself unworthy of such an honor. In fact, he had been expecting just that, especially since the church had no other candidates. Considering that the Death King Hans had been reborn, no one had any objections. They were willing to do anything just to be spared this terrible scourge, especially since Henlik was already a trained paladin. Then the saint told him that the place where he would undergo the test was the great Peak Temple in the west of the country. 300 years ago, the Salb Empire was destroyed by the second immortal king. After this, 4 countries were formed in that place, which declared themselves to be the descendants of the empire, and later they formed an alliance. The great temple built in the southernmost kingdom of Leski was called the Temple of the Peak, and it was located where the hero slew the second Death King. The previous hero defeated the king, but was unable to completely destroy his dark heart, breaking it into pieces. Soon the abyss expanded, and the land became contaminated. And only after the hero plunged his sword into it was it cleansed, and a temple was built on the top of the mountain. and only the true successor would be able to find the sword. Henlik was worried that if he removed the seal, he would release the corruption. But the saint assured him that after 300 years, the earth had been sufficiently cleansed. So now was the time to get the hero's weapon and inherit it. Henlik smiled and cheerfully asked to rely on him for this. And having asked when they could leave, Saint Ristar answered immediately. Finding himself at the foot of the mountain where the temple was located, Henlik admitted that it was truly great. There was a truly different atmosphere around it, and the temple deserved its name. At the entrance, he was to be met by Cardinal Donovan, who was in charge of the temple. However, when he approached, Henlik did not immediately understand why he could not see the speaker's face. Donovan was so tall. The cardinal was 2 heads above Henlik, and despite his busy schedule, he agreed to personally lead the hero to the test. The old man patted the boy on the shoulder with an iron hand so that it almost fell off, and kindly replied that he could not help but respond to the saint's request. At one time, this man was a paladin, and since then, he had not lost his strength. Most of all, he missed Saint Ristar, because his new assignment did not allow them to see each other often. Thinking about how she had grown, the cardinal grabbed Henlik and admitted that he was extremely worried that some punk might pester Ristar. Then the hero quietly promised to take care of it and asked for help with the sword. The old man realized that he had let his emotions get the better of him and removed his hands. The Holy Sword trial can only be held once a year, and many paladins have challenged it and failed. But Henlik said not to worry about him, as he believed in his exceptional abilities. He knew perfectly well that the goddess of light was watching him. But of course, he told the cardinal that he had great faith in his success. Such faith at such a young age amazed Cardinal Donovan. This boy had all the qualities of a hero. The guy placed all his hopes on the goddess who had helped him before. For the test, he was taken to a deep basement, and he had to walk for quite a long time. Henlik already knew that the test itself was tailored to each paladin. Some people can complete it in a couple of hours, others need weeks, and the cardinal could not give advice because he did not know what awaited the guy. When they stopped at the stone gates, the cardinal gave Henlik one last chance to change his mind. It was more of a routine check, since the decision had already been made long ago. Beating himself on the chest, Henlik firmly declared that he would definitely return the hero's sword. Then the cardinal wished him luck and opened the door behind which the hero's trial began. Donovan promised to pray for him. The first challenge was to reach a target time within a given time, a fairly common mission in games. When Henlik entered, the door disappeared, and one could go in any direction. There was no difference. Then he simply rushed forward using the jumping skill. Using it again and again, he managed to move very quickly. But the paladin felt something was wrong. He had been running for a long time and could have run through several cities in that time, but the end of the tunnel was not yet in sight. The mission was also strange, without any specifics about where to look for the place that needed to be reached. And besides, the guy remembered Ristar's words that the test adapts to the hero. The trials were always within the power of the one for whom they were intended. But since it was conceived by the goddess herself, it should not be so simple. The challenge seemed to push him to the limits of his abilities, and Henlik realized he couldn't just use the jump. He needed to take it to the next level. To do this, the paladin decided to quickly exhaust his stamina and squatted down. To reach the right door, he had to walk 40 days in this position. And the main test was boredom. Even though he had exceeded his body's capabilities, 40 days was too long for a goose step. However, time in this dimension is 10 times slower, so only 4 days passed in Auterica, and on Earth, less than a day. Henlik understood the time difference thanks to his avatars, but for the other paladins, this ordeal must have been hell. After halfway, his spirit began to be tested, his whole body screaming to surrender. After resting a bit, Henlik touched the door handle and moved on to the next test. He instantly recovered when he found himself on the other side, and the fatigue seemed to vanish. Then it dawned on him that it was possible to level up effectively at this level. And the guy decided to run in single file for another 10 days to build up his strength. At this time, on the other end of the continent, the remaining necromancers, out of an oath of disobedience, carried out their ritual. They were already looking forward to the time when the entire continent would be engulfed in darkness. Since the Death King had risen, they intended to use him to pit him against their enemies. If the abyss opens, the whole world will fall to its knees, the necromancers believed. All this for the sake of an oath that defies heaven, said the cultists, and raised their hands to the sky. After leveling up, Henlik finally made it to the second location of the test. Inside, it looked like a chapel, which surprised the hero because he did not know what he would see. It was not difficult to understand the essence of the test. It was clear what the system wanted from him. More prayer, because there is no such thing as too much prayer to the goddess. This test was based on surveys from past graduates' exams and was a test of faith and divine power. Henlik was confident that with his stats, he was simply guaranteed a straight path. All he had to do was imbue the item with holy power. And the guy looked around, looking for something to drink, with a sly squint. In front of him was only the sacred altar, and it seemed to be the only thing he could interact with. Realizing that he had a difficult task ahead of him, Henlik sighed gloomily, but did not despair. All because he had loyal friends who could help with spiritual strength. With the help of the system, it was possible to collect all spiritual power and transform it into faith. But when that wasn't enough, Henlik added the faith of his own body. Then the light emanating from it filled the entire chapel with golden energy. Everything worked because the system counted enlightenment for him, and the new skill blessing, effort. Now the divine power within Henlich had calmed down and its quantity had increased. He was equal in strength to the bishop, the hero realized with surprise. But this was only the second test. A third one had to be passed. So far, everything had gone smoothly, which Harris was very pleased about. And then he stepped through the open door. But on the other hand, the picture was darker, with the smell of smoke and destruction everywhere. The system ordered the enemy to be destroyed, and Henlik did not immediately notice him because he was hovering in the sky. The figure looked familiar, and the hero wondered where he could have seen it before. And really where, in the end, all skeletons look the same, right? A subordinate of the former Death King, an archlich, appeared before the boy. The lich's eye sockets glowed like red coals, and he noted that the hero had gone far. The lich resembled Hans before his full awakening, and he was not to be underestimated, Henlik thought. Even a paladin could not be confident in his strength in a battle against a lich. Since Henlik did not answer the skeleton, he became very upset and hit the ground with his staff. From there, dead people immediately crawled out, most of whom could hardly move normally. Even one lich was difficult to fight, but how to defeat an army of the dead, Henlich wondered. Perhaps the test's creators expected such a reaction, but it was hardly likely to frighten him. The lich clicked his tongue in an offended tone that the guy was talking too much for someone who was about to die. The lich waved his staff again and sent the dead into attack. What else could he do if the test was boring and dull? However, none of the dead men could even touch Henlik. He simply dodged them. He won with non-contact fighting techniques. They simply fell next to him. The lich was very upset and sent the undead into battle again, this time in a coordinated attack. They surrounded him and repeated the maneuver, hoping that this time everything would work out. Henlik grinned pompously, because he was a hero cheater. After which he pulled out his Jedi sword and quickly cut down the stupid, inept enemies. Seeing his strength, the lich realized that he was facing a whole bishop. And the guy sensed fear in this question, so he grinned at his success. But the dead man declared that this way he could, on the contrary, not hold back, and raised his staff to the sky, gathering darkness. The darkness took the form of skulls, very fresh and original, and spells flew towards Henlik. Then the hero continued to crush empty skulls with his Jedi sword as before, without any particular problems. The lich was again surprised that all his attacks were blocked. Holy power surrounded the boy and made him invulnerable to darkness. Then the undead asked how he managed to foresee all the attacks, but Henlik did not have such a cheating skill. He had others, and also a friend who was also the king of the undead. And the strongest of all the dead, Henlik said and grinned. Despite the complete defeat, the lich still refused to admit defeat. He, of course, had a special attack, which his religion apparently did not allow him to use right away. This time, the amount of dark energy really did increase. Henlik looked at everything with an indifferent expression. All that was left for him to do was go bald. An explosion thundered over the destroyed plane, and the Lich laughed contentedly. The arrogant paladin disappeared without being able to block this special secret technique. And then the paladin appeared again and said that the ult was weak. And all because he wasn't even standing under this spell, but was resting on the side. The Lich could only marvel at such cheating, which disrupted the entire balance of the game. Due to the increased attack speed, Henlich could simply dodge all attacks. Moreover, Hans's knowledge helped him to anticipate the enemy's actions. With his next blow, he attacked the Lich to end this already boring, drawn-out duel. In the end, nothing changed. The hero simply became a little stronger without paying anything for it. The final blow was beautiful, a wave of light incinerating the enemy. Now all that was left of him were his horns and hooves, which Henlich did not touch. They were not enough for soup. Then the dead man laughed again, and declared that he couldn't be killed, helpfully suggesting that the core needed to be destroyed first. It was he who had inspired the villains to tell the heroes their weaknesses. The Lich promised to rise again and again, and Henlich frowned. Although the Order had raised a powerful warrior, the Lich still hoped to rise again and create hell on Earth. However, Henlich found a core that looked like a black ostrich egg. Since the Lich radiated dark power, it was not difficult to find him. Henlich said goodbye to him without listening to any objections and broke the egg. After passing the third test, he was sent to the last door to collect the sword. Entering the level to defeat monsters was his path to getting the sword, simple and clear. The path to the sword lay through a ceremonial alley, along which stood vases of flowers. And at the end, there was a designer miscarriage called the Holy Sword, which did not stand out in any way among thousands of its kind. The sword was kept in the abyss created by the immortal king. Now Henlich could pull it out and become the true owner of the sword. Like King Arthur, he took it in his hands and pulled it out, immediately feeling endless streams of energy on himself. He was shown a slideshow of clips from previous battles of the sword's previous owners. It was an accelerated training program in sword handling, its energy, and practical tips for fighting monsters. This sword contained, if not the ego, then the emotions of its previous owners. However, with the help of the Mind Center, it was possible to turn off the system of useless advice that would only interfere in a real battle. Finally, the sword began to move and could be drawn from its stone sheath. The hero raised it to the sky, and the system immediately reported that he had achieved enlightenment. The holy sword became his blessing, even though he already held it in his hands. A fire mark appeared on Henlich's right palm, indicating that he was the owner of the sword. And the blade itself turned into pure spiritual power, so it did not require a sheath. It could be hidden in the seal's subspace, which was quite convenient. After this, Henlich received a number of combat techniques and paladin skills with complex names. He immediately began swinging his sword to test them out, but in reality, they were just ordinary swings. The cheating sword allowed him to learn cheating skills, as Henlich exclaimed in surprise. In general, he received another upgrade. And the can opener turned out to be quite a nice purchase. Somewhere in an old house on the western continent of Iona, in the mountainous area between Thalia and Leski, the immortal king Hans himself came there and asked the inhabitant of this house his name. The man fell to his knees and introduced himself as Victor Nolan. The man already knew who was in front of him and swore allegiance to the immortal king if he spared his life. Hans tried to speak politely. He was planning to recruit valuable personnel, and he did not understand why Victor was so nervous. He wanted to look at him with the eye of darkness, but then something distracted him. Someone was performing sacrificial rituals, King Hans sensed, and in several places at once. Victor was immediately sincerely indignant that someone was making their plans without consulting the king. He knew a thing or two about flattery. King Hans immediately showed his strength because he was very angry. Of course, he had to personally sort everything out, organize everyone, educate them, bring them into submission, he said, and laughed with a characteristic clicking sound.